Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal for the Americas. My name is Saucy Mailman, and I have the pleasure to be joined here today by Charmer, Blevins, and Amazonian. Now, Charmer, we've been joking for quite a while, saying that we really need to get on a cast together someday, and we get to, finally. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Thankfully, Riot gave me this opportunity since you will not give me an opportunity to be on your podcast. I will take this as an alternative, and I'm very excited about it.
I can tell. And you know what? Maybe one day we'll... No, we won't. Anyways, Blevins, speaking of the podcast, you have to deal with me all of the time, but how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I couldn't possibly be more excited. I know I said that last time, but I was lying last time. I could be more excited, and it's right now.
I love it. And also, good friend Amazonian, you and I, usually when we're seeing each other, we're battling with meme decks that are probably a little lower tier than decks we're going to be seeing today. But Amazonian, how are you doing today?
I am doing excellent. And no, we're not going to see as many mushrooms today as we would normally see when Saucy and Amy unite. But it's going to be an amazing day. There is such a great variety of decks, and I can't wait to see all of them play out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an amazing day for us, and an amazing day for our players as well, who are playing for a large prize pool. And let's go ahead and show you what they're competing for today. So we have a $20,300 prize pool today. That's the total amount for the prize pool. And first place is going to be taking home $10,000, which is not a small amount of money. I know if I were to win that, I would be spending on something like candy or probably coffee, something very mature. Hopefully our winner today is a little more responsible than I would be. And the format today, if you've seen a seasonal before, the format hasn't changed. It's going to be the same as last time. We have 32 players. It's a single elimination bracket. All matches are best of 3, and players bring 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combination, and no more than one deck can contain no champions at all. Players then ban one of their opponent's decks before the match begins, and then players cannot use a deck again after winning a game with it. Each tournament rounds last for 65 minutes at a maximum. And speaking of the 32 players, let's have a look today at what players got qualified. As you can see, there's a lot of names that you probably recognize already, and there's going to be a handful of names that you might not have seen before. But we have notable players like Majin Bay, who was here. He won a seasonal a couple, seasonals ago. And there's just a lot of names that we are excited to see play the games. But instead of me just sitting here and telling you about all of these players, we actually had a chance to sit down. We had asked them some questions beforehand, and you don't probably want to hear me talking about it nonstop. So let's have the players themselves tell you a little bit about themselves.
Means that all effort I put in this game was worth.
Even if I don't win, if I can inspire at least one Brazilian to follow the same path, it's already a massive win for me.
At a personal level, it means that I can have some money to jump to my PhD right after I conclude my master's thesis.
I can't say that I would complain about $10,000 worth of Ethereum.
Getting $10,000, which is a lot of money when you convert it over to duck coin or duck dollars. So
having the title, being able to say like I won the seasonal tournament would do a lot more for me than whatever the prize pool is that I end up winning.
Truly, I'm just happy to be here in top 32 and to try to give it my best.
My ambition is to be the best LOR player in the world, so winning the seasonal would be a step towards that goal.
When I queue up into people like BBG or Majin Bay, the first thing I think about is like, man, this is going to be a really tough match. I want my name to be like that.
With all the various decks, I've been trying to play a ton of different decks to try to choose a lineup that will counter the most popular decks.
Playing a lot of friendly matches with my teammates of Hydra.
I've did a lot of matchup focused training with my team.
Been practicing with a lot of really strong players.
I've been talking to a lot of high-level master players about potential lineups, scrimming, and also I've been trying to mentally prepare myself.
I'm spending a lot of time in theory, analyzing my opponents and looking for the best possible lineup.
What are you doing to prepare for top 32? Absolutely nothing.
So I decided to screw it. I took the whole week off. haven't been practicing and decided that I'm just going to run it back with Tam Soraka.
So making sure that I will be relaxed for Saturday and preparing my mind to be the next seasonal winner.
The biggest thing for me is I get really nervous during the tourneys, and so just try to get a good night's sleep, stay calm, and just play the best that I can, and we'll see where it takes me.
I love hearing all the positivity from the players and all of the things that they're doing to prepare and how they would use their prize money a lot more responsibly than I would. But I want to kick it back and mention how Mr. Emotional said that they're doing absolutely nothing to prepare for this tournament. Maybe slightly sarcastic, but Blevins, I know this is one of the players that you wanted to talk about on players to watch today. Why don't you tell us why Mr. Emotional is someone that we should keep our eyes on?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mo is one of the top players in Runeterra, of course. Maybe, like you said, being a little bit sarcastic there, because they did at least one thing to get to prepare for this event. That was 9-0 the Swiss with the triple aggro lineup that we see here. These are the decks that Mo brought to the Swiss and ended up going undefeated, which only a few, obviously only a few players ended up going. Mo is... not only just a good player, but a master of certain decks. This one being one of them, that discard aggro there, the Draven Jinx. This is not just a deck that Mo picked up and thought it was a good meta call. It is that, but also this is a deck that Mo has been playing for multiple seasons, has been playing this across multiple metas, and is absolutely a master. I know I personally have learned a lot about the deck from watching Mo and his streams, and he plays the deck with a level of precision and confidence that is rarely seen. We see the key cards changing, except for that Noxian Fervor, which is definitely going to be in that corner a lot for Mo. Brought it in all three of his decks, and definitely is a card, potentially of the tournament. Being able to bring 3 Noxus decks, you can of course bring 3 Noxian Fervors, and sometimes just going face is what you want to do.
For me, there's no question that Mo is a phenomenal player, but I think the thing that stands out to me about Mo the most is that he is a streaky player. When he is on, he is very on, but he can also sometimes have streaks where he is very off or cold. You'll see him on Twitter very often say, I lost 200 LP today, and then I turned around and gained 300 after it. Yeah. And we saw that in the Swiss rounds as well, where he went on a hot streak and was 9-0. And I mention that because I think the first round is going to be the real litmus test. If he can win the first round, I actually think he could make a run and go on one of those streaks and take the entire thing. The problem is he has some very stiff competition very early on. And though the viewers haven't seen the bracket yet on the screen, I am confident in saying that his side of the bracket is also very, very rough. He described it on Twitter as the group of death, and it's hard to disagree.
Yeah, Mo he's an incredible player. He does go on those streaks, like you said. But one thing that I really love about Mo is he gets in those mind games on social media. I know before the tournament, he was printing out some deck lists and lineups that were not necessarily the most accurate or serious. He was tweeting at me, hey, what's the best Teemo Malphite list that I can play? Things like that. So we'll have to see if maybe he brings the Teemo Malphite deck. Do we expect to see that, Blevins?
I'm going to say probably not, considering we've seen his decks, and I think he's bamboozled us all by bringing yet another triple aggro lineup. But like Charmer said, I do think if Mo can take... I think there's two outcomes for Mo. It's either crash and burn, loses the first round, and it's not close, or I think Mo might be able to take this all. I have said it now on stream. I put it out on Twitter. Give me Mo as our next seasonal champion.
Yeah, he's really strong, but... one player who has proven that they can take it all before is Majin Bay. Amazonian, I know this is one of your players that you really wanted to watch.
Absolutely. I'm actually rooting for Majin Bay to take it all home. This is single elimination, so you got to win every single round to be the champion, and personally, I put my faith in Majin Bay. Majin Bay has already been the champion of the Cosmic Creation Seasonal. That was back in February, and has made top 32 in 3 different seasonals, if I'm remembering correctly. This dude is a champion, and hey, These decks are nothing to laugh at. These are the decks from the open rounds of the seasonal. We had Nasus Thresh. This is a sacrifice deck. It's extremely strong, and being able to win with not one but 2 copies of Atrocity can definitely be a surprise win out of nowhere. If you're not running those Hushes, you are in trouble. Next deck, we've got the Shyvana Zoe Aurelion Soul. That's dragons, and I actually really like dragons in this meta. The Fury ability, and now that Shyvana has Fury, is incredibly helpful against the Azir Aurelia decks because, hey, those little 1/1s that are swinging in, they are just food for the dragons, and the dragons grow and grow and grow, as well as Radiant Guardian healing you back up with every swing.
Yeah,
Now,
Majin Bey, he's very, very consistent player. We've seen him take home, the victor today. And so, Amy, you think he can take it home again today, huh?
yes, but it's because of this deck. If he is running it today, that's the one I want to see. Tri-Beam Improbulator, one of my favorite cards, because it increases the randomness, but also gives you a scaling piece of removal, which is so great in this kind of pick-ban format.
Yeah, Majin, certainly we see those decks from the Swiss. I would not be surprised if we saw a completely different lineup. Now, we don't quite yet have word as to what he brought here, but Majin is a very studious player. Of course, his Mastering Runeterra community, he's got a lot of folks that he's working with behind the scenes to build lineups and to bring the lineups that are going to be good for this specific tournament. Now, this lineup obviously worked out for him for the Swiss rounds. This top 32 is going to be very different. A 32-person tournament versus a 1,000+ person tournament. Extremely different types of meta here. And I would imagine, that Majin is put a lot of thought into the differences between those two types of tournaments.
Yeah, I know Majin Bey is a very flexible player, and he's a very smart player. He knows how to analyze a meta and expect a meta. I know he's also been practicing with a small testing pool to get a very good, diverse deck under his belt. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, we know Majin Bey is very hungry, looking to take home another first place in a seasonal, but another player that is very hungry, looking for a first place, that's What Am I? Charmer, do you want to talk about them a bit?
Absolutely, I do. What Am I is one of my favorite players. They always bring unique lineups. They're a tournament veteran. They've got multiple top 32 appearances in the seasonals as well. I think they're a great pick to potentially be a sleeper winner here. They're technically 1-0 in the event already due to a bug. There was a mini playoff that occurred, kept his spot. But beyond that, very good at playing control decks. We see in the seasonal open Swiss rounds, there was a triple Targon lineup. 9 star shapings brought, including this deck that I adore. This is Diana Draven. Yes, you could look at this and say, this is mostly just the Invoke package, but they brought the best control tools from Noxus as well. It's still capable of making those giant finishers like the Great Beyond. They also paired it with something like Captain Farron. And What Am I, when he streams, he very often titles his streams, it's not about winning, it's about playing a beautiful game. These Targon lists allow him to do that. He gets to express himself as a player because there's so many decisions to make. Every time you invoke, you're kind of trying to find the right tool in the toolbox for the moment. He's a very smart player. He knows how to pilot these lists, and I would be shocked if he didn't bring at least multiple, if not 3 Targon lists again for the top 32. I'm looking forward to seeing how he navigates through this meta because I think that he's got a really good shot at pulling out an upset.
Yeah, we see the triple star shaping list. It's one of those cards that a lot of lineups can't beat it. If you're playing the triple aggro lineup, sometimes just healing for 500,000 damage is sometimes the thing that Targon will do. And, What Am I? He pilot him really well. Now, I wanted to highlight one more player here. We have CEPHALOPOD, who I believe woke up for today's tournament. Blevins, do you want to talk about them a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you're referring to the first seasonal where Ceph just missed the check-in and was not actually able to participate because you got to show up on time. But let me tell you, Ceph has definitely showed up on time for a lot of tournaments. So I actually reached out to CEPHALOPOD beforehand, and he was kind enough to share his actual tournament stats that he's been tracking. And I got to say, some of these numbers are just astounding. So, and get ready for it. Ceph has a 69% set win rate.
Nice.
Just
Nice.
Thank you. I know we're all very mature here, and I'm very glad that we're all on the same page. But an absolutely astonishing set win rate. When you may be saying, "Oh, okay, well maybe he's only played a couple of tournaments, and you can have a really high win rate." This is over 620 sets. So that's a lot of tournament Runeterra, not to mention all the testing that's also going on. He's played in 109 tournaments, and of those 109 tournaments played, he has won 19 of them. That's just about a 17% win rate for the tournament, not just in the games you're playing, the entire tournament. He has 62 top 8s. That's like insane. That's like, I don't even know. It's hard to quantify that. These numbers are so crazy. I mean, like, you really, it's very, very hard to compare that to anything that's really happened in other games or even in other sports. These numbers are absolutely insane.
One of the other things to highlight about CEPHALOPOD in particular is that this is not a one-trick pony player. Every tournament, he brings what he feels is the best lineup for the event, so he's well-versed in piloting a number of decks. You see here during the open rounds, actually brought Teemo, Ezreal, Sejuani. That's oftentimes called that kind of hex core freeze deck. I am not honestly a huge fan of it in the meta, but he continues to find success in it both here and in some other community tournaments that I've covered in the past. So if that doesn't say, in my opinion, volumes about him as a player, I don't know what else would, because he can bring just about any deck to an event and find success.
Yeah, and not only can he bring any deck, he will bring any decks. He's a master lineup builder, which, there's deck builders, there's people who just play good decks and tweak them. But he is a student of lineup building, which is something that is really that sort of next level of specifically tournament Runeterra that we really have not seen explored to its fullest extent, except in players like Ceph and a handful of others.
Yeah, that's definitely a completely different skill when you're going to build a lineup versus going ahead to do a deck building. It's a little bit different. But yeah, we wanted to talk about not only the players today, but we wanted to talk about the tournament meta as a whole itself. I know the meta is something that players, myself included, sometimes we get a little bit down on. It's easier to get down on things, rather than post about how great they're doing on social media. But the tournament meta right now versus the ladder meta is actually very diverse. Charmer, do you want to kind of go into that?
Yes, I do. I absolutely want to go into this. And I think this is a great topic to piggyback after talking about CEPHALOPOD with his deck building and his tournament lineup building skills, because right now, if you go on social media, you go to Reddit, you go wherever, even on the streets, I hear people complaining about Azir and Aurelia. You will get some strong opinions and see people say things like, it's lopsided, there's no diversity, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at this graphic from the Swiss rounds, yes, Azir is the most popular champion, but that's only at 15 of the 32 players that brought it. That's less than half the field. And of those who brought it, not everyone paired it with Irelia. Now, you might say to yourself, okay, why does that matter? Well, it's perspective, it's context. The last two seasonals had 5 champions or more that were at least half of the field. So we're talking the most diverse meta we've seen by a long shot in the last 6 months. So tournaments are not reflecting what the ladder is reflecting, and that has me very excited. I think that a lot of players' skill and deck building choices are going to shine today. I think that most folks are really exploiting what I call the 3 Bs of building your tournament lineup, which is you think about each deck individually and you have to decide, do I want to bring it, do I want to ban it, or do I want to beat it? And Azir Aurelia, for all of the hype and talk around it, right? The malignment, if you will, it's a beatable deck and it's a bannable deck. And both of those things are very relevant in tournaments. And so instead of it being very lopsided, like we've seen in some previous seasonals with things like Twisted Fate Fizz, for example, this is a diverse lineup. This is a diverse meta, and I'm very excited to see what players bring today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the 3 Bs is absolutely a great way to look at it, Charmer. And I think this is really this meta breakdown is really a progression or an evolution of the seasonal tournament in general. I think in previous seasonals we saw players really lean into playing the best decks and feeling like they had to either play the best decks or just ban them. But now we're really seeing players have seen these very targeted lineups actually work out and be successful, and this is really the culmination of that, which is great.
Yeah, and we're talking a lot about Azir Aurelia because it is kind of the hot topic right now in Runeterra. We've seen a lot of it when the EU seasonals that just happened previously. Charmer, do you expect a lot of players to be bringing that deck or trying to ban it or play against it today?
That's a really great question, and I for sure think we will see it, but I don't think we're going to see it in drastic numbers. I think it's going to be very similar to what we saw in the Swiss rounds because it is an exploitable deck. We've been talking about Mo bringing triple aggro, and traditionally aggro into aggro is a bit of a coin flip, but because Azir and Aurelia play so differently for an aggressive deck, they're what I call a backline aggressive deck. Most of their cards set up your attacks, but they don't block very well. So more traditional aggro, something like Discard or Spiders or even the Azir Burn version actually has a very favored matchup into Azir Aurelia. And so I think that's going to scare a number of players off from the list. There will be some who bring it because they're comfortable with it. They like the list. There will be some who bring it as ban bait. Again, talking about those 3 Bs, but I don't think that it's going to be lopsided. And I think that's, again, great for the meta. I didn't even touch on with the graphic the fact that other notable offenders from previous events are also very low in representation. I'm talking about Nasus. I'm talking about Lissandra. I think that this is going to be a very fun tournament to watch because I expect a lot of what many players consider to be tier 2 decks to actually shine. I think Deep has a really good shot at shining today. Ezreal Draven, I think, has a lot of good matchups. I'm just really excited overall for the potential matchups, and also because all of these players, and this top 32 is stacked, all of these players are very good at navigating matchups. It's going to be a literal light show of quality plays.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And one deck that actually lines up into this Azir Aurelia is actually that Nasus Thrush, which we've seen a lot of players really lean into, and it's been quite great for them. I mean, it's such a strong deck. We see here one of Majin's lists. It's just a really great list specifically into Azir Aurelia, and then also it's a proactive enough strategy where you're just fine playing it regardless of if you're necessarily going into Azir Aurelia, but it allows you to use one of those Bs that Charmer mentioned, the actual beat Azir Aurelia, which is one of the harder ones to actually come by in this meta.
Yeah, that's a tough one to do just because Azir Aurelia is one of those decks that attacks you from multiple different angles and sometimes can just get those 1 mana 16/16s and kill you on turn 3.
Yeah, Nasus Thrush is, in my opinion, one of the most well-rounded decks. I would not be shocked if we actually see more of that than some of the other more talked about lists, just because it is so consistent, and even the unfavorable matchups aren't truly unfavorable. But even with that being said, it has its own bad matchups. I highlighted What Am I in his triple Targon lineup. Hush is not something you want to run into if you are playing Nasus and Thrush. And if you're playing against somebody who has 3 Targon decks, you don't even really know what to ban. I mentioned that Diana Draven list, for example. That's also running Culling Strike, which is not friends with Thresh on Facebook. They do not get along. So I think that all of the players today have a lot of tough decisions because the meta is so diverse when you come to talk about tournament lineups. Again, the ladder is one thing, and I know a lot of people have been talking about that on social media, but when you talk about tournament lineups, it's been kind of a wild west for the last month or so.
Yeah, no, and it's exciting to see, all of the different decisions that go into building a tournament lineup with something as diverse as this. And we could talk about the tournament meta, the ladder meta for probably hours and hours. But instead of doing that, we're actually going to be getting ready for the first game. We're going to head to a little break here, but don't go anywhere because we have the first round coming up soon. So go ahead and grab a drink, a little snack, but don't leave anywhere or you'll be sad because we're coming back with the first game of the Guardians of the Ancient seasonal tournament. Welcome back, everyone, to the Guardians of the Ancient seasonal tournament for the Americas. We are coming back with a very, very spicy game one. Now, I promise we did not plan this ahead of time because we didn't have the player bracket before we talked about our interviews, but we have a spicy game with Majin Bay versus Cephalopod. Blevins, I know you're pretty excited about this one.
I'm very excited. It's like it's almost as good as if we scripted it, but we definitely didn't, which is crazy. Yeah, two of the players that we covered, of course, Majin being a seasonal champ, and Cephalopod, of course, having all of that insane tournament data behind him. Ooh, Amy, this is my player that I covered versus yours. Who's taking this?
Well, I think you know who I'm rooting for. It's Majin Bay, but I gotta say that Cephalopod did bring my favorite deck of the bunch. I see that there is a Teemo Ezreal Sejuani deck, some Hexcore Foundry Mushroom action that's going to be had, but Majin Bay with a great lineup as well. Here we've got a Draven Ezreal deck. This is a bit of a tempo deck. I mentioned before, I love the Tri-Beam Impropulator. I think this is one of those decks that is flexible and has enough burn damage that can really win through anything, and that burn is also able to function as removal, and that's extremely important, but those Captain Farrons also able to close out a game with a couple of decimates. But somebody had to bring a Zero Relia, and it was Majin Bay.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Majin Bay bought a Zero Relia, but I need to talk about something more than just the deck. I was talking about diversity earlier in the broadcast. These players brought 6 different decks in total. We are going to see, no matter what the bans are, completely unique decks facing off against each other from 2 of the best players in the game right out of the gate. Chat, if you are not excited right now, you need to pay 3 mana and discard a card and get excited, because this is the best way possible to open up a tournament.
In fact, the only repeated champion between these two players is Ezreal. Yeah. Ezreal, of all things. You know what? I like a good Mystic Shot. You like a good Mystic Shot. I get it. But it's not what I expected from these two players.
Yeah, it's always hard to choose a favorite when there's so many good players going into this. But, I might be a little biased, but we got some Teemo coming in from Cephalopod. I have an addiction to puff caps. They're like the best thing you can do in the game. So, I have a hard time not rooting for my boy Teemo.
I think that it's going to be a very interesting thing to see how the players ban here. When I'm looking at these lineups, I'm not seeing any particular pattern where they're targeting a specific deck. They are just, it appears to be bringing what they think are the best 3 decks. So when we start thinking ahead about how this is going to play out, I want to ask Blevins, for example, what do you think is a good choice for a ban on either side for the players? I see like TLC there. A lot of people like to dodge the combo, but both of these players have diverse lineups. There's not a great choice here.
Yeah, this is this is really interesting because this is 2 players who are very much known for and are very great at actually making lineups, not just building decks. We talked about, lineup mastery being a lineup building mastery being a boon for both of these players. So I think at some point, it kind of just all goes out the window, right? Like you can play rock, paper, scissors, and like what level of Dante's Inferno are you at? Or I know that you know that you know that I know that. At some point, you just got to kind of throw it all out the window and just reset back down to basics, right? And if I'm Majin, I'm looking at the decks of Ceph. I don't think I particularly have a bad matchup into the Teemo Ezreal deck. That's targeting certain decks. I don't think it's any of the ones that Majin brought specifically. The deep deck is sort of an all-around, all-right deck, but is very, not necessarily insanely good against a lot of decks that, Majin's bringing in. And then, like you mentioned, Charmer, the TLC deck is certainly one that is, it's jumping out to me as a ban target potentially. Either that or the deep deck, of course. Given that I'm hedging, of course Majin's going to choose to ban the puff cap deck, but we'll have to wait and see. But if I had to guess, I'm probably banning the TLC deck of Ceph if I'm Majin.
Yeah, when you're looking at bans, these are some interesting ones, and this is somewhere where if you're these players, because we're in the top 32, these players know each other. They probably know what the other one's more comfortable with. So do you go in if the bans are pretty close? If the decks you think you can't beat are similar, do you go in and beat just ban the deck that you think your opponent might play the best? How do you feel about that, Charmer?
It's interesting that you brought that up. We see here with the player cards, Cephalopod loves the Foundry archetype. I know I was kind of dogging that deck a little bit earlier, but that's because I think just in general, the deck is not positioned well. But in the hands of Cephalopod, it is very, very good. And he has shown an acuity with it that is potentially unmatched. So if you're Majin Bay, there might be a temptation to just take away his best deck. But also, if you're Majin Bay, you have to kind of think about, what do I think Cephalopod is going to ban from my lineup? If I'm Majin Bay, I would think, okay, Azir Aurelia, potentially good into TLC, potentially good into Deep. I'm going to expect Cephalopod to ban that. And if that's banned away from me, then I got to take away one of those two. And that means leaving the Foundry deck still in the lineup. So you can either take away his favorite deck, or you can take away one of the decks that you potentially have a worse matchup into. There is a lot of mind games here. Ultimately, I don't think that there's a wrong decision. I know that's not what I'm supposed to say as an analyst, but I don't think there's a wrong decision, because these lineups are so fleshed out and they're so unique and different that it's hard to make a decision and then go like, that was 100% wrong.
So you have both that rock, paper, scissors, what matchups are favored, but you also have the player's comfort level. Before you mentioned, these are decks that have a kind of differing level of how comfortable everybody is playing them and playing against them. My guess is both Cephalopod and Majin Bay have played against their fair share of Azir Aurelia and TLC, but what about this Draven Ezreal? What about Zoe Vi? What about Deep? Those are kind of looking back a season, and you kind of have to think back. If you haven't been practicing a ton against it, what are my best moves? How can I best play? And these are two expert players, so they know how to do it, but sometimes you just want to put yourself on autopilot, especially in such a high-stress situation like the top 32.
Yeah, and one thing I want to call out here is, Majin did bring that Ezreal Draven, which, has been a deck that has been good across multiple metas. Like you said, Amy, you kind of have to go back potentially to see where it was at its peak, but it has recently been pretty decent. But one thing I want to call out here is, if I recall correctly, Majin did tweet out, granted this was a couple of weeks ago too, and said something to the effect of, "Don't let me play Draven Ezreal in a tournament again." And yet here we are at a high stakes, arguably the highest stakes tournament, and he's brought Draven Ezreal, which makes me think, obviously maybe he was speaking a bit hyperbolically before, but also that he really thinks that Draven Ezreal was the deck for this tournament, and despite, not wanting to play it, he brought it anyway.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because even though I said there's potentially no wrong choices, I don't think that that's a deck that Cephalopod is going to ban, because when you look at the other side, none of the matchups are very good for Draven Ezreal here. TLC doesn't really put down enough units to really take advantage of all of the targeted spells.
Yeah.
Obviously, Deep has a smaller than usual early game, but once it pops off, those Draven Ezreal spells are going to have a lot less effectiveness. And then the Ezreal Sejuani Teemo list is in the same vein, but has those alternate win conditions. So I actually think that the Draven Ezreal list could be the weak spot in this lineup. If I had to make a prediction for bans, I think we're going to see Azir Aurelia and then maybe that Deep deck banned, just because the Deep deck, I think, is well positioned across the board on the Majin Bay side.
Yeah, I was going to ask about seeing the Deep deck there. Charmer, do you feel like Deep is a good meta call for what we expect to see in this tournament?
I do. I think that Deep is actually a pretty great meta call if you are expecting not a lot of aggro. Again, we know that Mo went on his streak, but I know that a lot of the top 32 are not going to be running triple aggro. So if you can dodge that and you can comfortably ban Azir Aurelia, I think Deep is well positioned against many of the other contenders. It does all right into Dragons. It can outrace TLC. It's pretty good against Draven Ezreal. So I think that Deep is well positioned today.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I actually think all of these decks, maybe with the exception of Azir Aurelia, are well-rounded. I guess Azir Aurelia and the Puffcap deck are a little bit more narrowly focused. But the 4 other decks between the 2 players really have fine matchups, and they have enough maneuverability to be able to play differently into different decks where you're not necessarily too hard up regardless of the matchup. Like, I think maybe you start dipping into like 45% win rate rather than a 55% depending on the matchup, but it really doesn't go any lower or necessarily higher than that in a lot of cases. And it's going to come down to player agency, player matchup knowledge, and just the, obviously the micro decisions that are happening from game to game for the players.
Well, that's where things get kind of strange. You have the inevitability of mushrooms with the Teemo deck, but you also have the possibility of dealing 18 damage on turn 3 with the Azir Aurelia. It happened to me this morning, as recently as this morning. That deck knows how to win and win fast. If you have a dud hand against it, it's just going to roll you over.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, and it's something to think about in a single elimination. Sometimes if you need to ban something like Lysandra or like Azir Aurelia, because they can just steamroll you and sometimes win the game. All right, well, it looks like we're getting into the game, so I'm going to kick it off to you. Blevins and Amazonian, the show is yours.
Ooh, I am so ready.
Ooh, this is a matchup that we have... Well, I mean, we teed it up accidentally, but we did end up getting it, Amy. I'm super excited to see this one. We've got Deep versus that Ez Draven.
So here we have opening hands. What do you think's getting throwback? I see these like early game just baller cards, like the Ballistic Bot. You've got the Draven, and they're being kept there.
Yep.
Looking for Tri-Beam, of course. You love to have it in your opening hand, so it
Yep.
grows and grows and grows, but ended up with Ezreal. Ooh, and a stunny little spider. That's some good stuff there.
Yeah, we've got the Sentry there, which can certainly be great on key turns. If there's a gigantic sea monster coming your way, you're going to be able to stun it down. This is an interesting attack from Ceph. Saying I don't care about this Dredgers at all. Okay, maybe not.
But what about
actually,
second Dreggers?
Yeah, they certainly love the trash, and now
They
both of
hate
them are
the
going to be
trash.
coming in.
I love them so much. Possibly my favorite voice lines in the game next to Puffcat Peddler. These Dredgers, they got nerfed, but they got rebuffed again. The 2 ones after my own trash-eating heart. And, a little Leona emote. That's joy.
Ooh,
Yeah,
we're
chipping
getting it
down
early.
that Ballistic Bot is just a way of saying, hey, you only get so much value out of this. It's only generating so many cards for you to discard or use for burn. It's only going to last so long.
Yeah, and the thing about Ballistic Bot is you mentioned it's going to be generating value. It's also just going to be passively getting bigger, which of course is potentially very useful for Majin in being able to block these fearsome units that are potentially coming down late game. It's not something that Majin is necessarily going to want to trade away early. So I think it's definitely correct to block that initial Dredgers. You don't want to just be taking damage for nothing, but I do think that Majin is definitely going to want to value this Ballistic Bot the longer the game goes.
Yep, and Ezreal, still sitting in hand, went for the Draven this turn. Able to get 1 powered up spinning axe spin. That gets the Draven halfway to level up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a free roll for Majin to use the axe there. The leveled up Draven is not really going to be the game plan here. Majin just going to be taking the slow game, using the ignition effectively as a soft pass, saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to get this for free. If you want to open pass into me, that's fine. I'm going to pass it back to you and see if you really want to pass the turn back.
Yeah, Majin Bey wants to keep up that 2 mana just in case of a Y'all Hunter, but right now can sit pretty comfortably.
Yeah, Seth saying, you know what? The longer the game goes, the bigger the monsters I'm going to have. And while Majin does have some inevitability in terms of the burn, it's there's going to be key turns for Seth, with Nautilus and the other sea monsters as well that are just going to end up being better for Seth. And even with Maokai, just being able to trade units off, and Maokai win condition is certainly it can certainly be legitimate. Now, of course, we do see an Ezreal in the hand of Majin. If he ends up drawing a second one or a second Draven, can win through at least the deck out condition of Maokai, but is going to be able to is really going to need to put on some pressure, I think, more so than Seph is going to need to.
Seph right now is in a very awkward spot, has the ability to get a creature in hand, but without any other units, it's really just Maokai and Nautilus. And that's not great. Maokai needs you to play other units in order to get that little challenger, get that sapling out. And of course, triple Nautilus at this point in the game is just a bulky hand.
Yeah, it's certainly not what you're really looking for at this point of the game.
Now there is some unit discovery. 2 great followers there. Devourer of Depths, able to obliterate anything that's on the board right now. An Abyssal Eye, which can be a blocker against Ezreal, and a bit of card draw as well.
Well, both of these are great. Obviously, Devourer, like you said, can just effectively kill anything on the board for free. And Cephalopod, of course, would get 2 here with the Stalking Shadows. But conversely, the Abyssal Eye, like you said, can block Ezreal, but also is just a threat. Looks like Seph ends up going for the Devourer. I think that's actually a really tough choice. I think both are very good here. And I think that's why, we ended up seeing Seph taking a little bit of extra time actually deciding. And now Seph more than happy to play a patient game, wait back here. And really both players are sort of doing a staring contest here and seeing who's going to blink first.
And meanwhile, Majin Bey just swinging in happily with this Draven and Ezreal, hit in the face with Ezreal. A Nexus Strike generates another Mystic Shot, but looks like, Ballistic Box swinging in too. Majin Bey knows that he has the aggressive advantage right here. And if you wait too long against a deep deck, those fish are going to be real big. So we are going to see a little bit of movement from Cephalopod here. We're seeing the Vile Feast going to eat that Ballistic Bot, even though it's generated a ton of value, and make a Spider. That Spider not able to block because of the fast speed of that spell, but it is still a unit on the board. And with the use of a Spinning Axe, Draven is now leveled up.
Yeah, of course, me, being a caster, making a call that the leveled up Draven isn't going to be a big deal in this matchup. Of course, the very first game we see in Majin ends up leveling Draven, and it wouldn't be me casting if I didn't bring up the 20-something-year-old article, Who's the Beatdown? And Majin certainly has reads the situation of, okay, I need to turn this up, I need to be applying pressure. Cephalopod is going to be able to win that late game, with the sea monsters, with the Nautilus, with the Maokai. So Majin's going to need to put pressure and force Seph into precarious situations rather than just sitting back and waiting to, do something like burn him out. It's just not going to work out like that.
And now Cephalopod left with an odd turn here. 4 mana remaining, able to play Maokai, but that Maokai will be cold if it hits the battlefield.
We see our amazing observer staff showing us the count on the tri-beam. It's almost like they can read my mind. We've got the 3 count on the tri-beam now. We could potentially see it get up to as high as 6, which the damage itself is certainly going to be relevant. I've heard fables of a tri-beam killing a Nautilus. I don't think we're going to quite get there this game, but being able to kill or even just whittle down something like a Devourer after Deeper, taking out an Abyssal Eye is certainly going to be a huge tempo swing if nothing else.
And now Cephalopod has hit deep in this Devourer of the Depths. This is the real one. This is not the ephemeral one. Is going to come out trying to munch that Ezreal. It's a delectable little snack. And there's a bit of burn available to reduce the health of the Devourer of the Depths, but I don't think it's enough.
No, it's not. We can do 2 + 1 is 3, which would put the Devourer at 4.
Nice
Ezreal,
math.
unless it, I can sometimes do math if I do it slow enough. If this leveled up Ezreal, it would actually save the Ezreal, but I don't think that it will. This could be okay. Majin just cashing in the card, just cashing in the priority, essentially, get an extra action. Get the card off of Static Shock, see if anything... Ooh,
that would have been
Static
nice
Shock
to have
reversed.
earlier.
Yeah.
We see a
Static
Get
Shock
Excited
reversed
off the draw. Yeah, 3 damage would have made the difference, but it is a little too late.
Yeah, but this is interesting because we see actually a lot of there can actually be quite a bit of aggression here. The Tri-Beam can be a tempo swing. We could just see the Scorched Earth kill the Devourer here. Sentry can stop a blocker. I mean, there's actually a lot of aggression that Majin can put on next turn, and we see Get Excited is 3, Mystic Shot is another 2, that's 5. That really Majin only needs to do a few more points of damage and he'll be able to burn Ceph out.
Yeah, there's already removal in hand. Scorched Earth able to remove this Devourer. And Draven is just waiting. Spinning axes at the ready, like, let me in. Let me in.
Yeah, absolutely. And our production, again, huge shout outs to our production, noted that an atrocity was tossed on the side of Ceph. And as we know, and the players know, because this is open deck list, there's only one atrocity in Cephalopod's list. So, there's not going to be the threat of another atrocity coming out of Ceph. So Majin can play around that accordingly.
Now a great response, using that Bone Skewer to take out Draven.
Bone Skewers ready. I've been waiting so long to say that. Shout outs to Spider-Man 1.
Oh, Spider-Man 1,
Raimi
classic
version.
film.
Yeah. Anyways, back to the match here. We've got another leveled up Draven. Majin's still going to be, bringing the beat down. And Ceph just snap passes back. Doesn't care. Doesn't want to, throw a Devourer down, which is interesting because it seems like it could be a free kill on to a Draven. And now, Majin has to decide what's the line of play here.
That Tri-Beam
knows
at
there's at least
5 also.
Yeah.
Very, very nice, but not quite big enough to kill most of these fish.
Not quite big enough, but is big enough to generate potentially a big unit. And the Sentry over there, you can do a lot of things with it, including using it offensively to stun a blocker and get in for additional damage.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at this Draven. He's got a spinning axe in hand, swinging in for 5. What is your favorite 5-drop that you could get off that Tri-Beam Improbulator? I know mine's Radiant Guardian, like no questions asked.
Sure. I mean, Radiant Guardian is certainly good. Okay. I know exactly what my favorite 5-drop is. It's the Moose. The 5/5 Scout Moose.
The Scout
that would be great.
Moose. He leads the charge.
Do I know what the actual name of the card is? Absolutely not. It's always been the Moose for me, and I'll never call it anything but that.
We can dream about the Moose being loose. So again, priority passes back to Cephalopod. It's his turn, and he is playing Nautilus, going to shuffle the sea monsters back into the deck and reduce the cost of sea monsters. And all of them are huge because, again, still deep. Once you go deep, you can't go back.
Yep. Absolutely. And this is potentially quite tough for Majin, not just because there's a giant sea monster, not just because there's going to be multiple more reduced cost giant sea monsters coming, but also there's 2 Nautilus's Riptides in the hand of Ceph. It is going to be near impossible to get unit damage in on the side of Majin. It's going to be a nightmare for him.
Yeah, there is burn in the deck. We saw the Ballistic Bot earlier. We have a Mystic Shot, Get Excited in hand, but that's probably not going to be enough. And burn is very bad against tough. We see that this big old Nautilus is a 13/13. That takes so many cards to remove from the board.
Yeah. And I'm talking about Majin trying to find a win condition. We may be talking about Majin trying not to lose, as there are 3 1-mana 7/7s that will eat a blocker in the hand of Ceph. This is probably just over.
Yeah, 7/7, 7/7, another 7/7. And of course, we see there's only 2 potential units that could be played. A third one could be generated off the Improbulator, but that's still going to be a hard line to block. So now we have Nautilus being stunned, so at least that's one creature that's not going to be attacking in. But now another Devour. Munch, munch, munch. The spider is a delicious snack. Also, I want to say it is very appropriate that Cephalopod is playing a deep deck. Cephalopod being like, oh yes, I am the sea monster. Hello.
That's true. Ooh, House Spider is a good way to not die, but you do need to do a little bit more than just not die in a game of Legends of Runeterra, Amy. You need to also win, and that is it's going to be a tall order, though. We're actually not that far. Another Mystic Shot or Get Excited, just another piece of burn could actually just win this for Majin. It might just be a, block with the House Spiders and then just knock the top of your deck and show another Mystic Shot or Get Excited.
Even being able to rummage to one of those would be enough. Majin Bey, though, has to believe in the heart of the cards here in order to make it. Make it through this wall of sea monsters.
Right. I mean, Majin is going to be able to take 2 of these hits, but is going to need to put something down. I'm wondering... So, you can just play the House Spider and block pretty cleanly. This is, pretty easy blocks here. I wonder if there's ever a consideration to Tri-Beam just to try to find, like, an elusive unit or something that can do a little bit of damage. Obviously, it's costing you additional mana, but it might just have been needed.
Sometimes you need to do it because there's no other option. And that's 7 damage, which means a 7 cost unit. 7 cost follower would be generated. Yeah. Majin Bey does not really have other outs. Because there's look at Majin Bey's hand. There's no champs, there's no fathers, there's nothing.
Nope.
So it's time to take out one of these sea monsters.
Yep.
Watch it be, of course, replaced by another sea monster. And
it's an elusive, but there was an abyssal Hydron.
Oh, so Windfarer Hatchling normally gets used in elusive decks to buff up a board of small elusives, little 1 and 2 and 3 cost creatures. But no, that is 4 damage straight to the face.
Yeah.
Unless
there's so much on the side of Ceph to stop this, unfortunately.
Unless there was, say, a Riptide or their own elusive blocker. There are a lot of answers.
Yeah. The saving grace for Majin is that he's going to get another look at potentially a card to draw here. And actually, unless Cephalopod is looking to use these Riptides offensively, Majin, I guess, is not actually going to be able to survive this attack. Oh yeah, no, could technically survive the attack, given the information that Majin has. Right, can use 2 flocks to kill a Devourer, block the Nautilus, and only take 7. So any additional draws that Majin is going to be able to get are potentially just lethal, right? Because it's just another Mystic Shot or Get Excited that is, just going to be lethal. And it looks like Ceph is going to be using that Riptide offensively here. So it's really going to be, what has Majin got on the top of the deck? Is it another burn spell? Is it going to be enough?
Oh, and going actually for a Mystic Shot on Nautilus, hoping to just remove a damaged creature. Scorched Earth, that's the top deck that wins it. Or that's gotta feel bad if that Mystic Shot had been, if that top deck Mystic Shot had been saved, it would have been a little bit of burn lethal, wouldn't it have?
I was thinking it was, but it actually wouldn't have been.
Oh no, it's just a little off.
My math,
it's 2 damage off.
Caster math, Omega lol.
We don't need to
spam it in the chat. No, that's why we have the Oracle Eye. But either way, that's going to be Cephalopod taking that first game in our top 32 here, Amy.
I know, but we still have another match between these players. Now that the deep deck has won a game, you're not going to be seeing it again in this matchup. The way the format works is each player brings 3 different decks. Mm-hmm. They ban 1 from each other. And then once a deck has won, it can't be played again. So it's going to be up to Majin Bey. Do I bring this burn deck? Do I bring the Ezreal Draven again? Or do I switch to my other unbanned deck?
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's really player preference, but looks like Majin is going to run back the Draven Ezreal, and Ceph just needs to win with the puff caps. Amy, you got your wish. You're going to see.
It's time for some shrooms.
Absolutely. Ezreal v. Ezreal, and this one's looking a little bit nicer for Majin potentially, but turn one Teemo.
You see that foo too? Elise like, I got my puff caps on turn. No! The Thermo Bean burning that Teemo off the board. You cannot have your little Yordle, not today.
Absolutely not. I do have to call out here, CEPHALOPOD using the best Guardian. That's the Nightshade Grump. Nightshade Grump gang, rise up in the chat. But anyway, it looks like...
What are you talking about? That's not Chip. That's not Chip. Chip is the best Guardian.
Nightshade Grump is where true OGs understand the Nightshade Grump. But Chip is pretty great too. But that's not one but two Tri-Beam Improbulators for Majin.
And have those in hand bright and early, but the clock will be ticking. And with this Hexcore Foundry on the board, managing hand side is going to be really hard. And with Draven generating cards as well as that Ballistic bot, there's going to have to be discarding or cards burned here.
Yeah, but you got the good old-fashioned Scorched Earth. Just, you know what? I don't want this to exist anymore, so it won't. I know you're going to be getting more value out of it than I am, so Majin saying, let's get rid of that Hexcore Foundry. Of course, we see the second one locked and loaded in the hand of Seven already.
Oh, and Draven just off the top. Gone. He's gone. The hand is full. You can only have 10 cards in hand, and those are... no longer available. So Majin Bay doing some defensive maneuvers here, blocking these 3 investigators. Getting 3 investigators in a row. We were talking about card draw, like it was just the Foundry before, but no Foundry anymore. It's been scorched.
Yep.
Still lots of card draw available, symmetrical card draw. Everybody's hand is full. It's a party.
Absolutely, and Ceph really recognizing that you don't just, even though this is like a sort of slow burning control deck, you're going to be whittling them away with puff caps and dealing damage over time and finishing it with burn. You do want to get the first couple of points of damage in, and hey, 2-mana 3/2s do the job just as well as anything else, right? You don't need to be fancy with it. If you can get the job done with veteran investigators, by all means.
2 Mystic Shots in a row right off the top. Now I see a Sentry coming out, trying to line up an attack here. We, of course, know there's a couple potential blockers here. Ezreal, not really a great blocker for CEPHALOPOD, but you don't need that. You don't need that. You can take 7 damage, no problem. Let the board develop a little bit more, see what happens.
Yeah, but Majin is really looking to push here. We're almost certainly going to see at least a Mystic Shot come out. We could even see a Chump Wump come out, block a 4/3, Mystic Shot, a Sentry. But either way, Majin's going to be swinging in here, trying to get that chip damage done. Both of these decks have burn to go over the top. And it's really going to be who can draw more burn and get that chip damage through. And so far, it's close to even, but Majin's a little bit ahead.
Yeah, Majin Bay... also able to use this burn either on the Nexus or on the units. Going for a Spinning Axe. Have to really cut down that hand so you don't overdraw with the Hexcore Foundry on the board. Get some damage in.
Yeah, that and the fact that, every point is going to matter here. We see, now I'm going to make sure I do my math right here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 9 points of damage in the hand of Majin, so every single point is going to matter here for sure.
And I wonder what that Tri-Beam Improbulator is at, the one at the far left of Majin Bay's hand. There's one that was just a drawn here, but those things can get huge. Now, there's no very large units, I believe. There's
6 and a 5.
Ooh, 6 and 5. So really good flexible removal here. That's part of why I love this card. It's not just about the random unit generation.
And we got a 2 out of 6 for Ezreal on the side of Ceph. Roughly the same on the side of Majin here. Majin going to go for the unleveled Ezreal. Ticks up the Tri-Beam and also is still putting on the pressure.
Yeah, and the biggest unit in Cephalopod's deck is the Sejuani. So anything more than 6 or 7, if it's leveled up, is kind of superfluous. It's just about getting a bigger unit. And you have to be careful because 8 mana, that's actually pretty good. 9 mana, pretty nice. When you get to 10, you're really rolling the bones because there's a lot of cost-reduce units.
Right.
And then there's Cytherea. So big Cytherea or like a 6/6 with quick attack.
Ooh, this is the 7. We're going with the Majin going with the big one. Let's just get a 7 drop out. Ceph not going to be able to do anything to save this unit, and we're going to be seeing a big open attack.
Oh no! Oh no!
Well, no matter what, we're going to be getting stat vines now.
All right. Well, if you summon a unit now, it's going to be a Snapvine. It doesn't affect champs, but any followers that hit this battlefield are just going to be like, yes, I am also a 5/3. Have you ever been a 5/3 before? Because it's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that freshly minted Tri-Beam can now just automatically generate a 5/3. Which, I mean, I don't think we're going to see that here. We're likely going to see an open attack. That's Mystic Shot coming down.
All right, Ezreal.
Yeah. This open attack is going to be doing a lot here. Now, the question is Ceph going to... How much is Ceph going to try to prevent here? Is he going to try to prevent all of the damage? Or is he... You know, what life total is Ceph think he's safe at? Because right now, I mean, we see a lot of damage in the hand of Majin.
Now that Captain Farron is a little awkward because normally you really do want Captain Farron and not an overgrown Snapvine. But the decimates do get created as long as there is room in hand.
Right. Which, well, I mean, I guess if you play the Farron, you'll automatically have one spot in hand, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
See, there's 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, we've got a full grip on the side of Majin, so... Captain Fair will be playing an 8 mana 5/3 without Overwhelm and getting 1 Decimate. And we'll have no mana to spend anything else.
That Spinning Axe could drop something first. Oh.
We're seeing it.
We're going to see Tri-Beam Impropulator dealing 2. This is the fresh Tri-Beam to Snapvine. Snapvine, it's more damage on the board.
Yeah.
And it's... A 5/3 is as big or larger than pretty much anything else that Cephalopod can drop.
Right. Icefell is going to be great as it effectively is going to be blocking 2 units. But that just opens up another target for Majin's 6-power Tri-Beam. Of course, we know it's going to be an overgrown Snapvine. So
it's a Snapvine that might do something when it's summoned, though. That's key.
That is true. That is very true, because it does technically come into play, but it puts a Kahiri into play. I know Saucy Mailman is so happy right now.
No! So Majin Bey's deck now has been diluted with Kahiris.
Kahiri. Oh boy. Yeah, wow. That's
sure is Snapvine around here.
It sure is. This is
I do like the 0/3 swinging in too.
Oh, absolutely.
Gotta have it.
Well, you got to have it because legitimately, the axe.
There's a spinning axe, yeah.
Yeah, there's a spinning axe, so that is an extra body.
You can move that damage onto whatever you want.
Yep. Like we said before, every point of damage is absolutely going to be crucial here. I would imagine we're going to see as many freezes and blocks and trying to stop every single point of damage that we can on the side of Cephalopod because he knows he's getting into a precarious spot. Now, of course, so is Majin, but Majin's deck is also full of burn. Are we taking 5 here?
Ooh, taking 5. Now, this Draven has been shrunk down to size up against a leveled up, troll-chanted Ezreal. He's really unleashing his inner primal beast here.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to see some damage now moved using those spinning axes.
Yep.
just to get anything through, because the entire hand, except for that Culling Strike, is now direct damage. And with a Hexcore Foundry, there's a possibility to draw even more.
Right. Ceph has a leveled up Ezreal. Does Majin have enough mana to win on the spot?
Well, there's 9 mana and 9 damage, because every single thing in hand, those Mystic Shots and the Get Excited, are all exactly 1 for 1. 1 mana for 1 point of burn. And we're going to see it happen right here. This is what happens when you don't play a Rite of Negation because you're not in Shurima. You get the stack of burn just coming right at ya.
But does Ceph have enough to win in response?
You know, that leveled up Ezreal might be able to cast enough spells. Three Sisters gives you a spell kind of for the 1 cost of tax.
This is just it. Ceph's just going to win in response. The Mystic Shot does 3 damage.
The Mystic Shot does 3.
Wow.
The Flash Tree is from the Three Sisters.
Oh, doesn't even need it. That's just going to be it at burst speed. Cephalopod winning the match
and
2-0.
Cephalopod with the 2-0 clean sweep. Majin Bay, I was rooting for you, but now it's time for the squid to shine. We have got Cephalopod with the win.
That was an absolutely crazy game. Something interesting is the Hex Core really makes those Ezreal matchups kind of a nightmare, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would say it.
I would also say it. That was kind of crazy, Charmer. I mean, what did you take of that match?
Well, I was just messaging Saucy to say, Majin has all this burn, and this leveled Ezreal means it doesn't matter, because the burst speed responses are going to close it out unless you can kill the Ezreal. And even if you target the Ezreal instead of going for the lethal, it's still going to close it out. Like, it was just over the moment that they resolved that and survived the attack. And I also want to take a moment to highlight what I felt like was an absolutely amazing play from Cephalopod in the first game. He had a subpar opener with the deep deck, and he dry passed into the Draven attack. At the time, it was one of those kind of like head scratchers. We said, hey, you know, he could play this Devourer, stop the Draven attack, but he snapped past, and he knew that if they only attack with Draven, he had more than enough health to buffer it, and that set up Nautilus coming down into the lure, into the triple Devourer, really turned that game around. So I was also messaging Saucy about that. I loved it. I think this was incredibly well navigated by Cephalopod.
Yeah, the 3 Devourers in that first game was, it's just so hard to deal. You get a 7/7 body, you remove a blocker. It's a hard spot to be in. But definitely both games expertly navigated. How do you guys feel about the Snapvine play off of the Tri-Beam? Amy, I know you had a good time with that.
Oh, that was unexpected, and actually I think swung the game, because not being able to summon your units the way they're supposed to be was rough. And then having the next Tri-Beam generate, was that Kahiri?
Yeah.
You don't want Kahiri in
Your
this
favorite
deck.
card, Saucy.
It is not at all what you want to see. How many predict cards do I have? 0. How many of these do I have in my deck? 0. Ooh.
Yeah.
The game didn't go long enough for it to matter, but still.
Yeah. It's
How many
still funny.
people lost prop bets for a Kahiri technically being in a deck in the top 32?
Yeah, I guarantee there's going to be some people messaging me saying, see, I told you Kahiri would be in the games. Like, that doesn't necessarily count. Charmer, was that on your analyst report? Was there going to be a lot of Kahiri decks today?
I was told from a very reliable source that Saucy would only participate in this event if we saw Teemo, if we saw Kahiri, and this was all scripted. You heard it here first. This was planned, and this was part of a contractual obligation on Riot's end for us to have Saucy hosting this event.
None of that is true. Although
And over Snapvine, by the way.
No, and yes, it's all Kahiri and Snapvine, both two of my least favorite followers in the game, but that's okay. It's okay. You know, it happened. But yeah, excellent games. Huge congrats to Cephalopod moving on. It was like bittersweet that this was the first game we got, because Majin Bay and Cephalopod, both, you know, players that we were talking about, but now we only get to see Cephalopod move on. but we have another game to show you guys. We have Stan versus Black Box, I believe. I think.
Yeah,
if
Black
we're right.
Boss.
Yeah, Black Boss.
That's the one.
All right, take it away, Blev and Amy.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what's going on here. I see a Draven, I see an Azir, and I've got a good feeling that this is Azir Aurelia versus Ezreal and Draven. Just want to double check here. I'm taking a look at the... Wait, Draven Jinx?
Oh, we've got discard aggro. Okay.
Oh, my favorite. One of my favorite ways to win fast, win hard, and win awesome.
Yeah, this is the Brazil beat down two of the best players in all of Runeterra, both, of course, hailing from Brazil here. And it's 1-1. I believe this is game number 3. So we'll be seeing who moves on here. And this is a matchup that has been happening a ton since the rise of Azir Aurelia. Many players looking to discard aggro as a pseudo counter to Azir Aurelia even. And we'll have to see how it ends up panning out in this one.
Yeah, you've got aggro versus aggro, Brazil versus Brazil. So if you are rooting for aggro decks and you're rooting for Brazil, hey, this is a great match for you because no matter who wins, you win.
Yeah, but also one of these two players is unfortunately going to be eliminated. So it's, I suppose, a bittersweet, a bittersweet symphony, if you will. Oh, God, are we going to get DMCA'd because I said the name of a song?
Oh, no. It's fine. It's fine. You can make as many references as you want. It's just up to the audience to get them. They're probably like, what? What are you talking about?
Yes, absolutely. But there is an early Aurelia coming out. And now, it's not always that we see the Aurelia come out before the Azir. But in this case, of course, there's really not a ton of attackers on the side of Black Boss. Did not get the earliest of starts. And now Stan has to decide how is he going to deal with the Aurelia tokens and that Emperor's Dais.
Yep, if there is a Blade Dance here, and there almost certainly will be, then we're going to see both a Sand Soldier and a Blade swinging in.
Yeah, we've got the flawless duet from the Aurelia is guaranteed. And actually, Black Boss saying, you know what? Don't need you getting all that additional value. Or potentially could just do it afterwards. I mean, the order of these attacks is not particularly... it does not really change anything. So Black Boss going to be able to use the flawless duet second rather than first, just to keep Stan guessing. So potentially just going to bank the mana too.
Makes for the next turn to be extra tricky. Being able to play something and hold up for Homecoming is always useful. But nope, going for the Blade Dance.
Yeah, that is actually a really good point, Amy, is that now we're going to be going into this next turn. Black Boss is going to be on exactly 4 mana. That is enough for the Homecoming, but the target would have to either be the Emperor's Dais or the Aurelia here, neither of which is super great in this position. Granted, I guess the Homecoming is not super great in this position either way, which is unfortunate considering that Black Boss has 3 in their hand.
Oh, look at those beautiful 1-drops. Yeah, I was mentioning before, having 5 mana, pretty nice instead of having 4 mana here.
Yeah.
But with another unit drawn, we're going to see the Sand Soldier out as a blocker, and with... Ooh, we see the caster coming out here. So all the damage on Stan's side of the board is going to be increased during the attack.
Yeah, these are the types of hands that you want to see if you're Stan, just being able to apply pressure, go wide, not be at too low a health, of course, being at 15, and, having that Jinx back up too. I mean, we're going to be seeing Stan utilizing as much of their hand as possible. We're likely going to be seeing an Axe into Visions here, pushing even more damage.
That's discard aggro at its finest. I love how much damage is about to come through, and it's totally up to Black Boss how he blocks. So already, right here, Battlecaster, an inspiration to all of us here in the casting booth, inspiring these spiders to do their best, inspiring this Poro to do his best, and of course, inspiring Draven as well. But mostly it's the spiders. The spiders are feeling really encouraged right now. They're like, yes, you are my Charlotte.
does this mean that when we're casting the players that they get buffs, or I would imagine
100%. We give them moral strength. It's like a boost to their psychic damage. All right, so we're seeing Sparring Student, sadly, just a 1/1 right now. Used as a blocker, but you have to block. And Blackbach knows he has to block. No matter what it is, there's already enough damage coming through that without blockers, it would be lethal. And hey, that vision, that spinning axe, it could be so much right here.
Yeah, this is going to be a ton, even if Black Boss blocks. I mean, here's the thing. If Black Boss doesn't block, he's going to be taking, let's see, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. If he does block, he'll take less, but he'll have no board. So it's really a lose-lose here for Black Boss, as it almost certainly has to, Stan almost certainly has to push this. And this is really, for Black Boss, this is just nightmare scenario. This is what you go to bed the night before the seasonal hoping that this will never happen to you in game 3 of the top 32. Yet here we are, Black Boss getting beat down to 3 against discard aggro.
These two decks play a bit like combo decks with how you can line up your first few turns to get not a guaranteed lethal, but pretty darn close. And we see that Jinx in Stan's hand. And Jinx is going to be like, hey, you want to empty your hand? That's cool with me. I'm going to be getting you all the rockets you could ever desire.
And another Aurelia is just a blank card right now. I mean, this is... Black Boss might be able to, finagle something with the homecomings, but boy, is this just a dead hand. It's possible that even with this low of a board, if there were some additional pieces in Black Boss's hand and maybe some ribbon dancers or something to, level up these champions, get a couple of extra attacks, we might be having a game here. But Black Boss has 19 mana plus 20 total mana of spells in their hand and only 4 to spend.
Yeah, triple homecoming, pretty nice when you're up against one big unit that you need to throw back into hand. But when your opponent is tossing out these daring poros, when it's just spitting out little tiny creatures, buffing them up, homecoming feels kind of bad.
Yeah. It really does. And unfortunately for Black Boss, this is, not the game that you want to get your low rolls, but here we are, 3 in the hand. And there's at least a target.
There's a
for
target for the homecoming. Yeah, it's
That's
like, I'm
good,
a
right?
big 6'5". You want to recall me? It's cool. I'm going to come back bigger if you do.
Yeah, that is, oof.
And here comes Azir. Azir is already leveled just from the number of units summoned. And we are seeing a very large attack. We've got... wow. That is 4 ephemeral units just swinging in. Blade Dancers and Sand Soldiers. You reunited at last. It's been at least minutes since it's happened.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, maybe a little bit, not necessarily scary, but a little bit tricky for Stan because, that crowd favorite effectively is keeping the Aurelia from attacking, but only if it has enough health to block it straight up. If this crowd favorite blocks, there's a potential that this Aurelia can't attack. But Stan says, you know what? I do not want to be taking this damage right now. Let's block here. Let's block out, not take too much, and potentially lose to, a blade dance off the top.
Yeah, it's where you need to be frightened. Like Black Boss, it does have 4 cards in hand, and those could be anything. Stan does not know that it's homecoming.
True. That is very true. And now, and Black Boss really, there's not much else that he can do here. And it's going to be a leveled Aurelia. Okay, so now all of a sudden this actually gets a little bit scarier. Of course, Stan is going to be able to block out here, but it is going to be at the cost of some units. So this might be a game yet. This still very well could be a game. But also Black Boss is at 3.
Yeah, Black Boss is at 3. There is a Jinx in hand, couple of spinning axes, a rummage. Things are about to get real. I feel like it's not so much this turn right now, because we know that this is the last attack of the turn. It's next turn. It's about what gets drawn, what gets played, and how the two players finish this out. And I do like this. Going for killing the Azir means that you don't have to worry about Azir next turn, but it does mean that you're losing your biggest attacker, and your overwhelming attacker at that.
Right. So now we could see a couple things. We could see did the swap already happen?
There was no swap generated, I believe, because Aurelia leveled up in combat.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, when those extra sand soldiers came out, she was like, "Oh, me leveling up? I'd love to get that buff," and no longer had the attack token for the turn.
Right. Yep, that makes sense. That does make sense. The open attack here from Stan.
And this could be lethal on any unit. Those 3 blade axes are public knowledge, and there's only enough mana for 2 homecoming, but it's about playing predictively.
Yeah, and this is just gonna, if Stan just uses the spinning axes, and that's gonna be it.
And it is known that there is no solution to this lethal quandary. Defeat is imminent. And it's time for Discard Aggro to do what it does best and win.
Yeah, Discard Aggro, it's one of those decks you talked about earlier where that it can get those wins against Azarelia. I'm really glad we got to see that match too, because Black Boss and Stan, 2 of Brazil's finest top players. It was really cool to see that game 3. Charmer, what do you make of that match?
I'm really excited we got to see that game because it highlighted what we said at the beginning of the broadcast, which is Azir Aurelia is actually at its worst when you just keep attacking it.
Yeah.
It does not want to be forced to block. Discard Aggro, very good at doing that, forcing them to either consider blocking or playing defensively. So ultimately, Stan takes it down. And again, as you said, these are 2 of Brazil's best players. Their names are all over the tournament scene. I'm very happy we got to see them on the broadcast as well.
Yeah, I'm super glad that we got to see this match. I mean, this was a... Yeah, unfortunately, we can only pick one game to watch each. We would love to watch every single game in the tournament if we could, but then we'd have a 58-hour broadcast, and that's tough for everyone. But, you know, I really feel for Black Boss there because, yes, Charmer, I agree with you. That matchup certainly is at least somewhat favored to Discard Aggro, but, man, drawing 3 homecomings and then the second Aurelia just to top it off. I mean, there's just so many dead cards, and it was a close game. Even despite that fact, I mean, really, really tough. But, you know, congrats to Stan. And, you know, we'll, of course, be seeing them moving on to the very next round.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just the power of the Azir Aurelia deck, too. Like, if one of those or 2 of those or 3 of those homecomings would have been another Blade Dance, even that turn where, you know, he's able to level up Aurelia, that could have been a potential lethal swing. But instead, you know, all the expensive cards in your hand, which sometimes it just happens that way. Amy, what do you think about we had the discard vision on the attack, getting to swing in with so much damage. Do you think that was the turn that really kind of was the nail on the head? That's a saying.
I think that is the turn that burned the Nexus real good. It's that kind of just like swinging turn where you can have burst speed, everything gets +1/+0, and one of my creatures gets +1/+0 temporarily, is just a huge, it's a life swing. That's what it is. And sure, you might be sacrificing some attackers, but when you're up against Azir Aurelia, it came up earlier. I want to say it was Charmer who said it. It's not a deck that's good at blocking. Blades, they can't block. They don't even know how to block. Sand Soldiers, they're really only there to attack, unless you're playing out a Dune Soldier, in which case, maybe you've got a little throwaway blocker. But no, it doesn't know how to block. What is Aurelia going to do? She's going to be like, I'm a 3/2. I die to Spider.
Yeah, to build upon that even further, when you are forced to block on Azir Aurelia, a lot of times you're hoping to do what's called chump blocking, where you're putting a small unit in front of a lot of damage to mitigate that. But We saw that big crowd favorite has the Overwhelm. So even if it wasn't a triple homecoming hand, if you had something like a Droplet where you're trying to slow things down, you still have to deal with the Overwhelm there. So again, it's just a deck that can be exploited, but is also incredibly powerful. I'm sure we'll see it take some games as the day moves on, but I'm happy we got to see at least one instance of how you can target this, because I know that it's everybody's favorite deck.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to take off for a quick break. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Get yourself a little drink, a snack, or whatever. But we're going to be coming back with more Legends of Runeterra in this Guardians of the Ancient seasonal tournament.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another Giant Slayer TV Deck Tech. I am Blevins, and I'm joined tonight by the one and only Yost with the most. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
It is going well. I feel like I'm at an SCG right now, and you just made top 8, and we're doing a little bit of a Deck Tech here, except we're playing LOR, of course, and we're looking at decks for the upcoming seasonal. And, well, this is one, you know, I wanted to get some sort of innovation here, something a little off kilter. So we're going to be talking about Azir Aurelia.
Yep, this is the deck, I think, this season. So
yeah, certainly, it certainly is the deck. And if anyone has played on ladder, they've certainly played against this deck a lot, and maybe are maligned by this deck's existence. But for those who maybe haven't, you know, played it a ton or seen it played, can you give us a little bit of an overview of, you know, what the deck is looking to do, what the overall strategy for the deck is?
yeah, so the deck is new with the new expansion. Aurelia really brought, and the Blade Dance mechanic really brought a lot to the table, synergizing with all the Shurima cards that make Sand Soldiers whenever you attack. So the deck is really just trying to use Blade Dances to take multiple attacks a turn, make a lot of units a turn, and then level up your champions with those attack and summon triggers, and then also buff up some of your other units like Sparring Student and Green Glade Duo to also benefit from that.
Yeah, you can certainly see some large Green Glade Duos and large Sparring Students for sure in these decks. I think I've attacked with like 8/8/9/9s pretty regularly with those.
Yeah, those are average ones.
Yeah, those are the mere average. A C Sparring Student, not an A student, which is crazy considering it's a 1-drop. But I wanted to talk about some of the specific card choices in the list that you sent me here, because, you know, there's the last balance patch changed the deck a bit, but even outside of that, you've got a couple of interesting ones. The first one that jumps to mind here is the Rite of Calling. What was the thought process behind the Rite of Calling going into this build?
Yeah, this is one that I've been more interested in with the new balance patch. Now that the deck doesn't have Inspiring Marshal kind of on the top end, you really need to draw your champions a little bit more to make sure you have that power to close the games out. Someone I've been testing with, Just Will Fall, has been on Rite of Calling like the entire season and keeps telling everyone how great it is. So it really started to take off with the new balance patch. So you don't have a ton of small units to sacrifice like you do in like the Nasus decks, but the low curve in this deck makes it so that sacking a mana gem just to get a champion is a lot more acceptable than it might otherwise be.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking the game tend to lose with this deck are like, man, if I just had an Azir or an Aurelia to just get over the finish line, this is essentially an additional copy of it. So really like that tech. One thing I want to ask you about, because this is, as someone who's actually played this deck a decent amount on ladder, I have struggled with the balance of the number of self bounce effects I have. So I'm talking about lead and follow versus retreat. I've been anywhere from the full 6, 3 of each, to just lead and follows to some number. Here you've got 3 lead and follow, 1 retreat. What is the thought process behind that mix?
Yeah, that's kind of it. I've had the same experience where the numbers on these have changed constantly the entire season, and I'm not 100% sure there's ever really going to be a right number 100% to run. The biggest thing is that Retreat Return is really good at protecting your champions. So like being able to bounce an Azir and put it back into play, or being able to bounce something and then sneak an Azir or an Aurelia into play is very good, but it doesn't synergize very well with your other cards. So especially like picking up a Ribbon Dancer, if you put it back in with Retreat Return, then you don't get the Blade Dance. So it's kind of very good at one job, but it's not a job that you need to do all the time, just because Azir is very hard to kill on its own anyway. So it's just a little bit of extra redundancy for protection, but playing a lot of them can feel very clunky sometimes.
Yeah, I've definitely lead and follow feels better because at least you're advancing, you're pushing some damage and maybe getting some additional procs, but retreat definitely has felt a little sus sometimes. I think I've currently been on 0 retreats, but I've definitely liked the 1 as well. The other card I want to talk about is Homecoming, where over the course of Azurelia's existence, I've seen people's acceptance of this card just keep going up and up and up. I think, maybe there was one, I saw some list running 0 early on, and you've got the full complement of 3 here.
Yeah, I think at the week 1, maybe even just day 1 and day 2,
yeah,
people were playing 1 or 2, and it seemed like kind of a cute good thing to get some value with dancing droplet and stuff
you
like
draw
that.
an extra card. That's great.
Yeah, get some value. But as the format and kind of developed and the deck kind of settled in the meta, the cards that you really struggle with are things like Nasus, Thresh, Radiant Guardian, or Shyvana and Renekton, things that can punish you for attacking. But they're all big units that cost a bunch of mana, so being able to get them off the table just solves so many of your matchups that running 3 of this card is just backbreaking for things like that.
It's weird because it's a card that doesn't add to your board technically, and it's kind of a reactive spell, but I almost never feel bad drawing it in the matchup, which is definitely a great feeling for a deck like this. And the last card I want to talk about is actually not in the deck. That's the Voice of the Risen / Inspiring Marshal, sort of the big finisher, the go wide, I guess, the Lord effect, right? That's pumping up the whole board. Obviously, pre-nerf, Inspiring Marshal was everywhere and was a great card. A lot of folks immediately jumped to Voice of the Risen. You've got 0 copies of either. What's sort of the thought process behind that?
Yeah, so Inspiring Marshal obviously was very strong before. The effect is still really good, but 6 mana is just so much in this deck that you're really trying to get on the board and have everything set up, and going into your turn 6 and 7, you want to be doing multiple blade dances, not playing 1 unit.
Right.
So you're kind of past the point where you want to be setting your game up at that point. The Voice of the Risen does give you a similar effect and actually has some extra bonuses where it'll buff up your champions too. It has the kind of the permanent effect too, but it has been a little less consistent than I think a lot of people were hoping. It is a card that some of the lists run and is worth considering, but in general, it's felt like it's paying 4 mana for a 3/4 too often.
Yeah, there was a game in the most recent fight night where Majin drew 3 of them and none of them were ever turned on, and it certainly did not feel good for him. So I want to talk about the matchups for the deck. You're sleeving this up, or I guess digitally sleeving it up for the seasonal this weekend. What do you want to see on the other side of the digital table?
What you're really looking for is Freljord decks. Freljord, Shadow Isles TLC combo, the Turbo Thralls deck, also the Overwhelm, Renekton Sejuani deck. All those decks have a very hard time getting your champions off the table and also don't pressure you a ton, so they give you the turns to set up all your synergies.
Absolutely, yeah. Any deck that's not able to really interact with Azir feels really bad against the Azir and Aurelia deck. Now, conversely, what are you not wanting to see when you're playing Azir Aurelia?
The 2 biggest things you don't want to see, one is the Nasus Thresh Slay deck. Nasus gets huge just from blocking your blades. They still die when they're in combat, and your Sand Soldiers, they can just block with their 4/2s and their 4/3s forever. It's really hard to attack if Thresh is on the table without instantly leveling him. Also, they have the Kai Reaper, which is another thing where they can pressure you, and it grows very large very quickly. So that matchup is kind of just a huge nightmare. The other thing is aggro decks, things like Spiders and Discard Aggro. They're not quite as bad as Nasus Thresh, I don't think. They're not as good at interacting with you, so you can race them if you have a good draw. But in general, they're going to be a couple turns faster against you, and your deck is also not very good at blocking.
Yeah, but I mean, who needs to block when you've got such good attacks?
you can't always have the nuts and race. So
definitely true, but really great insight there, Yost. I really appreciate that. Are there any last little maybe hints of wisdom or tidbits for folks either playing this on the ladder or maybe going into the seasonal?
Going into the seasonal, I think the biggest thing with the deck is just that no matter how bad your matchups are with this deck, the reason it is the Boogeyman, the reason it is the deck to play in the tournament, I don't think you need to really be playing it in lineups that target things. You can just be playing it because it just has so much raw power. All your best draws can beat the best draws out of any other deck. It has the tools to beat decks that are targeting it, and just has a very high raw power level.
It's absolutely a monster to play, and you even get some additional edge if you play it well. But Yost, thank you again for coming on and doing the deck tech. But for Yost, I'm the Blevins. This was a Giant Slayer deck tech We'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal Tournament for the Americas. My name is Saucy Mailman, and I'm joined here with Charmer, the Blevins, and Amazonian. We had a very crazy first round full of insane amounts of action and some interesting decks, but let's get a look at the updated bracket right now. We can kind of see where all the players are placed and how the games are going at the moment. As you can see, the bracket looks a little full right now, and it's a little hard to look at with all of these players, but it does get a little less chaotic as things move down into the finals. Anything particularly here? I know it's hard for us to read too, but Charmer, do you see anything that kind of stands out?
The thing that stands out to me is that Mo, unfortunately, is not moving on. And What Am I did end up taking that victory. So we had talked about how he's got to get past that first round and then likely could just streak his way all the way to the end. But What Am I, with all of that healing, proved to be a bit too much. And that's the one that stands out to me because we'd kind of highlighted that part of the bracket is kind of nicknamed the group of death. And so whoever comes out of that side is going to be a strong favorite to win when we get closer to the top 4 in the finals.
Amy,
well, I'm hoping to see Bry Guy, who we're going to actually be seeing this round, push forward, because I was really vibing with him during that interview session. He said that he was just happy to be here and that he's also really stressed out. And that's pretty much me 100% of the time.
Yeah, so we do have Bry Guy versus Duckling in our next round. I do have to point out that Duckling's favorite archetypes are meme, but we're going to look at Bry Guy's deck here. What do you think of these? What do you think? There's some interesting ones. We got to look at the deck list, but Blevins, I'm going to hand this off to you.
Yeah. Oh, Bry Guy, I mean, we're talking about interesting deck lists. We immediately show Azure Relia, which we just saw.
Very
and has been, we saw the deck tech on, and I'm just wondering how I changed my clothes back so fast.
Yes.
Crazy. But yeah, we see the Azure Relia here from Bry Guy, but really, it's the other two decks that are at least a little more not crazy, but they're a little more off kilter than Azure Relia, though that's not really saying much. We're going to be seeing Deep as well as Turbo Thralls, which we'll see in a second here.
Yeah, you mentioned not that crazy, but I was waiting for you to say the words Turbo Thralls. Really excited to see this in a top 32. It's not been very popular in tournaments, but it's been kind of slowly increasing in popularity on the ladder. So we finally get to see whether or not it can get the job done. Obviously, it's been doing well because it got past the first round, but I'm excited to see this. I also want to point out that while we haven't seen the other competitors' decks yet, when you do, just take note that, again, we have 6 different art types again. So we had talked about diversity, highlighted that at the top of the broadcast, and we are running into that yet again. So this is going to be a great showing. Here we see Duckling on the screen. This is one of my favorite decks in the game. I'm so excited to see that somebody brought Matron Cytherea. I have a mantra, which is usually math is for blockers. I'm a dirty aggro player. But my other mantra is if I'm not playing aggro, I just want to do powerful things. And there's nothing in the game that feels as powerful as that Cytherea.
Absolutely. I nicknamed that deck the 12 Days of Cytherea because it just feels like on the next day there was another Cytherea and then another Cytherea and another Cytherea. It absolutely is, like you said, Charmer, doing incredibly powerful things. And then, of course, we see a deck that did incredibly powerful things in the very last set that we watched against Majin Bay with Cephalopod, the Teemo Ezreal Hexcore deck. Of course, there's no Sejuani in this version, but for the most part, going to be doing the same thing here, achieving the same goals. And then, hey, we see a classic here, the Twisted Fate Fizz. I believe with looking a quick look over the actual list, this is very close to card for card what Filthy Gamer Weeb, who is on the other side of the bracket, has been running as their Twisted Fate Fizz deck, and he's an absolute master. I mean, I have been throwing that phrase around a lot, but he at one point in time had played 50% of all of the TF Fizz matches in in Masters. So really a crazy statistic, but yeah, Duckling choosing to bring it as well.
I want to point out that deck did have, you saw it, 2 copies of Mind Meld, which means that it's looking to make those elusives massive. Also, I am happy to see that Wiggly Burblefish, not completely irrelevant, still sticking around.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the Twist of Fate Fizz. It could go back to, just playing decks you're comfortable with. And, it's just, that might be just a deck that he thought would do well, a deck that, he feels that he can take and catch people off guard with.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at these 2 lineups here, and we've kind of got 2 sore thumbs at either end of these lineups. We've got Twisted Fate Fizz, which maybe not in the current meta, but previously has been a boogeyman of the format. And then, of course, it goes without saying these days, Azure Aurelia been at the top of the meta. I almost want to see, the gentleman's agreement of let's get these meta decks out of here and let's just jam these fun decks. Obviously they're very powerful and very strong decks, but let's see the championless Cythria. Let's see Teemo. Let's see Turbo Thralls, and let's see Deep. I don't know. That's what I want to see. Charmer, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I'm happy with just about any of these outcomes, but I really need to see that Cythria list. It's one of my favorites in the game right now.
Yeah, deck is really cool. We see it either a lot of times on the champions or with Shyvana, but we're about to head into the game. So take it away, Blevins and Amazonian.
All right, we're going to see what our first matchup is, and there's definitely Mushrooms versus Deep. So we've got Puff Caps up on top, clearly given away by that Chump Wump. And on the bottom, Sea Monster, Maokai. There's only one thing that could be. It's time to toss some cards and do some fishing.
And eat some trash. Let's not forget.
Oh, well, now that Dredge Draggers is here, yeah. Gotta eat the trash.
Need
Again,
even more with
me
the Bone
in
Skewer.
Card form, if I were any Runeterra card, I would be Dredge Draggers.
There you go. Absolutely. And we saw both of these decks on the side of Cephalopod last round. Now we're seeing them on opposite sides of the battlefield. Bryguy versus Duckling. And this is I think, I don't know that if we polled players before the tournament, what 2 decks are we likely to see the most of in the first 2 rounds? I don't think that these 2 answers would have been given very often.
Oh, and we were trying to make predictions for bans before. Azure Aurelia was banned, and it looks like the
TF Fizz.
The TF Fizz deck got banned. That's such a shame. I was hoping to see a
Gentleman's Agreement.
Couple of Burblefish. The Gentleman's Agreement was broken.
The Gentleman.
Oh, but these gentlemen are swinging in bright and early. We're seeing the battle of the 2-1s. And with Bryguy drawing 2 more Dredge Draggers, that could mean an early Deep. It could also mean a World of Hurt for Duckling.
It absolutely could be. Bryguy obviously knowing the Hexcore Foundry is out, does not want to clunk up his hand with all of these expensive sea monsters. Says, you know what? Let's just get some 2-1s out. Let's beat down. Let's keep the hand unclogged. Maybe get a little bit of chip damage, as we do see the atrocity in the hand of Bryguy, which could certainly end a game if he's able to actually chip down Duckling a bit.
Bryguy currently 6 away from Deep. That is just a jettison and a half. And there is a jettison in hand.
Could even Bone Skewers the Dreg Dredgers and make this the true Dreg Dredgers show.
If you manage to summon 4 Dredge Draggers by turn 5, I think you're doing something right.
I would imagine so. I don't know if I've ever lost a game where I've had that happen.
So Duckling did get a Puffcap Peddler out, my favorite old man who's just trying to, sell you a couple of mushrooms off on the side. And he's going to make it so every time a spell is cast, there's a couple mushrooms littered into Bryguy's deck. Now, those mushrooms could be tossed, but when the deck gets really, really thin, like when you only have 10 cards remaining and half of them have 5 Pupcaps on them, you're in trouble, because those Hexcore Foundry draws are going to wreck you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a double-edged sword because Bryguy has one of the few decks that can actually combat the puff caps in the form of toss. But like you mentioned, Amy, depending on when those puff caps get placed, we could see Bryguy taking some huge puff cap damage.
Yeah, Bryguy is actually able to go deep whenever he wants. That is a great position to be in, but you do actually have to be careful about milling yourself out. It's like both the concentration of puff caps, we do see the 2 puff cap peddlers, but also just I only have so many cards in my deck, and unless I play a Nautilus, they're not getting shuffled back in.
Yeah, and this is an aggressive attack coming out from Duckling, and Bryguy saying, you know what? Not even going to bother with killing the puff cap peddlers. I'm just going to block out. I'm not going to kill my Abyssal Eye. It's going to be too strong. It's going to put you on too much of a clock. I don't even want to get damage on it because I know you've got tons of burn, and I just want to be able to clock you with an Abyssal Eye.
And here comes a post-combat Teemo with the ability for elusives to block other elusives. That Teemo wasn't going to be doing too much there. But really emptying your hand out as quick as you can is going to be very important for both players. With that Hexcore Foundry landing so early, it's a matter of like, all right, I'm drawing and I need to put these cards out. I need to play as many of them as I can, and I have to make sure that my important spells are not being burned by having too many cards in hand. And that is Puffcat Peddler number 3 from Duckling.
Yeah.
It's time for mushrooms, and it's time for deep. 2 6/6s swimming in.
Which is interesting, because those 6/6s are actually drawing Bryguy a card. I mean, it's... Obviously, Duckling doesn't want to take a ton of damage because they can just die, but there's a chance that these Abyssal Eyes are actually helping Duckling's plan, especially since there's 3 Puffcat Peddlers.
Triple Puffcat Peddler, the chump blocking Teemo. It is now Old Man Mushroom's time to shine.
Absolutely, but Duckling holding steady here, gonna actually not commit any puff caps before that draw from the Abyssal Eye.
And really, Bryguy has to be hoping to get that Nautilus on the board next turn, so those big expensive sea monsters can actually be played. Right now, that's a 6-drop. That's too expensive, and if I'm drawing all of them, I'm going to run out of cards before this game is over.
Yeah, but this has got to be one of the scariest things that could be happening to Bryguy. You're at 18, your opponent is aftershocking. You know, if you're in bronze on the ladder, you go, oh, maybe my opponent just doesn't really, understand the game very well, because this generally wouldn't be a good play. But when you're at the top 32 of a seasonal and you know your opponent is doing this for a reason, your opponent casting the aftershock, targeting your Nexus at this point in the game is very scary if you're Bryguy.
Oh yeah, Duckling is all about that burn. Duckling is like, all right, I see that you have almost full health, almost 20 Nexus health. That feels like it's too many. I think I could make you take maybe 10 from mushrooms next turn, and you can't attack. So that's another 2 draws before you can kill me. Let's see if I can win. And there is another atrocity right there, the double atrocity in hand. And Puffcat Peddler, and Avarosan Sentry swinging in here.
Yeah, but what's interesting is, the second atrocity actually not great. I mean, when is Bryguy going to have a chance to cast 2 of them? They might have to cast one defensively here, potentially, depending on what Duckling goes for. This is very scary, as there are a ton of cards in Bryguy's hand, but when you can only play 1, maybe 2 a turn, all the other cards in your hand don't really matter.
Oh, so this Bone Skewer could also be used defensively. That would allow for the Nautilus to be played after, but this is a rough spot because I feel like Bryguy wants to have an elusive unit survive, because with that atrocity, it gives a potential line for lethal. But unfortunately, if a few too many shrooms are drawn, that's not going to happen. And because the first thing that happens in a turn is that draw, and then the extra draws, what you gonna do about it?
Right, and
Ooh,
now
and the burn to face. You said the aftershock was strange. Here comes that mystic shot.
Yep.
Really, Duckling's just going straight for face. That Nexus is going to be destroyed.
Yeah, this is a ton of damage. And Bragai going down to 5 just from regular damage, not to mention the number of puff caps in Bragai's deck.
How many puff caps are in Bragai's deck? Because there's only a few cards left.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious what the density of it's 26. So we're looking at drawing a little over 2 per draw.
And this will dilute the deck because the cards that were previously tossed are going to come back in if they were sea monsters. And I believe that the way that mushrooms work means that even though there were, I think, 4 cards brought back in there, none of those 4 sea monsters will have any mushrooms on them because it's not evenly distributed. These are puff caps assigned to a card.
Right, they're like clung on to the card, and when you draw it, they explode, and you sneeze and take damage.
Oh,
there's
speaking
3.
of sneezing and taking damage, there's 3 tied to the lure of the depths.
And depending on what Ezreal... Well, I guess Ezreal's probably not that close. Okay, there's a misdraw. How many puff caps are on it?
4!
That's enough!
Ooh!
Puff cap death!
And Bragai just shroomed right out of that match. Burned to oblivion.
Yeah. Bragai set themselves up to be in a decent position there, or at least as good of a position as they could be. But at the end of the day, when there's that many puff caps in the deck, you're just not really favored to do very well, especially when Duckling is drawing even more burn.
Yeah, they say that card advantage is a good thing, but when your cards are what kill you, maybe not so much.
Yeah. There is such a thing as too much of a good thing, I suppose, especially when that good thing is covered in disgusting puff caps from Teemo.
They're not disgusting. Have you seen Teemo? He's adorable, even though I'm
Tell
pretty
that
sure
to Bragai.
Pretty sure he's a war criminal, but we're gonna go ahead and ignore that part of Teemo.
Yeah, we'll absolutely ignore that part of Teemo, and Bragai certainly going to be able to ignore that part of Teemo, at least for the rest of this match, as that deck will not be played anymore, but we are seeing Bragai swap it up, playing the Turbo Thralls versus
Turbo
the
Thralls
Cythria.
versus Cythria. So this big Cythria is one of my favorite recent additions to the deck. Not just because you can cheat her out, you can get her on summon ability a couple different ways, but just because Cythria's story, she's progressed from this adorable. She's the 1-drop 2/2 that used to be the best 1-drop that we had as far as power went, the elite, and now big Cythria who rides through the skies.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's the next level of Cythria? Do we see like a 12 mana 2020 Cythria? Like, where do we go from here?
Riot, are you listening? We need more Cythria. I want to see every single card in Demacia to just be Cythria. We're just going to shove Garen and Lux off to the side and be like, yeah, we don't need that. Jarvan, who's that? No, Cythria.
People have been guessing what the last region of Legends of Runeterra is, and I think we just cracked the code, Amy. It's Cythria. Cythria is the last region.
It's gotta be Cythria.
Well, I'm getting word that I should shut up because I was told that actually is it, and I just spoiled it. So sorry, chat. I spoiled what the next region's gonna be. I guess I'm getting fired. Anyways, back to the match here. Duckling.
Back to the match. Duckling with the fast start here, making use of those sacrifices to bring out the leech, and already going to see the avalanche. So this avalanche, you kind of want to save it until you can get the most removal. Taking out 1/4/1 to keep your life as high as possible is what's happening right here. Still a 4/1 swinging in, but it's better than 8. Better than 8 damage.
Absolutely. I mean, Bragai definitely does need to protect his life total, but Duckling, unlike some of the other, more aggressive Shadow Isles decks, or even like the Slay decks, the Nasus Thresh decks, Duckling doesn't really care all that much about these early game units, at least to the extent that he's able to, stay stabilized. And of course, Bragai not really going to be putting up much pressure at all. So Duckling just waiting to get to these turns where we can see the Spectral Matron into the Cythria, and potentially into another Cythria, and really just get these units into play and then growing them exponentially.
And it's notable that this is the first no champ list that we've seen today.
Yeah.
And, ooh, that was a pass. Both players knowing that they should just maintain the board as it is. Duckling knows he has got an advantage here, just pressing that damage in. And Bry Guy not hitting a turn 1 or turn 3 Frozen Thrall. That's gotta hurt. That's going to slow down the deck's game plan, because what this deck wants to do, if you haven't played it before, is you play out your Frozen Thrall, you make it so it generates 2 of the Thralls instead of 1, and then you accelerate it, copy it with the Talia, and then you've got a board full of 8/8s bright and early, but it's not happening here. In fact, Talia is going to be sadly unleveled for so long. Oh, poor Talia.
Yeah. That's the disadvantage of running a a very strong but very narrowly focused deck. The Turbo Thralls, it has the Thralls in the name, and we see acceleration, copy, create more Thralls, and then a couple of defensive options. But what we don't see is exactly what you mentioned, Amy, the Thrall itself. And it is sort of the linchpin that keeps this deck together.
I feel like ideally you're playing it on turn 1 as just the card itself. And then backup plan, play Lysandra on turn 3. No Lysandras, no Frozen Thralls. The Turbo Thrall deck is Thrallless. It's unenthralled.
Yes, it absolutely is. Even the Draklorn Inquisitor on turn 5 would be fine, but we are just, mod check in the chat for the Frozen Thralls. Nothing at all here for Bry Guy. No Thralls at all, and all he can do is stall. But that bodes well for Duckling, as we're going to be seeing some gigantic units very quickly here.
Oh no, did you just see that little clockling come out?
The saddest clockling of all.
The saddest clockling to ever exist. Didn't get to accelerate a landmark. This is breaking my Talia love and heart.
Yeah, this is landmark lovers riot, as I don't think we're going to be seeing I don't think that this draw from Bry Guy is really going to be enough.
No, those ice shards, they are good at keeping things in check, keeping that earlier damage back, because of course this Shadow Isles Demacia deck is able to get that early damage, but it completely just skips over the Radiant Guardian. She's tough and she knows it. And now here comes the first of probably many Spectral Matrons pulling out Cythria. So this Cythria has doubled the power and the health of the Radiant Guardian and the Spectral Matron, giving them Challenger. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? This is so much damage coming in.
Yeah, I mean, really heads up play from Bry Guy, using that Ice Shard to kill the X1s, so that, he wouldn't be dead here. But yeah, this is nightmare scenario for Bry Guy at this point. Duckling really just cruising here. I mean, the next two turns can just be Spectral Matron into Cythria, into real Cythria, if he even wants to. He's got 2 single combats as backup. I mean, really, it is. I mean, there's no better way to put it. This is a nightmare for Bry Guy. Even if somehow Bry Guy was able to get a Frozen Thrall into play that was at 1 and doubled, go ahead, take 2 8/8s. Guess what? All of Duckling's board is going to be bigger than that.
What is an 8/8 to a 12/12? What is a 12/12 to a 24/24? Because there's another Spectral Matron in hand, and that Cythria is just sitting pretty. The ephemeral copy, it's great to have out on the attack, but you can also just bring it out onto the battlefield for its on-summon effect, because the on-summon effect is so strong.
Yeah, it really is. It's so good. And I mean, there's just so many. There's just too many power turns for Duckling, and Duckling, ends up going for a wider board here. Makes a lot of sense. Might just end up playing the could end up just playing the raw Cythria, or just playing the Spectral Matron next turn. with a full board rather than making, a gigantic Spectral Matron. Instead, just going to go for, hey, let's just have a very wide and very large board as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see that prey become an 0-2. That's the biggest prey anyone's ever made. Oh, no, going for the Glimpse Beyond on the prey.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Wanting to actually clear up the space as well as draw the card so that you can play the Spectral Matron instead of
because with
playing
4
out the
already
full
on the
Cythria.
board, wouldn't make it through. There is a bit of a problem here, though. Bry Guy only able to get out 2 maximum blockers, and that's not going to be enough. Like, that Frozen Thrall did get accelerated down to a countdown of only 2 and could be released from its prison right now, but that's just not enough blocking power up against the Challenger, especially from Duckling.
Yeah, we do have a few. We got a couple of freezes in here for Bry Guy, so we can block a couple things, freeze some things. I don't know. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. We do have enough mana to play Flash Freeze, the Thrall Flash Freeze, and the Three Sisters Flash Freeze. So we can freeze 3 things. We can block 2, and I think we'll still live here. But
no, rolling those bones and going for the random Talia landmark.
Yeah, I feel like that might
was
just
a bit
be
of
an
a desperation
admission
play. That was, I may as well see what the cards give me.
a fancy concession, if you will.
Gotta play to your outs even if you don't have any.
True. And yeah, Bry Guy not even going to try to futz around with the freezes.
No.
Duckling.
And Duckling swinging in and setting Bry Guy to negative 59 Nexus health. That is a clean win for Duckling. Love to see the Puff Cap win, but ooh, that poor Thrallless Thrall deck really suffered.
Yeah, those were a couple of faster games than expected because sometimes the Thrall deck and sometimes the Cythria deck can go a little slow. I know Charmer and I were talking while the games were going. The Cythria Matron deck and the Thrall deck are a couple of our favorite decks. Charmer, how do you feel that game played out?
Well, I feel really bad because it's supposed to be a kaiju fight. It's supposed to be 8/8s taking on other massive units created from the Cythria, but because Frozen Thrall decided to play hide and seek, instead it was very one-sided. By the time the Thralls were found, even if they were played, it's not going to matter. As the caster said, what is an 8/8 to 12/12s to 24/24s? And that's even worse. Once the Challenger comes into play, you can move them out of the way, get that lethal damage in. So I honestly feel a bit bad because it should have been a heavyweight fight, and instead we got a bit of a landslide.
Is it not ironic that the fastest match that I would imagine we're gonna be hard pressed to see a faster match than that the rest of the tournament, that the fastest match was won 2-0 by Cythria combo and Puff Caps? I mean, absolutely crazy that's what we ended up seeing, the speed of that match.
Well, big congrats again to Duckling for the win there, but we have another game coming up for you. We have Stan versus Sir Pickle. Blevins and Amy, take it away.
Between Stan, who we just saw get a win in the previous round, and Sir Pickle, who has not yet been on coverage today. I see a good amount of stun and burn in Sir Pickle's hand, and Stan, of course, running a lovely little bit of sacrifice.
Yeah, the old I believe it was myself and Skarzig who coined the term Thrash Nexus on one of the seasonal Swizzes a couple of seasonals ago. But it was a great Thrash Nexus. It all sounds the same to me. But
Thrashing the Nexus with Thresh and Nasus. I love it. And
exactly.
By the way, this series that we're hopping into here, Sir Pickle does already have a win. There were no overlapping deck types between these two players. And we're seeing this in every single round. I believe the only overlap we saw was one player had an Ezreal and one other player had an Ezreal, but they were in completely different archetypes. This is so phenomenally diverse. A lot of people have been looking at the meta and feeling like there's only a few things they can play, but it's really about having this pick and ban system in the tournament that really helps diversify things.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that as well as the players just saying, you know what, I can take a very specific strategy, and there's just so many different viable strategies, right? You can play, I think, Charmer really encapsulated it perfectly with the 3 Bs. You can try to beat, you can bring, or you can ban a deck, and all 3 of those strategies have multiple different lineups that you can build around. And you can also have the target of those 3 Bs be different depending on the meta. It's really a diverse tournament meta, which is amazing, and really, just a little bit of a dichotomy to what many would consider a less than diverse ladder meta. But either way, we get to reap the benefits of it here, Amy, being in the cast of the seasonal top 16 here.
Oh, for sure. It's like, I think this is the first Buckeye Reaper we've seen today, and I'm just looking at it grow and grow and grow as these slays add up.
Yeah, this is the first Thresh Nasus that we've seen today. We've seen more Puff Cap Teemo than Thresh Nasus, which is kind of crazy.
This is the dream. This is the dream, where the real meta is actually Puff Caps. So here we are. We're seeing the Ballistic Bot hitting that ignition to hit 1 damage to face, and Stan here does have a fairly powerful hand, but it's going to run out of steam pretty soon. Got this combination of removal and early creatures, but not too much beyond that. No Thresh and no Nasus means that Stan needs to draw an answer, or this game will be over pretty quickly, even though he's able to swing in for 9 or more damage next turn. There are blockers present. We see that there's another Static Shot able to kill anything that has 1 toughness, and 1 health against Static Shot, it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the Rite of Negation, but not really going to be super impactful right now. Stan even just playing a defensive Dune Keeper just to, I guess, get a 2-1 on the board. I mean, this is really not super great for Stan here. The open attack, it looking like it's going to come through, but like you said, Amy, this is going to run out of steam real quick.
Yeah, the Black Spears, those are great for removing champs and other units that are really just clogging up the board, but there's no card draw. There's no big unit. And even if there were a Thresh played on one of these upcoming turns, there's a Culling Strike in Sir Pickle's hand. And yes, Stan is dealing a lot of potential damage here, removing the only units that are on the board. But hey, there's the Static Shock.
Yep. And I think we are likely going to see the Rite of Negation snapped off here, as there's really just not I mean, it just has to be, right? I mean, if this Static Shock goes through, no damage is going to come through. Stan's entire board is going to be destroyed, but now we're getting through. We're going to essentially have Sir Pickle's current health total, bring him down to 5, clear the board. And I mean, Stan is kind of out of gas here, but only needs to push a little bit more to get over the finish line.
Sir Pickle probably happy to have removal still in hand, as well as those stun and spiders. But Stan, it's all about those draws. Now, Vile Feast is actually pretty nice here. Being able to get the spider is 1 additional attacker, though it's not going to be quite enough to kill Ballistic Bot.
Yeah, Stan definitely going to want to go as wide as possible. The Vile Feast certainly can help with that if he's able to pick off a unit and create an additional unit as well. I mean, a 1-1 is not great, but when your opponent's at 5, you'll take anything you can get. May also be able to create a scenario where he's able to effectively sacrifice the spider, turn on the Black Spears, clear off any blockers that Sir Pickle has, and push forward. But it's going to be really tough to navigate. Stan has very few resources and is going to need to sequence them properly.
And having to hit right here, playing out the Dune Soldier to get the Sand Soldier and actually kill it with the Vile Feast, because otherwise it's just gone at the end of turn. Get a spider, go as wide as possible. Stan needs to get damage and needs to get it now. This also allows for the Black Spear to be enabled and the Ballistic Bot removed.
Yep, this is, I mean, obviously it's an interesting line of play. It's got to be, setting off some sort of signals for Sir Pickle being like, okay, well, you could have used the Vile Feast on my unit, but you didn't. So why is that? The most obvious one, of course, is the Black Spear. It also, gives an additional slay proc so that, Nasus will be bigger if and when Stan draws one.
More and more slays. Now, Sir Pickle might be forced to use some of this good removal. So we did just see the Ravenous Flock on the soldier, but might be forced to use Culling Strike or Mystic Shot. Oh, but that's actually a pretty nice card to get.
Yeah.
Getting the Merciless Babe over here, able to make you feel vulnerable. This is a 3-mana 4/3. Got Fearsome, allows you to pick and choose blockers as you need. Could be very good for Stan, but again, only having a Black Spear in hand, not great.
Absolutely. I mean, we have the Draven, which is going to, of course, allow for, any sort of blocks if needed. No attacks look good here. Sir Pickle correctly, I believe, stunning the 2/1 so that there's not a trade up or a value trade, and also not even able to turn on the Black Spear. And the Sentry does what it does best and just stop the entire turn of Stan.
And now welcome to the League of Draven. Draven on the battlefield, able to very freely swing in here. Taking out one of Stan's units, if he chooses to block, would turn on the Black Spear, but also Stan still won't have a wider board than Sir Pickle.
Yeah, I mean, we're going card for card here. Sir Pickle is a bit ahead, and the problem is Stan's card quality is also low. That's just really in a bad spot here if you're Stan, but Sir Pickle, able to really dictate the flow of this game as it stands right now.
Yep, and Merciless Hunter, she is probably not looking to block here. It would not be a favorable trade. And Draven freely swinging in here, get 3 damage to Stan's Nexus.
Yep.
And another Spinning Axe.
We do have the Black Spear turned on, so down goes Draven. You can also see the Cursed Keeper come out. I mean, there are certainly draws for Stan that can be good. It's just, how many of them can he string together? And, are they going to be drawing cards? Are they going to be a big threat like a Nasus? And then how are you going to actually maneuver? If you draw something like a Nasus, I mean, you're going to have to play around the Scorched Earth if possible. If you draw a Thresh, well, I was going to say if you draw a Thresh, then a Culling Strike is going to immediately come down.
Culling Strike being used on a 1/1 Spider. That way, the vulnerable Sentry can't just be dragged off to the side.
Well, it couldn't be dragged off to the side, at least in the mind of Sir Pickle, but we know that it still can be.
Aha! And here's the Cursed Keeper. That is a great unit to throw in against a larger vulnerable target for the pure purpose of getting a bigger unit after. Oh, and that Vile Feast, also quite a nice pull. Because if Sir Pickle does not have any more removal, that's lethal.
You're absolutely right. The problem for Stan is that Sir Pickle has a couple of pieces of removal, or at least one pseudo piece, and then the Tri-Beam. So, I mean, the open attack with Caster Vision looks really good, but even so, Sir Pickle being at 1 is very, very different than Sir Pickle being at 0, unfortunately for Stan.
This is the sort of matchup where you see that sort of life total and you think, oh, I'm good. They'll never stabilize. But Sir Pickle with 5 things in hand, 2 of which are the known blades. And there it is. We're going to see the Vile Feast on the Cursed Keeper to get another 4/3 out on the field.
Yep. And this is, going to threaten lethal, which is I certainly cannot blame Stan for taking this line. Even if you can get a guaranteed 4 damage, it doesn't matter if you get closer to winning if you don't end up winning. So Stan actually going to present a line that is going to actually at least say to Sir Pickle, hey, you need to have something here or else you're going to lose. And if you do, I probably wasn't beating it anyway. Stan taking that line, and we're going to have to see how this one pans out, because now the Tri-Beam can come out, kill the spider, and we'll see what comes out.
Yeah, this is the smallest Tri-Beam Improbulator, but it did make a 1/1, which is able to not block.
True. We could technically see a block if we want to use both axes, discarding the entire hand of Sir Pickle. But then we'd be in a top deck war. Truly, it would be no cards to no cards, no board to no board.
And now, yeah, we have the Fearsome Hunter and 13 Nasus. It's definitely not over yet.
No, but Sir Pickle's going to be able to discard 2 cards, make the Fearsome blocker, and this is crazy actually, because Stan is going to have 2 Fearsome attackers.
Yep. We've got
no.
Nasus, who's a 13/13 Fearsome, and Sir Pickle, who has a 1/1 that can become a 3/1 at the cost of the entire hand. Now, there is the Mystic Shot Scorched Earth, but of course you can't do that all at once. The unit needs to already be damaged in order to Scorched Earth it, in order to remove it there. And there's yet another Fearsome attacker.
Wow.
Now, that Reaper's not very big. It's teeny, teeny, tiny, but you can't block it.
Right, so now, yeah, this is going to be awkward for Sir Pickle. Looks like this is just going to be 2 Mystic Shots coming out. And you're not super happy if you're Stan if this is happening, but you can at least deal with it. You can at least say, okay, all right, you got it. Now, I want to see, I would like to see Stan potentially lead with the Bakai Reaper here. See if that baits out another piece of removal, or maybe even playing nothing. I think, okay, Stan opting for the pass. Another Fearsome blocker.
Oh, now, yes, this little 1/1 from the Tri-Beam Improbulator is doing its best, but Stan turning things around. That early damage added up to so much that now it's time for Reaper, Reaper, and following up. There's no mass removal in Sir Pickle's deck. This isn't Freljord. This isn't Shadow Isles. No, it's time for Nasus.
Right. And, well, now the good news for, Sir Pickle is that we're going to be able to see the Tri-Beam on the Nasus here.
Yeah, but
we're not
the
gonna
Reaper,
have enough cards.
a 1-drop winning the game here.
There's not enough cards. He can't play the Sir Pickle can't play the Scorched Earth and make the unit big enough to block.
Nope. There's only 4 cards in hand, and there's just not enough to discard. Sir Pickle losing to the big dog. And we get this lovely Nasus level up animation, but the game is over and the win goes to Stan. We're gonna get a game 3 in this match.
Wow. Absolutely crazy. I mean, we even called it, Amy. I mean, it looked like Stan had run out of gas, but you know, you ever been driving your car and it says empty, but you know there's just a little bit there, and you just need to get to the point where you can just roll into the gas station. That's what Stan ended up doing. He said, you know what? No, I'm still good. I don't need to get gas
yet. It was about those top decks. It was a Fearsome top deck into a Fearsome top deck into a Fearsome top deck, and that's all he needed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, was absolutely insane and perfectly navigated from Stan. But we are going to get a game 3 here, Amy. It's going to be Discard Aggro versus the Ezreal Draven.
Ooh, so this is a medium quick opening hand up against a very tempo hand with the Ezreal Draven. So that Ezreal Draven deck was the only remaining choice.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, with the Burning Through Decks Ban 1 system, you're going to see a couple players repeating their deck if they've already got a win. So here we're going with the lovely Legion swinging in for 3.
Yep. And the recent rebuff back to a 3/2 certainly paying off, as in previous metas that Tri-Beam or the Thermo Beam would have been able to actually kill the Legion rearguard there. As it stands, Stan going to be able to put on, like you said, Amy, a very aggressive start, even a vision now.
That vision, I think, is going to be what swings things here, because Draven gets you the spinning axe, gets you the discard for the vision for free.
Yeah, and we see Stan hovering, saying, "Do I want to use the? I guess it's not Stan; it's our production hovering. I forget. But do you want to use the axe on the vision, or do you want to use it on the jury rig to get an additional unit for the crowd favorite? Looks like Stan going to be just start with an attack. This attack effectively will punish any blocks. So." Sir Pickle theoretically has an air quotes here safe block onto the 1/1, but we see that will be punished, and it's going to be punished largely here.
That Draven is not going to be living through this turn.
Yeah. Oh boy, Sir Pickle taking a gamble here that there isn't an axe into vision, and boy. There is. Oh no! And even going for a value block. I mean, this is. I hate to say it. This is potentially game losing if those blocks are taken. This one at least is a bit of a hedge, but this is going to be awful for Sir Pickle here. I feel like Stan has to go for it though.
Do it, Stan. Come on, Stan. You know you want to. Yes, there is now a spider holding an axe who has seen the visions of greatness, and the vision of greatness is Draven killing Draven.
Yeah. Draven not killing Draven. Draven just seeing another Draven die and says, I'm the true Draven. Don't worry.
Now Stan left with a pretty nice board. That vision is a permanent buff, granting the +1/+0. And a crowd favorite, not seeing too much of a crowd anymore, but still a nice overwhelming unit against Sir Pickle.
Right, but a crowd can be made very quickly. It's almost like, the crowd favorite turns on the Twitch chat, and all of a sudden a couple jury rigs pop out of the computer, and you've all of a sudden got yourself an instant crowd. We could see an almost full power crowd favorite at burst speed. Of course, it would have to be next turn, as you'd need the mana for it. Or we'd need one additional mana.
And how we're seeing the Tri-Beam Improbulator getting, Shark Chariot. That's not very helpful. Sir Pickle likely to never see that Shark Chariot ever again. But hey, you may as well attack with it, right?
3 damage is 3 damage, but now it could theoretically just be blocked if Stan's, values his life total enough. But I don't even know if that's going to happen.
These are some good draws off Stan. These urchins bringing another urchin and a Jinx into hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Jinx is pretty much the card you almost always want to have in your hand as discard aggro, as it just does so much. It's a win condition, it refills, it keeps refilling, it keeps generating more win conditions, it clears the board. She just does everything. Jinx is just amazing. Sir Pickle, forced to use a 1 mana Thermo Beam here just to get damage onto the Draven to be able to even use a Scorched Earth. But this is not looking good for Sir Pickle here.
And here comes the crowd favorite. He's a 6/5 and he's overwhelming with power. And a little bit of extra face damage, for good measures. So the Sentry is going to stun the crowd favorite, because otherwise lethal felt pretty imminent. But Sir Pickle still only left with a 3/2 as a blocker, and this is a lot. There's a lot coming in right here. And Stan, of
Mhm.
course, holding up for the Get Excited rather than playing out another Urchin.
Right? I mean, depending on how Sir Pickle blocks here, and Sir Pickle just says, you know what? Not gonna do it. That's gonna be it. Stan taking it down 2-1.
Whew, that is a fantastic victory for Discard Aggro. Now, Discard Aggro has been really having a great showing today, and I'm all here for it. I think that was the first deck I ever built in Runeterra, because you could build it. It wasn't as strong way back in beta, but it was my fave.
Yeah, it is certainly a deck that has been around, like you said, since the beta. I mean, back in my day, you could actually use the Augmented Experimenter to even target the opponent's face back in the day. But definitely a very strong deck in this tournament, nonetheless.
So I hope you've all had as much fun as me and the Blevins have had during the first 2 rounds of the seasonal. But we are going to be saying goodbye and welcoming our next set of casters for the Guardian of the Ancient seasonal top 32. I believe that we have Swim and Casanova coming up next. And remember, you should stick around because there's going to be a reveal of a new card coming later in the broadcast.
Yep. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a Giant Slayer TV Deck Tech. I am Blevins, and I am joined today with Jason Florent. What's up, man?
How you doing? Things are good. Hopefully I'm crushing seasonals currently while people are watching this.
That's true. We're recording in the past, but everyone watching this will likely be seeing this during the seasonals, and hopefully you're on you're going to be playing in the next round, but that's we have no idea as of this recording, but really great to have you in here. We wanted to do this series and talk about some of the decks that we're likely seeing right now in this very tournament. So, Jason, you brought a pretty crazy deck. No, one of the standards here, Thresh Nasus.
Yeah, like you say, it's one of the staples of the format. Maybe could be the de facto best deck in the format. Not unbeatable by any means, but it's a very, very powerful and solid deck, and kind of the reason I'm bringing it.
Yep, that's awesome. So for the uninitiated or folks who maybe haven't played as much ladder as a pro player like yourself, tell us a little bit about the overall strategy for this deck. How does it actually work?
Yeah, so it's relatively simple once you break it down. It's really, you want to put a bunch of fast creatures onto the board, so like Bakai Reaper, Doomkeeper. Ideally, you want to get a Ravenous Butcher, so you can put 2 units in the same turn, hit your opponent for a bunch of fast damage before they can get going, and then you Atrocity and Nasus at their face for the win. Easy game.
Yes, a tale as old as time. Giant unit Atrocity their face. It's a classic. Now, we talked about this a little bit before recording. This is a pretty stock list, but you've got a couple of interesting choices here from my perspective, at least. The 2 Rite Calling, I think, is pretty standard, but I've seen as few as 0 and as many as 3. What was the choice to bring 2 here?
Yeah, so Rite Calling, very powerful. You want to make sure you find your champions. They really, make the deck run. I went with 2 just because 3 was a bit much. You don't want to draw all 3 of them. You have nothing to sacrifice, and they kind of rot in your hand. Or once you have the 1 Nasus or the 1 Thresh going, you don't really need that many more. So 2 was kind of the sweet spot for me.
And the other card here, Black Spear, that's obviously been a very solid piece of just universal removal. Is this one that you're always bringing 2 copies, or is it a meta call? If you're seeing a certain amount of a certain deck, or will you trim copies there, or is it always an inclusion?
Yeah, for sure. I was not playing it last season at all. It's kind of risen in its popularity. There's just so many important champions that it kills. There's Ezreal, there's Aurelia, and I actually find that it's very important in the mirror because it's really hard to break a Thresh stalemate. And so one of the best ways to do it is to deal a little bit of damage to the Thresh and then Black Spear opponent's Thresh, allowing yours to flip and win the game that way.
That's a really good point. Yeah, the Thresh stalemate, certainly I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of that in the seasonal. The last specific card choice I want to talk about is the Rite of Negation. Another one that, when it first came out, everyone's saying, OMG, this is, better deny, Shurima greater than Ionia, Omega Lol. You've got 1 here. Have you liked the 1? Is it something you'd potentially bring more or even fewer copies of?
Yeah, so for most of the season, I actually ran 0 on a Nick Makes Plays list. Unsurprisingly, was extremely aggressive. So had none of the Rite of Negations, just trying to beat the opponent down, 1 less Spirit Leech. I have found, however, that in the mirror match especially, if your opponent counters your Atrocity and then they Atrocity you just lose. So you kind of need the 1 right. The game goes really late. You can basically always find it. I think 1's kind of the perfect amount.
And now there's one card that's not in your list, and I don't think I've really seen it at all since it got nerfed. That's the Blighted Caretaker. Is that a card you ever miss, or is it just good riddance? It's out of here.
There's definitely some times that it's missed, but Merciless Hunter does a lot of the same things. It still hits for 4. It kills an opposing unit or pushes it out of the way to push damage. So the Hunter has really just kind of, come in and taken over that slot. It's just a better unit in general.
Absolutely. Now, obviously for the seasonal, You're bringing a 3-deck lineup. How does this one really fit in your lineup? I mean, what are you looking to pair it with potentially?
Yeah, so I'm kind of just going for the 3 powerful deck strategy. I'm bringing this deck, and then I'm bringing Ezreal Draven, and I'm bringing Zoe Asol.
Okay.
So just kind of 3 powerful mid-range decks. They're very good against a lot of things. Not too many things hard target them. So I kind of just always want to have a dog in the fight, as they say.
Yeah, and sometimes that dog's a space dog, and a giant space dog in the form of
That's
Aurelian
right.
Soul. Absolutely love it. Now, in terms of Thresh Nasus specifically, what are you looking to play against? What are you actively happy to see on the other side of the virtual table when you sit down at the seasonal?
A lot of the aggressive decks are pretty good matchups. Spiders, discard aggro. Aurelia Azir is a solid matchup. It's not like a slam dunk by any means because the deck is very powerful, but that tends to be one of the reasons Thresh Nasus has done so well on the ladder is that it does have a favorable matchup against Aurelia Azir.
Now, conversely, of course, you're not always going to get those aggressive matchups. Maybe you will, and maybe that's why you're here in the seasonal for sure. We're blessing you here. We're reverse jinxing. But what decks are you not looking to pair this up against? What do you not want to see when you're sleeving up Thresh Nasus?
Yeah, so Turbo Thralls is a new deck that hit the scene. That's a really tough matchup. It's I wouldn't say unwinnable, but it's really tough. And then anything with Hush, a lot of the Targon decks that have Hush, they hush your Nasus before you can atrocity them, and those matchups tend to be quite difficult as well.
So hoping for no big thralls and no 3-mana Targon cards if you can avoid it. Now, are there any cards that for the viewers at home, maybe they're they don't want to run the 2 Rite of Calling, so they don't want to run they don't want to run Rite of Negation for ladder. Are there any other card choices that potentially could be swapped in?
Yeah, so the version that I played previously had the Wings and the Wave, and so this was the much more aggressive version that I was talking about. And it has the benefit of not leaning so hard on the Nasus atrocity win because you get these lightning fast starts. So you would cut the Rite of Negation, maybe cut one of the Spirit Leeches, slot a couple of those in, and try to get even lower to the ground.
Yeah, you can really. That was a version I was running a while ago, and you can really have some very, very aggressive draws there. But Jason, that brings us to the end of the deck tech here. Are there any other parting words that you want to give to folks that are maybe looking to, play this on ladder or play this in a future tournament?
Sure, yeah. The advice that I would give would be mulligan aggressively for your 2-drops and for Ravenous Butcher. That is really what you want to see in your opening hand. It will go a long way to helping you win.
Awesome. Well, I will certainly be looking for my 2-drops and Ravenous Butchers as I queue up into some ladder games at the end of this season. But for Jason Florent, I'm the Blevins, and for everyone out there watching the seasonal, I hope you're having fun, and we'll see you later.
Hello and welcome back to the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal Tournament for the Americas. My name is Saucy Mailman. We had a little bit of switch of our talent, but back with me again is Blevins, and I'm joined with Casanova and Swim. Casanova, how you feeling today?
I am so incredibly stoked to get into a couple more matches. I was watching the beginning. It was so exciting to see these players going at it. A lot of my favorites already eliminated, new stories ready to be built, and I can't wait to get on the mic with Swim here and talk about some more games.
Yeah,
Swim,
we've been
how you
talking about like wanting to cast together for so long. Casanova and I have not gotten to, and it's going to be a first for it. I'm also super excited today. There's so many players that I wanted to follow going into this tournament. So yeah, let's go ahead and go to the bracket.
So we should see the updated bracket here. This one should be a little easier to see now that we're in the top 8. Not as confusing. Anything here stand out as interesting to you, Blevins?
Yeah, this is we see the aftermath of the bracket of death that had Mo and Ceph, and unfortunately those two didn't make it. But what am I? emerges from that group of death with a pretty nice lineup. Of course, what am I? No stranger to the top 32, and is making it into the quarters now. Is going to have to play against Sir Turmund here, but definitely a pretty impressive performance from What Am I already.
Yeah, What Am I? This is his first time making it past the top 16. He's been here 3 times in the top 32, but this is the first time he's made top 8, and he's going to be going up against Sir Turmund, who was talking about in his interview at the start. Remember, he was talking about Majin Bay and BBG and What Am I, and some of these players that he's like, you see him on ladder and you want to make it be the name that everyone fears. When he sees those names, he fears them, and he wants to overcome that now to become that next big player. And you know, What Am I is the person standing in his path. So that's really exciting to see. But also for me, seeing both Stan and 4LW, 2 of the biggest names in Brazil, 2 players who at different points have had kind of the crown of best in Brazil, are still in this tournament. And that is super exciting for me.
Yeah, this is just an absolutely stacked top 8. This is probably the most stacked top 8 we've ever seen in these seasonals. Not to mention Duckling, just like the wild card himself with his lineup. I'm going to be very curious if he's able to make it all the way with that lineup. That would be really, really impressive. And then we've got, Jaco Wicco, who went 9-0 in the qualifier round as well. So this is just absolutely stacked.
Yeah, and you mentioned Duckling being that wild card. I mean, we talked about the entire broadcast about how there's so many players who are building your lineup. Are you targeting Azir Aurelia? Are you going to try to play it? Are you going to beat it, etc.? No one is going to be trying to target Duckling's lineup, right? There's no way that you're like, okay, so now how is my championless Cythria deck? What's my matchup there? No one is planning around that.
Yeah, and speaking of spicy lineups, we have a couple of spicy lineups coming to you. So we have Jacko Wacko and Big Ogre coming into this. And there's some interesting deck lists. Specifically, there's a Sivir Garen deck that I know you're pretty excited about, Casanova.
Yeah, I'm really stoked about this list from Big Ogre because Sivir Garen. Do I have to explain why I'm excited? No, nobody expected to see Sivir Garen. Like, I'm looking at this list and everything in here is a bit unexpected. It's like a full-on elites list. We got Pentient Squire, we got Honored Lord, Gallant Rider. Like, this is nothing. If we talked about at the start of the day the meta and what we expected to see, nobody in their right mind was coming in and saying Garen Sivir, and nobody in their right mind would see a Garen Sivir at the start and be like, yeah, that's top 8. That's going all the way. But we are seeing Big Ogre with Sivir Garen in this top 8.
Yeah,
I love seeing innovative stuff like this because I mean, just like in terms of what you can do in a tournament lineup, it's exactly like, we were talking earlier. I think Charma was saying that it's such an environment where you can bring these kind of like decks that are normally seen as tier 2 or even tier 3, but as long as they fit into your lineup, they will do extremely well in the tournament here.
Yeah, definitely. We have some interesting ones. And one thing I want to point out is Jaco Wacko. They're both playing in a Azir Aurelia deck, but Jaco Waco's got a spicy one of Ghost that if the deck doesn't get banned, maybe we can see that Ghost pilot the deck to victory.
Yeah, the one of Ghost is their sort of soup du jour for that deck. But one card that is in their Ash Noxus deck is the Rhymefag Wolf. It's just a one of, but in their stream after they went 9-0, they were talking about how that card overperformed for them, and they brought it back this week as well.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing this Frostbite midrange deck in general, because I think it should line up well into elites. In the past, this, Freljord Noxus midrange was always actually quite good against the Demacia lists, and now we've got, a Sivir Garen on the other side. So even though you certainly were not targeting midrange Demacia, Jaco Wacko's hit it. He's hit it, and we are going to actually get to see potentially that in action against Big Ogre as we are jumping into game. Big Ogre versus Jaco Wacko. We'll be able to catch up with Blevins and Saucy later on, but we're going to be getting into this game. It's going to be Sivir Garen going up against Ash Noxus. We teased this matchup. Oh, wait, no, this is Overwhelms.
Yeah, it's the Overwhelm.
Overwhelms.
Exactly.
I just saw the Sedge, and I was just like, yeah, that's in that deck. It's not anymore.
Yeah, this is a super weird matchup. I gotta tell you, Cass, I mean, I come prepared to these tournaments. I have like all the matchup tables on the top of my head, but this Demacia deck from Big Ogre is not one that I can comfortably tell you right now whether I think it's favored or not into Overwhelm. Like, I could see this going either way.
Yeah, no, so that's the crazy thing when people bring these kind of wild card lineups, right? Because like you mentioned, people do all these matchup tables, but I can guarantee you nobody had Sivir Garen in their matchup tables when they were running those.
Exactly.
And we can talk about in theory, right? So when we can talk about like, okay, well, Big Ogre is running a lot of followers with high HP pools. So these blocks, these mid-range blockers should be able to do pretty well into the overwhelm units and be able to at least staunch the bleeding because of that. So in theory, a mid-range deck like this that is a bit chunkier should do okay, but it's going to be hard to fully predict whether or not this deck is going to be favored, as we do see the bans come in, Azir Aurelia down the board.
And that's what I like to see, honestly, as a caster. I'm going to be completely real. So we see the Sivir come down on the side of Big Ogre. This is pretty interesting because, of course, this is like a massive threat that is going to have to be removed, but Jacko is going to have a hard time getting rid of it. I mean, because of the spell shield, it'll always absorb at least like half of the Troll Chant plus an exhaust. And Jacko's also got an interesting double Battle Fury hand, which in this matchup isn't going to be bad. This is going to be a kind of a slow, grindy matchup. We might even see the second Battle Fury come out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that 2 Battle Fury, while generally is going to be quite clunky, we do see a plethora of develops available for Jacko Wacko, at least on the next few turns. And that can set up for these Battle Furies to come in one after another to create that extra oomph to get through these beefier units that Big Ogre is going to be running compared to the general meta list like, you know, Thresh Nasus or like Azir Aurelia that are running a lot of those 1 toughness creatures. And we actually see just this attack coming in straight away, using that exhaust to get the Sivir, getting a lot more value. And while the Troll Chant is here, I think that Big Ogre is going to continue to start to gain small advantages to kick things off. However, I think Jacko Wacko has the potential to bring it back with the Troll Chant, with the exhaust and the Renekton in hand as well.
Yeah, but Troll Chant is going to be met here by a really, really beautiful sharp sight. Big Ogre knows he's just jamming that. He's got to hope there's no second response, but as we can see, there's nothing else. So Sivir's going to live, take no damage, and just own the board at this point. Looking really, really good for Big Ogre's side.
Yeah, it's a huge swing there to get that. And actually, this Concerted Strike is a massive draw, because if we do see the play of Renekton and Exhaust to try and take down the Sivir, the Concerted can actually answer this and kill off the Renekton, continuing this massive board swing that we see. Jacko Wacko does go for the Ruin Runner, and this will deny the Concerted from actually being a strong play for Big Ogre. There's only 5 mana, so Big Ogre cannot even pop the Spell Shield with the Exhaust. Jacko Wacko may be reading this, or maybe just going for the safest line possible with the fact that this is going to be a spell shielded unit instead of just the Renekton, is going to play around this, and it's going to be massive at avoiding this blowout that was brewing on the side of Big Ogre.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. It's exactly like you were saying. I mean, the Renekton was so vulnerable. This matchup really just comes down to these spell shields. We saw the first Sivir on Big Ogre side, you know, getting killed, but it took a lot of resources to get through its spell shield. And we even see the Ezreal emote by Jacko Wacko when the second Sivers come down. Both players know that this matchup is kind of about who can get most just squeezed value out of things, and nothing gets more guaranteed value than these spell shield units.
Absolutely. I mean, spell shield is such a strong keyword, and then we're in a matchup where neither side is really happy popping these spell shields. They run very little card draw, and the spells they have are very high impact, even if they are low mana. So even if it's cheap to remove the spell shield, it's really painful to actually do so. And we can see that here, right? Like that exhaust being used to pop a spell shield just to open up a Concerted never really feels fantastic. So Big Ogre is going to hope to get rid of this Ruin Runner via follower combat instead of actually getting it in any other way. We do see the attack coming in though.
It's a really interesting open attack, basically just being aware that this Ruin Runner is such a threat, wanting to threaten so much, and Jacko's just going to tank it, going all the way down to 7. So even though Big Ogre had the Cythria, he elected to just try to open attack, just to put pressure on this Ruin Runner, since he knew the Ruin Runner couldn't really block here without giving up too much.
Absolutely. And now Big Ogre does have the priority. We've got the Ancient Yeti coming down for Jacko Wacko. He's down to 5 mana, so there are no combat tricks that can be played, at least from hand. I'm looking through what he is threatening, though, still at this point. There's the 3 sisters, but now Renekton is going to come out, so there's no more tricks being threatened other than a Shapestone, and that will prompt a rally from Big Ogre, going to be going very aggressive to turn this around, having the Sivir, trying to get that as close to leveling up as possible, and even have the Exhaust So this is going to be a massive swing with this attack with Sivir coming in and the pull being available. Could even set up to go for a greedy play with the Merciless Hunter pulling onto the Renekton, but it does look like Big Ogre will be respecting the potential of a Shaped Stone, wanting to play around that, so decides to pull with Sivir. Maybe not. Okay. Maybe I just need to wait and see what Big Ogre wants to do before actually, because he keeps changing his mind. But I don't know. What do you think, Swim? Do you think you should play around this Shaped Stone here? Or do you think at this point you're kind of committed to being more aggressive?
I think you're just in. I think the Sivir just has to go in for the attack here. One important thing is that, Jacko in next turn is getting to these Battle Furies, and that's going to start being terrifying with, the Ruin Runner, with the, Spell Shield on board as well. This is kind of the turning point for Jacko Wacko. And even if there's a Shape Stone, which you can't put him on, he's out of mana for Battle Fury if he goes for that. So this looks like the big Battle Fury turnaround, though. Jacko might actually be able to swing this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big swing turn, but we do look at Big Ogre, and he does have 17 HP. He's got the 2 Concerted Strikes in hand. Now, granted, this is a 9-mana turn. Only one of these Concerteds can actually be played, and we still see that Spell Shield available on Ruin Runner. Now, the thing is normally that would be horrifying, but Big Ogre's at 17. The max the Ruin Runner's going to hit is going to be that 14. Big Ogre is pretty safe going into the next attack with Jacko Wacko down on 2.
Yeah, no, this is a rough position for Jacko Wacko. I mean, just being at 2 health means he's kind of out of position for a lot of things. The sad thing is, like, if he plays Battle Fury, he knows he's only going to have a board of 2 units, and being at 2 health, he's already just not doing well enough. I think he's going to realize he's just going to go wide with blockers and abuse the fact that Big Ogre doesn't have Overwhelm on his side of the board. That's the one flaw with Demacia compared to the Freljord version we see here.
Yeah, I mean,
painful.
that is the only win con, right, for Jacko Wacko,
exactly.
is to survive long enough that the Battle Furies can punch through. The Battle Fury can't punch through this turn. It's not going to happen. So you have to be able to protect yourself. And we see the Sithria, the Bold, that's going to come down and invalidate the Omen Hawk as a blocker. That's alongside a potential for Concerted Strike to remove an additional blocker. There might be a way for Big Ogre to get wide enough to just finish this game on the next attack.
Yep. And it's basically all coming down to the next turn. Jacko has realized he needs to play defensive here. He needs to go wide with these blockers, and Big Ogre knows his last swing is going to be the most reliable to get it in.
Yeah, and there's the Concerted, pre-committed. I actually really like this onto the biggest threat that is on the board. This can answer your Sithria when you play it on the next turn as far as blocking the Fearsomes, but it's also the only unit right now that can come in and attack your Merciless Hunter and actually value trade plus push damage. So that is the most threatening unit at 4 mana. The only thing that could be a little bit scarier that you might have wanted to hold this for would have been a Renekton, but I think that overall it's okay to just let loose on that Concerted instead of passing away 9 mana and just trying to allow yourself to be in the best position come next turn to just get the attack in for the 2 damage.
Yep. And we've got a pretty scary attack here. Like you said, the Omen Hawk getting completely invalidated there. It's just going to die here because fearsome blockers are just not going to be good anyway. We draw the Brightsteel Protector, which gives Big Ogre an excellent curve. You can go Sithria with Concerted Strike this turn or into the Brightsteel Protector with the option for the free Challenger. Looks pretty scary.
Oh, yeah. There's the Challenger on the Sithria too, which is the perfect target because she gives everyone else fearsome. So now you can pull someone that would normally be able to block fearsome to the side to have to block Sithria. Now, we know that's not going to be a big deal because we are looking at Jacko Wacko's hand, but if you had another small unit like an Omen Hawk, that would be punished heavily by being pulled by the Sithria. So we are just going to see this come out, not be pulled by the Sithria, not being able to block the Sithria is what I mean, but we are going to see Jacko Wacko potentially just go for the Ruin Runner and try and block this board, but it looks like Big Ogre is going to be able to get wide enough.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to that Three Sisters.
The really nice thing is, yeah, the Ruin Runner coming down, the Three Sisters will be able to stop one of the attacks with either a Flash Freeze or, of course, an Entomb, and Big Ogre won't actually have lethal this turn, although he will just completely devastate this board with Sivir giving Quick Attack and Spell Shield to everything. And correct me if I'm mistaken, I haven't seen this deck before, this is such a spicy mix, but Sivir should be giving Fearsome back to the Sithria as well, yeah, which is pretty powerful.
Oh, shoot. You're right.
Yeah,
You're
Sithria,
absolutely right.
Sithria
That's
the
crazy.
Bolds. one of the downsides of Cythria the Bold is that she doesn't give herself fearsome, so she doesn't really invalidate fearsome blockers entirely, or non-fearsome blockers. But Sivir plus Cythria in that way is actually like a really powerful combo. I love this deck.
This is so dope. And Big Ogre is like, he brings out the spice in game 1. We get to see it immediately, and immediately he's in a dominant position to take the game. Now, we do still see some combat tricks up Jakawaka's sleeve, but you already brought it up. This board is about to be decimated by the attack. The Sivir being able to grant the quick attack is making it so the trades are really bad. You can dictate the Cythria pull onto the 7/5 Ruin Runner, which makes it so the other blocks are all terrible. I mean, this is so rough.
Exactly. And I mean, Jacko realizes that as soon as he hits that pass button, everything's going to have spell shield on the Sivir attack, so he has to just take the Entomb now. This will allow him to survive, but at what cost? He's losing his entire board. One of his Ruin Runners will survive. His 7/5 Ruin Runner will survive, but with just that and the Battle Fury, it's not going to be enough to get through.
Yeah, because it can still be blocked or even just let the damage through. It's only dealing 15, and there's no over the top. Well, okay, no pure over the top. No burn damage on the side of Jakawaka. There is over the top with Overwhelm, but you're not going to be able to actually get that last 2 as long as Big Ogre can establish enough of a wide board to finish off this damage on the next attack turn. And with this Attuned wearing off, when the token comes back to Big Ogre, there's going to be a good opportunity, especially because that Cythria is going to have Challenger again.
Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind, Jakawaka is drawing 2 cards here off of the Preservarium and the Natural Draw. He could hit a Shapestone, which is 1 mana for a +3, but it's still not going to be enough with the potential blocker Big Ogre will have. It's not looking good. I don't see a way out of this for him. He did draw 2 units, though, so he can continue trying to block down.
Yeah, but the Omen Hawk we discussed, the Cythria and the fearsome interaction, it's actually not going to be a good blocker. Now, granted, it is a very cheap unit that would allow you to play a Battle Fury onto it to allow it to block. So we're probably going to be in a situation where it is a blocker. I think we are in a world that it is a blocker, but there is this concerted strike on the side of Big Ogre alongside the single combat, which the single combat generally, I wouldn't say is the most phenomenal card, but it's okay. It's really good here because it can actually proc the spell shield and allow you to play the concerted strike on the Ruin Runner and actually clear it away when it gets buffed by this Battle Fury, which I'm anticipating comes out. I'm not entirely positive that it will because it doesn't win the game just yet, but it feels like you would want to start casting those now.
Yeah, the most awkward position here for Jakawaka is he knows that he wants the Battle Fury this turn. You don't want to pre-commit in Runeterra. You want to let your opponent see what you do next. But if Jacko attacks, he's got to know Big Ogre is just going to let this through. You always know that if you block, you're just giving the opponent a free action back. Ogre will just skip this block. He'll take it down to 10, and he knows that he's got lethal on the next attack, especially with these spells killing blockers on the side of Jakawaka.
Yeah, I mean, this is just great play from Big Ogre. It just shows his prowess with this deck. He seems very comfortable on it, very confident on this mid-range Demacia list. Now, this is an old archetype that has just kind of fallen completely out of favor, and it looks a lot different than it did the last time we saw it. But, you know, Big Ogre is just playing it like a pro, and he's making sure that he's putting himself in the best position to win on this upcoming turn. He's going to be 3 wide against 2 wide. Open attack's going to be ready to come out.
Attack with
it should just
spell
be game.
shield. Yeah, the spell shield has
shields.
it. And there's nothing that can be done about this. Omenhawk's not even a blocker because Cythria gets fearsome from Cythria and then passes it back to the Cythria if the Cythria wasn't already challenging something anyway.
Oh, it's so cool.
We've got the Battle Fury for the blocker, but unfortunately, there's going to be nothing else. Spell Shield on all the units. And the first game is going to go to Big Ogre, which means Big Ogre's deck that he's going to have to win with, one win, Turbo Thralls. Are you looking forward to that one, Cass?
I am looking forward to Turbo Thralls so much. This is a deck that has been around now for a while, but interesting fact, Swim, I have yet to be able to cast a game of Turbo Thralls. Every time it's shown up in a tournament that I've been casting, it is lost before it gets to me. So I'm so stoked to finally get to actually talk about it.
That's a real tragedy. I gotta say, Turbo Thralls is a very exciting deck for me to cast for a few reasons. You know, when the deck came out, I was saying that this would probably eventually be competitive. It's something that needed to be refined, and it took a while to get there. But as we've been seeing it, it's been seeing play in tournaments for the last month, and it's actually been substantially iterated upon as a deck. We can see in this case, Big Ogre's Turbo Thralls version is actually, it's pretty refined, and it's a pretty unique version compared to what people were starting a month ago. He's running Preservationist, the 5-mana Giraffe card, and he's even running one copy of Succumb to the Cold.
Yeah, I mean, the Succumb to the Cold, super interesting. It's not one I expected to see too much of, but it is a nice little one-of to get an additional Thrall. Trying to get even more Thralls because we are Big Ogre and we need Big 8/8 on board so that we can smash face. And I think that is, Big Ogre's thought process as well. He's Big Ogre. He play big mid-range unit. He play Big 8/8. He smash face. Let's go, Big Ogre. We'll see how this Thralls pans out against Overwhelm once again, as we've got an Omen Hawk in the mulligan once again for the Overwhelms list. And we'll see, that used to be the sign of good players back in beta. You got Omen Hawk on one.
Yeah, so far, Jacko's got a much better hand in the opener. He's got Omen Hawk and double Ancient Yeti, so these are going to start, putting on real pressure in the mid game. Big Ogre does not have the Thrall yet. He's really looking for it. That is a really important component of these decks, getting that down early.
Yeah, it is. And not having that is certainly hurting because Ogre has some of the combo components, but not the actual combo piece, right? We've got the Clockwork Curator that wants to be advancing that landmark, but it's not going to be able to be played because there's just no landmark for it to advance. Big Ogre definitely struggling out here, having to pass on turn 4 without playing anything yet. And I'm looking at this hand, and there's really nothing I want to play. I mean, you could play a Blighted Ravine, but God, that feels awful.
It's a nightmare hand, Cass. And we see Jacko, on the other hand, drew the Rune Runner, drew the Alpha Wild Claw. He's got the Dream Curve, and this just looks so bad for Big Ogre.
Well, yeah, this is a bit doomed.
I mean, you were saying good players draw Omen Hawk early. Even better players draw the buffed Rune Runner to curve out on 5 on the attack.
That's absolutely true. At this point, we might just be getting a raw Giraffe to try and block a little bit. It's not actually advancing any Thralls. The Thralls are missing. It looks like someone was able to deal with the Watchers, and now they're just not showing up.
Oh my. And yeah, this is one of the most raw Giraffes that I've ever seen. In fact, this is the first time I've seen Preservationist been played in competitive, so I can without a doubt say this is the rawest Giraffe I've seen.
Oh god, that feels so bad for Big Ogre. I mean, there's nothing to do still. Swim, we're 6 rounds in, and he still has no plays.
That's okay. This Ancient Yeti's going down. He's got it right where he wants it.
Oh yeah, he can Blighted Ravine it finally. After all this time, he's gonna get it. It only took 2 Blighted Ravines and an Ice Shard.
Oh god. And this open attack threatens 15, which is exact lethal. Doesn't even need to pre-Battle Fury, which means the Battle Fury can act as a response to the Flash Freeze, re-upping exact lethal, and it's gonna take a Three Sisters second Flash Freeze to even stay alive for one more turn.
Yeah, I mean, Big Ogre just tried to refreeze an Ancient Yeti, and it took about as long as you would expect for a Yeti to die of frostbite.
Oh god, this is so painful, and it's so sad because this is a pretty low key deck right now. We're seeing Thralls actually being brought to a lot of the seasonals and doing pretty well overall, like definitely surprising people. But in this case, with this hand, there's just not enough you can do. So Flash Freeze comes down, re-up lethal on the Battle Fury, and at that point, I mean, Big Ogre can stay alive this last turn with a second Flash Freeze, but that's just gonna be it after that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Big Ogre is not winning. He's just playing some cards so that he doesn't die yet. But we just look at Chakawaka's hand, and okay, there's a Battle Fury. I guess we've got a freeze. Sure, we can stop this for a little bit, and then okay, now what? Now what do we do? I got the clock hand. Yep. Cool, sick. All right.
I gotta say, I like how Jacko used the Battle Fury on the Ruin Runner. It might seem a little weird because you're kind of overexposed into a second Flash Freeze, but in this point, the health doesn't matter. You know you're winning in one attack anyway, and the Battle Fury actually heals the Ruin Runner, so you're getting that 1 health going back up to 5.
Okay.
Concede's gonna come out, and Jacko takes game 2.
We're getting a game 3 swim. We're going to have to see if Thralls can kind of redeem themselves because that did not look very good. But
I hope so.
I will have to admit, this is just what happens when a deck does not draw its main, I guess, concept. Like we've
yeah.
seen bricks before. We saw in the EU final, Lobster drawing all 5 drops in a burn deck. That's, it happens. Sometimes you just don't get the hand that you need. And we saw Big Ogre do everything that they could with what they were handed. And that was a whole lot of nada. But there's the Thrall. There's the Curator. This is looking a lot better, Swim.
It's looking a bit better. I will say, overall, this matchup tends to be a little bit Ashe favored. The freezes are going to do a lot. Culling Strike on, something like Lysandra can do a lot. But with the Thrall in the opening hand, it might be overall even. I mean, Big Ogre is definitely going to at least be able to play the game this time.
Yeah, Big Ogre. That's true. That's a good way to frame it, Swim, because I think in the previous game, Big Ogre certainly was not playing Legends of Runeterra. This time, Big Ogre will get to play Legends of Runeterra, and we'll see how that ends up leveling the playing field against Jocko Wacko. This is a reasonable hand for Jocko Wacko to start things off. I do like when I have the backup for my Glory Seeker with things like the Iron Pot and the Icevale Archer. So we'll see if Jocko Wacko can leverage that to actually get an early advantage.
Yep, and I think you probably just have to pre-pot now. It's a little bit awkward. You don't really like pre-committing tools like this, but with 2 potions in your hand, I don't know if you're going to be getting much better value than this. And the scary thing is Blighted Ravine, one of the things cards like Elixir of Iron are meant to counter, Elixir of Iron doesn't help against it because it only lasts the turn, and Blighted Ravine just kills it at the start after it wears off anyway. Yeah, I like this Elixir of Iron for sure.
Yeah, it's really solid. Always love when you get the chance to have that. Big Ogre is advancing this Thrall pretty easily so far. This does feel like a pretty easy open pass, and we actually already saw that open pass from Big Ogre.
I like it.
Looks like Jocko Wacko wants to go pretty aggressive, but now we have the answer of the Ice Shard. So this is a great potential blowout for Big Ogre. We see the Iron Pot, so one thing will be able to be saved, but really good patience from Big Ogre to try and bait that in and actually find some value.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. And I think Big Ogre, the most important play here is just taking these reactive passes, right? A lot of weaker players might have just opened up Lysandra there, but as we can see, that would have gotten really, really punished. Now this Ashe will put on a bit of a clock. This is 10 damage a turn, but there's not a lot of over the top. So as long as you can deal with this board one time, you're going to be running the Ashe player out of resources.
Yeah, I think taking 10 one time is okay, right? So like you said, it's 10 per turn. 10 per turn, so that's rough. You can't take 10 twice. You only got 20 HP in this game. Granted, there's a little bit of healing. But from this point, we will need to see Big Ogre start to actually deal with the Ashe and protect themselves on board, which they'll be able to. There's time in the bottle. There's a way to actually get one Thrall online right away.
Yeah, time in the ball is going to be pretty insane here. Pretty high value. Now, we do see Jocko Wacko drew the one of Rhymefang Wolf. Slightly spicy. We see most versions of Ashe Noxus do not run Rhymefang Wolf. This is kind of like an old school tech, but he's bringing it back for this tournament, and there's a good chance it could actually pay off big here as a great way of killing one of the big Overwhelm units once it's been frozen.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hype here because we're seeing exactly, in real time, we're seeing why you would want to play Rhymefang Wolf play out, right? You have it with Ashe on board. They have one big threat that is going to aggressively trade into you. It's going to take favorable trades against you. And now you get to remove it essentially for free. And we're going to see this happen because there's no response in Big Ogre's deck to actually save this. So Rhymefang should be able to come down. And when Ashe swings in with the Rhymefang, this Thrall is just going to get deleted.
Yeah, Big Ogre is going to need this Preservarium to draw something that can deal with it like a freeze. Otherwise, this 8/8 Overwhelm is already dead, just as is on board. The Ashe plus the Rhymefang will just take it down. Huge tech payoff. Look at this Rhymefang. He knows Avalanche is an option, but he's taking the risk. And no Avalanche in Big Ogre's hand.
Yep, no Avalanche. Blighted Ravine would be too late. Also not the mana to play it. And you love to see
this attack.
The payoff for a tech choice like this.
Huge.
I mean, it is just amazing to watch when these players put that silver bullet one of in and it pays dividends. And we can see Jocko Wacko, the only representative from Argentina, coming in and getting to see that payoff on this Rhymefang is just phenomenal.
Yep, and this is a really, really bad position for Big Ogre to be in. I mean, the 4 health is the least of his worries. He doesn't have any answer to Reckoning. He doesn't have a way to accelerate the Thralls on his side of the board, and he draws Rite of Negation, not a useful defensive tool. He can use it against Reckoning, but with the extra 1-mana Yeti Jekko just drew, Reckoning is kind of the least of Big Ogre's worries right now.
Yeah, Reckoning is the least of the worries. Like, we look at that hand of Jacko Wacko, and I'm more worried about every single other card than the Reckoning at this stage in the game. And yes, there is going to be the Preservarian being advanced so that Big Ogre can draw more. This is cool. You can predict and then draw, so you can actually choose what you are going to get. To come to the cold is just going to get in their Thrall. The Thralls are not good enough, and Clock Hand might be too slow at this point with only being on 4 HP. In fact, it is far too slow. It will just be an open attack from Jacko Wacko that is putting us on a lethal. I think this is over. I think this is deterministic, Swim, at this point.
I think so too. Yeah, I'm running through all the variables, you know, like I'm trying to see, okay, he takes Succumb and then he top decks Ice Shards, and then the Ravine goes into the Ash plus the Ice Shards, killing the Ash, and then he's got the block plus Succumb on a 5 attack unit, and even all that is still lethal on Jacko's open attack. Looking really, really bad for the Lysandra Thralls deck here.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Yeti comes down. Even with this Entomb, again, I'm not seeing a way that you're actually surviving from the side of Big Ogre. And it wasn't the Garen Sivir that ends up faltering for Big Ogre. That deck looked fantastic. It looks like it's going to be Thralls that ends up faltering. And it looks like Jacko Wacko is going to keep the Argentinian hopes alive with this open attack. The Rhyme Fang goes down, but so does Lysandra. There is an open bench here, an open board for the swing. And Jacko Wacko is going to send Big Ogre back home. This is going to be Jacko Wacko advancing to the top 4, and Jacko Wacko is going to be qualifying for Worlds.
Yeah, and that's Jacko Wacko, the player other than Mo. Mo and Jacko are going to be the 2 9-0s, the players that went 9-0 in the qualifiers, proving that, you know, going 9-0 makes a difference.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. That was the second time we've seen Turbo Thralls not be able to pull out a Thrall until it was too late. Blevins and I were joking about it. We were wanting to see the Thralls get there, but they just never did. Blevins, what do you think of that last game?
I mean, I'm glad that I jutted in and got my comment about Rhyme Fang Wolf in at the last second, because boy, did that Rhyme Fang Wolf pay off. And like you said, Swim, it's a one of in the deck. And, you know, I thought watching Jacko Wacko stream after he went 9-0, you know, speaking up the Rhyme Fang Wolf, I'm like, how often did it really come up? And if there were multiple games like that one, I want a Rhyme Fang Wolf in all of my Ash decks now.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really love how both of those decks were built, actually. I'm a big fan. Almost nobody is a bigger fan of these just kind of like cheeky one-ofs than I am. And that's just a great situation where you can see it paying off, especially in open deck lists where your opponent is going to be forced to play around this specific thing as a threat. And that's just a situation where Rhyme Fang Wolf just almost won the entire game.
Yeah, that Rhyme Fang Wolf being able to take out a big old 8-8. The dog's been working out and he was ready to go. But I do believe we have another game that we're going to jump into with Sir Turman versus What Am I believe. So I think we have that to jump into right now. And so Casanova and Swim, I'm going to take it back over to you.
I am so excited for the matchup between What Am I and Sir Turman. What Am I is one of our favorites to win the game or the entire day for sure. A lot of us were talking before broadcast, we were talking in the breaks about What Am I, and we're going to get to see him on screen here against Sir Turman, and how whoever escaped this little corner of the bracket that had What Am I, Majin Bay, CEPHALOPOD, and Mo was going to be our favorite to win the whole tournament.
Yes.
And What Am I is the one who escaped there, but now we see them on the ropes against Sir Turman, down a game and going up against Azir Aurelia, which is the boogeyman of the format, Swim. How are you feeling about What Am I's odds with this as the last deck for Sir Turman?
I think it honestly might be able to be good enough. What Am I has a bit of a rough time into Azir Aurelia, but if anyone can pull through it, I think he can. I like what you were saying. I agree completely about the corner of death, and I do love What Am I's lineup, particularly his Noxus deck, which I really hope we're going to get to see.
Yeah, I would love if we get a chance for that. I know we'll probably have our bands pop up in just a moment from production. And we do have the, right now on screen, we have the Zoe Vi, which is one that I expect it to get banned a lot. I think Ruben's Pile has been just kind of so consistent for a long time. It has great matchups that I generally would expect to see that banned out of What Am I's lineup. But I know that actually the Thresh Aurelion Soul deck that What Am I had was eating a lot of bans. So maybe we will get to see that Noxus deck that you were looking forward to.
Yeah, a lot of players are really liking this Zoe Vi recently. It's been picking up a ton of traction in the past few weeks. That's a big blowout, killing the Ballistic Bot for almost no cost there. Some players are basically comparing it to almost a better version of Draven Ezreal, doing kind of like a similar thing, but shutting down a lot of decks just more effectively, beating Draven Ezreal in the mirror pretty notably.
Yeah, and I mean, you said shutting down decks effectively. Let's just take a look at this game state that we've jumped into, right? Like, this is a Azir Aurelia, the absolute boogeyman, and well, they're running pretty slim on resources. Now, granted, this is a triple Deus hand, and there is a droplet still available to proc these. So it's still going to be a lot of pressure. There's a homecoming for the more draw that you just pointed out, and you know, What Am I, even though he is going to be very advantaged in the value game, because that's what these Targon decks do, they just outvalue everybody with the invokes. There's still some frightening notions that Sir Turman can put up, and Azir is one. I should stop talking. I'm just cursing What Am I right now. I'm putting him in the dirt myself.
It's so painful. Geez. Sir Turman had a potentially really awkward hand. He had a hand that is really powerful if you have Azir, and really awkward if you don't. Drawing this Azir is going to be deadly, though. If he continues to draw a couple of Blade Dance cards, this could actually be it for What Am I. That's really nasty top deck.
We have to see if What Am I could find an answer. And actually, the Serpent is really close to being an answer because there are 2 gems, but it's not quite enough damage to actually take out this Azir. And I will say the double Ballistic Bot, though, should be able to put on enough pressure that maybe What Am I can just force Sir Turman to block and end up losing off of that. I think the elusive from Zoe is nice as well to be able to actually deal. Oh my God, Sir Turman. Oh my God.
He drew Aurelia.
He's just hitting everything he needs. This looked like running out of steam for Sir Turman, but I said it in the last seasonal I was on, but this guy looks like the protagonist of this one with these top decks. He's pulling everything he needs off the top of his deck. You could not stack it better than this with these next few. I mean, Swim, if he's going to continue down the line of insane draws, what is the next card that Sir Turman should hit?
Honestly, you don't really need more than a Blossoming Blade at this point. That'll just close it out. Just like any Blade Dance. Any Blade Dance.
Any Blade Ribbon Dancer even, I guess, is good enough, really. Like, just hitting any of that would be insane. And it comes down to What Am I buffing up these Ballistic Bots enough. He's threatening lethal, so he's making the Homecoming at least come out, or a block from Azir. It'll probably just be the Homecoming. And that's going to give another draw to Sir Turman to find more blades. What if he just finds like Lead and Follow and Ribbon Dancer, and he just has like all of that? Just ridiculousness.
Yeah, he absolutely could. I mean, this Homecoming is going to give him the double draw. We're going to see it probably forced out here. Ooh, he's keeping the Azir protected against some things. He's very worried about that Azir going down, which is interesting. It's a safe play, but honestly, it could actually end up costing him here. The extra draw being sacrificed off of not returning the droplet is a little spooky on this board state. I think you have to do that. It's just way too risky to Homecoming the droplet because of stuff like Mystic Shot. But I think that this Homecoming is going to maybe slow down Sir Turman's draws a bit.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared about that, like giving up that draw, because I think it reduces Sir Turman's clock. But of course, having to protect the Azir, I get that, and trying to protect the life total. But I expect the next swing to also be threatening lethal from What Am I? And now Sir Turman has one less. Oh my God.
There it is. He drew both of them.
He has one last card to go aggressive, but he still pulls. He still pulls the Blade Dance.
Yep. This Azir is leveled up. This Azir is not dying anytime soon. And that's a 5-wide attack. You seeing what I'm seeing, Cass?
Yeah, this is just insanity at this point, because it's going to happen again. There's an Aurelia in hand. That's going to come down and generate another one of these attacks.
Oh, yeah.
But What Am I hold on? I mean, the Fangs is healing a lot. He's got Star Shaping. And if he hangs on with some form of board integrity, What Am I is still not, it's not the end of the road. The fact that he's hanging on to this is insane, by the way, Swim, because this is like a crazy Azir Aurelia hand. And What Am I is like, I'm alive. We're okay. We're chugging along.
Yeah, this is one of the most, basically, when Azir Aurelia draws properly, they are just an absolutely terrifying deck, and it's really, really hard to stand up to them with anything. We've got here 2 more attacks coming out on the side of Sir Termund, and you can tell, what am I? I mean, we don't have face cams here, but I can see his face, you know, Cass, like, I can imagine his facepalm here. He saw that Sir Termund had to brick hand. Like, good players like, what am I? He's going to be watching the top decks, and he saw the top deck Azir. He saw the top deck Aurelia, and he's shaking his head right now.
His face, like, you can't see our face cam either, Swim, but his face probably looks like both of ours on each of those top decks. We're just like, are you kidding me right now? This guy is just hitting everything he needs. He's got the real Yu-Gi-Oh energy right now. He's just like, I've got all of the pieces of Exodia, and I'm going to destroy your Nexus with them. And What Am I is just doing his best to hold back the force of will from Sir Termund, continuing to push forward to try and find this victory.
Exactly. And that's, I mean, you can tell that's what that pause was by What Am I too. I mean, he's not even thinking of it. It's not like he's thinking about what to do. He's just shaking his head. This is rough. Here we go. The actual attack coming in. Sir Termund's going to save the Blade Dance in hand for last, and he does have 2 procs off of Aurelia's free card that she's going to be getting, and that will allow a double swap Azir to punch face for full. Just keep in mind, when you have 2 of those swaps, you can swap with Aurelia and then swap something else, so anything can get through any open gap.
Does that mean that this is just determined then, Swim? Because this Shurima shuffle is going to come through, and Azir is going to be able to connect onto face, and it's already a 12 attack Azir, and it's not done yet. This Azir is going to be even bigger than this.
Close to done. Yeah, I mean, What Am I? He's got a little bit. He's got star shaping, but he's taking so much damage here. There's 1 more full attack just this turn, and this is looking rough.
Yeah, What Am I? Trying to find a way to block this out. Ends up healing up a little bit. There are the hits, and What Am I knows that this is in hand. He can't be wide enough to block, actually.
There's
I think
no way to be wide enough.
Oh, it was close too. He almost held on enough to be wide enough to block this.
He could have maybe swung it as well if he actually survived this 1 turn. I mean, there's ways that he could have dealt enough damage with these ignitions in hand, with some top decks, with this elusive little bit of damage going face. But it looks like he is just going to be going down here. He's just double checking. He's looking at all of his options. The Blade Dance, the Flawless Duet is going to come down. This is going to summon a casual 6 white attack with Aurelia being able to swap in wherever she pleases. And that's just going to be it for What Am I? I mean, the star shaping is just not enough here.
Yeah, he had to be able to go an additional wider than this if he was going to live. And he just couldn't do it. Actually, 2 wider, 3 wider. Wow, I mean, just
that's
crazy.
18 attack
the fact that
Azir.
it's just all coming through. And Sir Termund, we were about ready to count him out with the running out of steam. His hand was pretty bricked, but it was just the perfect card after perfect card after perfect card. And Sir Termund, at the top of the day, talking about wanting to be a name that everyone knows and is afraid of when they see him on the ladder, is 1 step closer to making that reality, as he is now the next player that is qualified for Worlds with that 2-0 performance over What Am I?
That was a crazy game. Congratulations again to Sir Termund, showing us the power of Azir Aurelia. Sometimes you just win games with no hand, just draw your champions back to back to back. Sometimes you just need 3 Deus, draw Azir, draw Aurelia, do some blade dancing, and win from nowhere. That's kind of why we're talking about, even if you have a deck list that can, like, if you have a lineup that can handle that deck, sometimes it just wins. So we're going to check out Sir Termund's deck lineup and see what he had, go through the spicy cards, and here they are.
Good players draw good cards. That's really all I have to say about that, as we do see his list come up on screen here. But Charmer, I wanted to get your thoughts as we got you back here talking about this match and Azir Aurelia in general. And we thought What Am I might be able to take it, but he ends up falling.
I really liked What Am I's lineup for trying to tackle this deck. But the thing that you need to remember is lineups and matches and all of that stuff. When we talk about something being favored, it is not absolute. When we say a deck is favored into an archetype, At the extremes, it might be like 70%. Traditionally, if we say something is favored, it's more like 55 or 60%. So that means in cases like this, where you should have a good chance to win, there is always that chance that you get a bad draw, they get a great draw, some mix in between, and then you can't count out player skill as well. So in this case, I just really feel like it was, the nightmare scenario for What Am I? The top deck after top deck, it just seemed like everything was coming up Sir Termund, and they took advantage of that. I mean, good players know when to take advantage of those openings, and he did so.
Yeah, we definitely saw. I mean, What Am I had a good hand to combat the decks, but so there's some draws that you just can't get through. And even properly, returning the Azir with the Homecoming, Sir Termund really showed their prowess with the deck. And yeah, but let's talk about this Tom Rocca deck. I know this is something, Swim, that you wanted to chime in about.
Yeah, Tom Rocca is a really, really interesting pick. It's something that, players for this tournament considered so many different decks, right? This is the most diverse field we've ever had, and we're seeing some weird stuff brought. And Tom Rocca has been on a lot of players' radars. It's been something that most people are a little too afraid to bring, just because it doesn't do too well into a lot of the field. But I think this deck really scales with, if you're very good at it, it's a very difficult deck to pilot perfectly. And it's also extremely good against, for example, Thresh Nasus, right? Being able to just absolutely shut down Thresh Nasus is just one thing that Tom Rocca does extremely well in this meta environment.
Well, and I love that you brought up that this deck is incredibly hard to play, because this is the biggest comfort pick for Sir Termund. This is his most played deck. He brought it to the open rounds, and then we saw it in the interview video earlier on when he was talking about his prep. He was like, you know what? I'm just going to take a break. I'm going to take a step back, and I'm going to play my comfort, and I'm going to bring Tom Rocca, and I'm going to spike this tournament. And guess what? He's brought it all the way to top 4. He is worlds qualified off of his comfort pick, which is that Tom Rocca. He's incredibly proficient on the deck, and I can't wait to see if he can bring it all the way.
I gotta say, I love lineups like this.
Yeah, did we have another lineup that has turbo thralls? This will be the third one we saw, and Sir Termund is moving on, so has to mean he's seeing some success with this, right, Swim?
Yeah, the thing I love so much about Turbo Thralls, and I sort of alluded to this early, but it's the most unsolved deck by far. Everyone is still bringing pretty different versions of it. This one's running one Preservationist, one Clock Hand. It's like it's mixing it up. It's not running Succumb. It's one Avalanche, and it's these little changes make a huge difference. And this one's even running one Zillion as to round out the champ slots, right? Just a little bit of flavor in there, a little bit of spice. And I love that. I love seeing these different versions. I love the idea of decks that aren't completely solved yet, and that will be in the coming months as players get back into this and see this deck as competitive and go and refine it.
Yeah, I love seeing it so much. This is, again, one of my favorite decks, and it's really cool to see it having, success in a tournament environment. Did you guys expect to see the Turbo Thralls Charmer? Was this one that was on your radar?
I don't know if I would have said it was on my radar with this level of popularity. The fact that we've seen it multiple times on the broadcast is a bit of a shock. I'm not surprised that at least one player brought it, because again, the meta is more wide open in tournaments than I think people gave it credit for, and it has some good matchups. I agree with Swim. I think that it's really an unsolved deck, and so in that regard, I think players have less time piloting it. They're still trying to figure it out, and so that's why I'm a bit surprised that we've seen it as much as we have, but I'm not surprised that it has shown up today.
Yeah, I think that personally, I expected it to be a good deck. I expected it to make some waves, but I actually expected a lot of people to not bring it for the favor of Overwhelm Shurima, which of course you can't bring both because they use the same colors. They both use Freljord and Shurima, but I'm impressed with the amount of people that are bringing this over the traditional Renekton style Overwhelm in this seasonal. It's really blown me away.
The one thing that we need to continue to watch out for, though, with this Thralls deck and its popularity as it continues in the tournament, especially with Sir Termund, is we saw how hard this deck can brick. It kind of is reminiscent of Shen Fiora, where that deck was so powerful, but it would have hands that would be just all spells and completely unplayable, and you would just lose games. This deck falls into that same problem, just it does have the bailout of being able to predict and put cards that it wants on the top of its deck. It just, we saw it happen. It missed Thralls, and it looked like a complete pile of garbage.
Yeah.
One last thing that I want to highlight here is that, yes, Thralls can brick. I also think that Tahm Kench Soraka can brick, and I think that's why so many players shy away from it. Star Springs being your primary win condition feels really bad if it's in the last 10 cards of your deck. And yet, despite that, Sir Turman thought both are entirely fine, which brings us back to something that Casa likes to say, and that's that great players are just great at top decking exactly what they need. He's got that confidence, and he makes it work, and he says, you know what, I'm just not going to brick today. And that's it.
Yep, it's true. Well, congratulations, Sir Turman. You're moving on. But we have something else that's pretty spicy that we wanted to get to today, and that is a new card reveal. I think it's one of the things that we're all very excited for. So let's check it out.
Beasts come in all shapes. I'm one of them. They thought they were safe. Coming up! You're on the list. I smell panic. They all sink before they float. Drown with me. Where there's blood, there's monsters. Tide's rising. Crossing one off. Funny who you remember. So many names. I'm just getting started.
A murderer has surfaced. Guard yourselves, Demacians.
Ain't them I'm here for, darling. Something sharp for you. The swarm's always hungry.
You face a prince.
Never killed a prince before, far as I know.
Nor will you. Demacia.
More names off the list. More names on it.
All right. I know we're all excited about Pike. We're just talking about it a bit. He seems pretty crazy. Swim, how do you feel about Pike?
I love Pike. I'm kind of blown away. I personally, when the lurk things started coming out, like Shurima cards, just the first 2 days before we even saw Rek'Sai, I was like, it could be cool. A little underwhelming. Let's see what the champions do. At this point, I'm pretty whelmed. These champions are crazy. I love how nuts Pike is. He's gonna lead to some very interesting ways of being able to play the deck, and looking a lot more unique as an archetype. Like it's gonna be doing its own thing, built very, very different.
Yeah, I love your use of whelmed. I'm thoroughly whelmed myself about Pike. I'm really excited. Just from a commentary perspective too, just seeing those death from belows pop off. Like I just can't wait for a big tournament moment where somebody gets a death from below that just takes out an entire board. He's such an exciting hype champion, and I just can't wait for the release.
For me personally, the thing that gets me excited about Pike is that he's really a finisher, but in a non-traditional sense. When I saw Rek'Sai revealed for the Lurk archetype, I thought, okay, this is going to help with your consistency. You get multiple Lurk triggers. You kind of need that so that those units scale above par to make them worth your time. But Pike, he is going to wipe the board, give you a big presence. He can do it at fast speed as well. So when you think about the mind games you can play with an opponent, you can do that in response to an attack and wipe out their board. You could do it at the end of a round to set up an open attack. There's so much that you can do with Pike. And once he's leveled up, again, just a nightmare, a terror. You saw it there in the reveal video, taking out an entire board on his own. I'm just really excited. There's going to be some insane moments, and I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of tears involved as well.
Yeah, he gives so much payoff to this entire, like, everything. I mean, like the predict cards, right? Like the 0 mana predict card stuff like that. Like if you can reliably get that off, your combo's popping, right? Like all these cards that have felt like they've never really hit the right deck and they've just been waiting. I think Pike might actually be the thing that makes all of it work together.
Yeah, and you when you talked about seeing Lurk when it was first coming, I was like, okay, there's some cool stuff about this, but now having a couple completely different ways to build Lurk, if you want to go Rek'Sai, if you want to go Pike, there's a lot of exciting things. And the voice lines he had, never killed a prince before, tacking into Jarvan it's pretty S tier. We're all excited about Pike, and you can play with Pike. Obviously, it's coming next week, but we have to go to a break, take a little break, grab a drink, grab something to eat, and we're going to be back here. So don't go anywhere. We have more Legends of Runeterra.
Hey, what's going on? It's Majin Bay here with Giant Slayer to give you guys a couple of tournament tips just in time for seasonals. So the first question that I always get asked the most regarding tournaments is how do I build a lineup? If you haven't built one before, if you're new to tournaments and you're used to playing just one deck on ladder, it can be a bit daunting to have to bring 3 separate decks and put them together into a cohesive lineup. So the first tip I want to give you guys is to play decks that you're comfortable with. Showing up with some new meta decks that you're not as used to is going to really hinder your performance in the long run. You want to play decks that you're very comfortable with. It avoids the mental strain of playing something new, and you won't make as many beginner mistakes with the deck. I know you really want to play that new deck that just came out, but maybe shelf it in favor of something you're a little more used to playing. The next step is to figure out what plan your lineup has. Every lineup should come into a tournament with some sort of idea of what it wants to do. Maybe it wants to target a specific strategy. Maybe you want to bring 3 decks that are bad against one thing and then ban that one deck. There are a lot of different ways to go about it. My personal favorite and my personal recommendation to people who are just starting out in the tournament scene is to build a lineup with 3 of the strongest decks against the entire expected field. Bring decks that don't have many weaknesses and then pick your ban based on what you see each round. This strategy has a lot of pros. You get to play the strongest decks. So when you show up in each game, if your opponent's decks aren't on the same level, maybe they're trying to target a deck, your decks are naturally doing the stronger thing, and that's where I want to be each match. The only real con with this strategy is that the most powerful decks are usually the decks people are trying to target. So you may see lineups that are looking to target 1 or 2 of the decks you're bringing. Also, you are going to be playing a lot of mirror matches, and most of your matches are going to be between the 50 to 55% win rate range. You're not going to be blowing a lot of people out of the water. Again, we're looking for decks that are very strong against a vast majority of the field. Decks historically like this have been things like Fiora Shen and Ezreal Draven. The other type of lineup that I would recommend possibly bringing is what's called a targeting lineup or a bully lineup. You bring 3 decks intent on beating one specific strategy that you think people are going to bring. If they can't beat you with that one strategy, they can't beat you at all. So let's say you think a lot of your opponents are going to be bringing aggro. Your entire lineup is built on beating aggro. That means if any of your opponents bring an aggro or burn deck or something, you're going to stomp them, you're going to move on, they won't. This sounds great on paper, but unfortunately a lot of your opponents won't bring aggro. That's just kind of how it works. The field's going to be a lot more open than you expect it to be. So yes, it's fantastic when your targeting lineup runs up against its target, but I prefer not to build these lineups because if your opponent doesn't bring it, you're kind of screwed. Okay, so there is a third type of lineup that I would like to recommend to you guys, although hesitantly. This lineup is built on 3 decks that all suffer against one specific strategy, and then you show up with the plan to ban that strategy. Let's say there are 3 very strong meta decks held back by the existence of Burn. Burn is too much for these decks, it can't beat them. So what do? You throw them all in a lineup with the plan to ban Burn every single round. If you can clear out all 3 of their inherent weaknesses, your decks get a lot stronger. The only real problem with this strategy is that it's really hard to build, and often the meta doesn't quite line up for it. It's hard to find 3 very powerful decks that all only lose to one strategy. Although if you can pull it off right, this can be incredibly powerful. So in this tip, we're going to talk about how to test, and to do that, I'm going to walk you through my personal testing process. I usually start by playing a lot of games on ladder. I do this on stream anyway, and I do it a bit off stream. I like to figure out what all the best decks are and how they play against each other. I need to know which decks have a favorable matchups into which decks I would need to ban if I wanted to play this strategy, and how each matchup works out. Who's the beatdown, what are the key cards, and how do I need to mulligan. From there, I take my top 5 or 6 decks that I enjoy playing, that I think I would like to play in tournament, and I take them into scrims with friends or more time on ladder. It's important to me that I find decks that I enjoy playing, because when I don't like to play a deck, I find I don't practice with it as hard, I don't usually understand it as much, and I tend to not do very good with it. However, on the other side, if I do like a deck, I want to play it more, I want to practice it more, and I want to dive in deeper, which usually ends up with me doing a lot better in tournament play. Over the next few days to a week, I usually take the few decks that I grab from ladder and really hone them in against other decks that I expect to see in tournament against friends. Scrims are a really nice way to prepare as opposed to ladder, because not only do you get real-time feedback from your opponent, but you can focus on specific things. You could say, okay, this game's lost, let's go next. I'd really like to play against this specific strategy, but this time, can you mulligan for this card? You could really test out these niche circumstances that you won't ever get to see on ladder. I mostly do this just to get a more in-depth view of how the different matchups work and how each deck fares against everything else, but then I take it on to the next step. I look for, are there any possible cards that can entirely swing a matchup on its head if I added them? Maybe I could tech against this deck and make it a lot better. Are there any strategies that share the same weakness that maybe I can bundle into a lineup and look to ban that one deck? I do this for a bit of time until usually the 2 days before a tournament, where I try to solidify my lineup into 3 decks and I work on fine-tuning them. To do this, I ask a bunch of my scrim partners and we focus on teching against specific matchups. By teching, I mean putting in specific cards that are meant to swing one matchup or a few matchups heavily into my favor. This could be something like, if you expect a lot of go-wide strategies, you add things like Withering Wail and Avalanche when you normally wouldn't. You can tech pretty heavily in tournaments because you can ban the decks that these cards will be bad against. Do you want to play a bunch of AoE spells to blast the other expected decks in the tournament, but you're worried about control? Play the AoE spells and ban control. It gives you a lot of flexibility, which I really enjoy. And then after all that, I show up to the tournament with hopefully a lineup that is nice and fine-tuned against what I expect to see. So this tip is all about knowing and understanding matchups and how to figure them out. If you know how a matchup plays out more than your opponent, you are going to have a huge edge on the field. The first little tip I have in regards to this is understanding who is the beatdown. If you've played card games for any amount of time, you've probably heard that term thrown around a bit. What it means is who is favored as the longer the game goes on. Who needs this game to end early? That can be pretty obvious. If you are a hyper aggro deck and your opponent is a hyper control deck, you are probably the beatdown. But it can be a little more tough to figure out if it's a mid-range deck versus a mid-range deck, or maybe even an aggro deck versus a burn deck. It's very important that you take the time to learn these things, because it's going to heavily influence how you approach the rest of the game, as we'll get into in a second. Let's say, for example, that you found out you are the beatdown in a specific mid-range versus mid-range matchup. This should change how you think about it entirely. If you look at your mulligans now, you understand that you need the game to end before it gets too long. So you need to mulligan for a much more aggressive start. Maybe throw back those removal spells that you've been keeping. On the flip side, if you find out that your opponent is the beatdown in the matchup, maybe look to keep more removal spells in a slower start. Look for things that clog the board early and get you towards your late game where you are favored. The next bit of this tip is understanding win conditions. If I know how I win the game and I know how my opponent wins the game, it gives me a lot of information. It's not as simple as, oh, well, my opponent attacks me to death. What you really need to look at is what sequence of plays, what cards, and what board states factor into you or your opponent winning the game. If you only lose this matchup when your opponent plays and sticks a Jinx, then you need to make sure that you keep cards that can kill Jinx in your mulligan. Maybe even save them and not use them on smaller units. If you win the game based on card advantage and eventually drowning your opponent out, then you should try to look to use your life total as an advantage and gain those sick 2-for-1s. The next bit we're going to talk about is key cards in specific matchups. Let's say that your opponent's best card against you is Jinx. Again, you need to look for ways to kill Jinx in your mulligan, but that's not all. You need to try to save a removal spell for Jinx. Maybe not use it on the smaller 2-drop, and instead save it. Take some damage if you have to. It's important that you don't let these key cards really take control of the matchup. Once you understand what the key cards in a matchup are, you need to have a plan to deal with it, or make a board/game state to really neutralize its effectiveness. On the flip side, when you find what your key cards are in the matchup, you need to mulligan hard for them and try to make as profitable of a board state for them as you possibly can. When you take all these things and put them together, I think you'll find that you win a lot more of these matchups that you really truly understand. It feels very nice to go into a matchup knowing exactly what you want to do and exactly what you need to keep your opponent from doing. All right, that's it for this one, guys. I'll see you next time.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal Tournament for the Americas. My name is Saucy Mailman, of course, joined here again with Charmer, Casanova, and Swim. We have had some absolutely incredible games with some insane gameplay that I did not expect to see. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see where all the players are standing right now, see our top four, because it's been very, very exciting.
Yeah, I am so stoked because not only do we have our top four, Saucy, but we have four new qualified players for the World Championships. Sir Termund, Duckling, Jakawako, and L Games BR are all qualified in. And I love Duck. You know, I am a Quack Gang myself, but seeing Sir Termund here after that video at the start and him talking about wanting to be a name to be feared on ladder, someone that people always recognize and are like, that is a good player. And for him to make it this far, I mean, I think if he hasn't already achieved that goal, he is so close.
Yeah, I gotta say, out of these four players, and I'm curious who your guys' favorites are, but personally, I'm kind of looking at Duck, and honestly, I mean, I said it before, he's just a complete wild card. His lineup with the Puff Caps, which is, fairly standard, it's not that weird, but Cytheria Matron as well as FizzTF is just three completely unique decks in this case, and I'm curious to see if he can actually go all the way with this lineup. He's already secured a world spots with it.
I'm with you, Swim. I'm really excited because of Duckling's lineup. I know that Sir Termund is determined to make himself be a household name by the end of this, but when I look at these two lineups that we are going to be facing each other here in the near future, I am also excited. I'm going to beat this horse to death all day long. We have 6 unique decks again in this series. No players' decks overlap, so we're going to have Irelia and Azir, Soraka Tahm Kench, and the Turbo Thralls. We know that because we just saw Sir Termund piloting those, and we've seen Duckling on the broadcast already as well, so we know that is the Matron Cytheria list, TF, Fizz, and Hexcore. And we're going to be diving into Termund's decks here to highlight them, and yes, Azir Irelia, that's the least exciting part about the lineup, but the other two decks, the quote-unquote brickable decks, I think really spice things up.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Raka, we talked about how this is already, his comfort pick, how hard of a deck it is to pilot, but also the favorite deck of Sir Termund. This is one that he is so incredibly comfortable on, and I expect him to do big things if we don't see it banned away, which I haven't deep dove into the matchup yet of the two lineups, so I'm not sure what the bans are going to be, but it would be a treat to watch Sir Termund pilot that list.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, I love Tom Rocket. So the context here is that, Tom Rocket as a deck is something that most players would think is actually insane to bring in this meta environment. On paper, it doesn't have great records into most decks, but if you're very good at playing it, you can definitely turn the tables on it. And I love when players make decisions like that, picking things that aren't good on the stats because they are basically confident enough in their own ability playing the deck to disrupt that.
Yeah, definitely. When we're looking at these decks from Duckling, they brought definitely the lineup I was the most excited about going into this tournament. We got the TF Fizz. We have some Teemo representation. I might be slightly biased, but only by a little bit. But when you play those lineups that people may not be as well versed against, the Champless Cythria, the Teemo, the bringing back TF Fizz, sometimes you can just win games with the, people going into the unknown.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really excited about TF Fizz. It's actually one of my favorite decks to cast, and there was a player in this tournament that ended up falling earlier, Filthy Gamer Weeb, who is actually making up 50% of all matches played in Platinum above on TF Fizz. We've cast him in Fight Night before. He's an absolute monster on that deck, but I want to see if Duck can live up to my high expectations for TF Fizz in this game. He's going up against Sir Tournament. We're jumping into the match. We will catch up with Saucy and Charmer later, but we do have Thralls versus Teemo Ezreal to kick things off.
All right, and we're gonna have to see how those bans played out. I expect Azir Aurelia and possibly TF is getting banned out. I'm really looking forward to see that Tom Soraka. So in the first game, we've got a bit of a unique take by Duckling on the idea of puff caps, running the Avros and Sentries, deciding to mulligan them here, trying to get some combo pieces. That's a beautiful opening here by Duckling.
Yeah. That is lovely to see the double peddler alongside a Teemo on one. And this is not a deck that deals with Teemo on one very well. Looking at Turbo Thralls, there's in fact no answers other than maybe an Ice Shard in the opener to actually trade. And that mana trade is not very happy for you if you are the Thralls player.
Yep, we see the bans coming in, and yeah, as expected, Azir Aurelia and TF Fizz are out, which means we are going to be seeing Tom Soraka after this. I'm a little biased, that's one of my favorite decks, but we see a pretty standard early game passing back and forth. Sir Tournament showing again the Thrall's kind of weakness of not having just, the Thrall turn one to be able to really get down on presence, and this chip damage is going to be pretty awkward. The Kindly Tavern Keeper, that was a great pickup top deck on top of this.
Yeah, Kindly Tavern Keeper is going to be nice. It just gives you something proactive to do while continuing to keep your Nexus topped, as at the end of the day, this Teemo list is kind of a burn deck, right? What it's trying to do is just burn your HP down. Eventually, it's not going to normally take control of the board and win in that way. It's going to get a bunch of Shrims in your deck and burn down your life total. So by being able to have a little bit of extra healing here with the Kindly Tavern Keeper, that is going to help out quite a bit, especially because, well, this is quite the big attack coming in. It looks like this Ice Shard will be able to prevent some of it and make this trade a lot better for Sir Tournament, but there's still going to be a little bit of damage going to face, and that will be responded to by this Kindly Tavern Keeper.
Yeah, the thing about the Puff Cap Peddlers is even if you kill them, they are still shuffling back in. Is that a level up?
This plays so crazy because the Shroom has 2 peddlers on board. It levels Teemo.
Yeah,
I didn't
survives.
even. I was not paying attention to that swim.
Yeah, I missed it too. I missed it too.
I just was not even thinking about it, and then this
that is so gigantic.
Oh no, Turman, this is brutal.
Yeah, what would normally be a really solid opener here, he's actually going to have to literally freeze that Teemo. You cannot let that Teemo connect in spots like this. Like, doubling the puff caps in your deck is just such a loose condition here. But already pretty rough. I mean, this Ravine will stabilize. It will kind of wipe the board, but Lissandra goes with it, which doesn't feel great. And, I mean, you've already taken a lot of damage at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Duck ends up blocking or not, because he's probably anticipating some kind of removal coming through, whether it's an Avalanche or a Blighted Ravine, and he could prevent some of the damage from coming to his Nexus, but that's not really the win condition for Duck, so I don't mind taking 2 here in case Sir Tournament is bricked on removal. I think it's an okay sacrifice in the event that there is not a way to actually deal with these pedals.
Yeah, and if you're Sir Tournament right now, you're pretty terrified that there's going to be some Elixir of Iron.
Oh, the Aftershock!
Aftershock does kill the Blighted Ravine.
Aftershock!
This is so nasty.
Oh, that's such a disgusting one of... Oh my god! A way to deal with the landmark. We've seen so little Aftershock Swim. I forgot what it did.
Me too.
I forgot that
we
exists.
both missed both of those.
Oh, this game has been so gross from Duck.
This is disgusting. He actually has the completely perfect hand. Just being able to deal with that. The Bright Steel or the Brittle Steel is going to stop the Lissandra from doing anything. The Puff Caps are doubling up here. He can even Mystic Shroud if he wants to shuffle more. Doesn't even go for it. Redouble on the Puff Caps down to 10 health by Termund. I don't see how he can win this game anymore.
Oh, thank you, observers. 64 Puff Caps in the deck after that attack.
That is so brutal.
This makes me so happy in the most toxic, evil way. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Sir Termin, but this is fantastic to watch. I can feel Saucy's smile and energy from here with this Teemo just destroying this deck right now, putting so many mushrooms in.
There's a little bit of a saving grace here. I mean, Sir Termund does have the ability, potentially, if he draws the right card, to get these thralls flipped. And the one thing, Duckling doesn't have freezes in his hand. And that is huge. So if Sir Termund can survive these Puff Caps, then he only needs one big attack, probably 2 turns from now. There's a Preservarium, not a good draw in this situation.
That's a chonky hit from the Puff Caps, and the Preservarium's unplayable. You cannot put that on the board. You will die. There are too many mushrooms. It's such an awkward draw. And yes, we've got the Draklorn Inquisitor. That will help to proc these, but it might just be too little too late, Swim. There's so many Puff Caps, and Duck can put an additional just pile of Puff Caps into this deck, continuing to just make Sir Termin bleed out with every draw.
Yeah, and we've got this predict, but it's kind of too little too late. I mean, he can get a flash freeze if he's playing around the open attack. These reshuffles coming in. This is going to be at, what is that? A total of 11 Puff Caps a pop, shuffling 22 more into the deck.
Oh my god.
What is that? 73 Puff Caps? This is not looking... No, 89. I missed a couple there. This is not looking good. He's probably going to die off of just 2 draws here.
There's one. Okay,
Dodge is
that's a light one. That's a light one, but there's a Foundry.
Picks up Foundry.
He picks the Foundry, but there's also just this elusive damage coming through.
Yeah,
there's no shot Sir Termin can survive any longer. This next draw
is big.
It's gonna do it. It's
the flash freeze. It stops the Teemo. And
that's true.
I mean, if Termund can actually just hold out, there's a chance that he can just blow the game out with Clock Hand. He just needs to get really lucky and just draw basically no Puff Caps. Foundry's going to come down here, which is going to be a draw 2, down to 6 health with 89 Puff Caps in deck.
Oh, it's
a second Foundry.
It's double Foundry.
It's too much. There's no chance. All right, how lucky would you have to get here? How
3
lucky?
draws.
No way. It's just impossible.
No shot he doesn't draw 4 Puff Caps. I wouldn't be surprised if he draws 4 on the first draw.
Overriding the Teemo.
The third.
What a Chad move. All right, the triple draw. Here we go. Let's see, how many does it take to kill him?
There's 3.
One almost does it. And there's
another. There's the game.
Duckling's gonna go
God.
really quick. 1-0 here. That was a lightning fast round. And now, Cass, we have Cytheria Matrons up. Because remember, TF has got banned. Cytheria Matrons is our other deck that Duckling's gonna have to win with now.
All I can say is, what the duck was that, Swib? I cannot believe that he had the ability to save the Teemo for that long by using the Peddlers plus the Shrooms, gets the level up, shuffle so many mushrooms into the deck. And we just saw the most brutal Teemo game I've ever seen. And now it's Cytheria. Cytheria, Lady of Clouds.
That's part of the value that Duckling... So Duckling, obviously, he's a wild card. He's bringing these decks that are just getting surprise value, right? And, me and Cass literally missed 2 different interactions that game. It's actually pretty irregular for the Shrooms deck to even run Aftershock. Most of them are just running Get Excited in that slot. But that's an interaction that just being able to stop that Ravine from going off just single-handedly closed out the game. Now we get into game 2.
Yeah, it's... Game 2, we see the Cytheria in hand with a Mobilize, ready to go for Duck. He can wait as long as he... Oh, okay, Swim.
Yeah,
he's got the combo with the Mobilize.
And Mobilize it's the greedy version of the deck, but in this matchup, in this hand state, it looks like it's just paying out. Stalking Shadows, he could hit big here. This could almost be it already.
Is it going to be Matron off the Stalking Shadows? It's not. Okay, thank you. We get to see, but Curse Keeper's great to bridge the mid game off of your Stalking Shadows because you can just play the ephemeral version, get the 4-3 down.
That's huge. The one thing going for Sir Termund here, though, is even though Duckling has got the hand, there's the mobilize.
Oh my God.
Even though Sir Termund actually has a pretty decent hand here. He had, you know, the Drakler Thrall, the Thrall that's going to be leveling up. He's going to be able to accelerate it, as well as even redouble it with Talia on turn 5. So he does actually have a pretty scary hand here.
Yeah, that is the saving grace. Is Sir Termund also has kind of the game plan, the almost perfect hand for the Thralls, right? So on one side, Duckling got everything that they want for the Cytheria, but on the other side, Sir Termund's got everything for Thrall. So we get to see both decks fire on all cylinders.
Gigantic.
And that's always great.
Yeah, so the top deck there by Sir Termund changed everything. So this is a really delicate spot you have to play, but basically you have to make sure your Thrall isn't fully flipped because you need the Talia to be able to target it. And then next turn, right after you play the Talia, you advance it, you get 2 8/8s on turn 5, and this is the draw. This is why people are bringing Thralls as a deck, because of these kinds of board states that you set up.
Yeah, this is absolutely gorgeous. And even though Duckling has the second mobilize, he's going to be able to set up to play a Spectral Matron on turn 6.
Oh this is so nasty. And this is like the perfect hand by Duckling. I don't know if these overwhelms are enough to get through that. I mean, the board is just going to be way too thick after this.
It's crazy because both decks are absolutely firing on all cylinders, but I think I'm with you, Swim. I think that Cytheria Lady of Clouds might come out on top on this exchange of the two decks firing off pretty much perfect hands on both sides. It feels like the beef that comes out of Cytheria or in the Matron play on 6 is just going to be too much, but there at least isn't a way to copy the Matrons just yet. So it's not going to be a chain of Cytheria into Cytheria into Cytheria into Cytheria. There's only going to be 2 options of playing her.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Duckling, the madman with mobilized Matron. His lineup is basically just geared towards punishing these big, beefy body decks, right? He's got the freezes from Hexcore, and of course, you can't out-beef Matron Cytheria when you draw this good.
Oh my God, and we'll see if any of these trades can actually sway things in Sir Termund's favor. Having one of the Thralls on the attacking turn 5 was massive, to be able to actually put a lot of pressure onto Duckling and reduce the amount of time that they have to stabilize with the Cytheria the Cloud boards. Because if Sir Termund can continue to get a little bit wider, it might be able to finish before this actually gets turned around in these next few turns. We do have last wind. Yeah, this is going to start making this board so scary. Look at these 8 6s, 6 6s. This is massive.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. This is just kind of like literally the dream scenario. Matron comes out on 6, double buffs everything. The Cytheria is there. Now that is, ephemeral. It'll die this turn, but it's going to take one of these overwhelms with it. He's got single combat as well that he can curve this round, and the rest of these buffs are permanent. How is Sir Termund going to get through this?
This is absolutely insane. This allows for the Thralls to be removed. Talia gets to be value killed off. That Dragonlord Inquisitor is not going to be long for this world either. All these challenges get to come out. There is the single combat on the back burner, as you already mentioned. So if there were any shenanigans coming out of Sir Termund, it would be immediately responded to. But as it stands, Duckling doesn't have to do anything. They can hit okay on this, and they are perfectly happy sitting around with their 12-12 fearsome and the rest of this board that's alive. Absolute nut draw coming out of Duckling.
And this is just history. Duckling made an insane meta read here, basically predicting the field and just trashing a lot of these decks that try to play for unit value by saying, no, your big units, they're not big enough. We see the Lissandra top deck. This is pretty big. We've got a level Lissandra, but it just can't be big enough here. There's no way.
Yeah, and I don't think there's been enough to actually get the Watcher, which potentially could have been a saving grace, but there's no time to actually set off these Frozen Thralls, get the Watcher, destroy the deck, and win on that condition. Because guess what? This is turn 7. This is a little bit of a lame turn for Duckling. There's not a lot that he can do. He can draw a couple of cards. He's going to be able to pick up a 3-3 off of one of these on the board. But then on the next turn, well, now there's another
Casanova.
matron.
Casanova.
But I was going to say he had the
other matron.
Cythria.
He's going to play it too. He's
got another matron, though.
It's the second one. This is redoubling again. That first matron's going to a 24-24.
Oh,
It's turn 8.
Duckling.
He's actually doing it. The absolute madman. He can single combat here for a free kill.
This is the scene from the Mighty Ducks where they're just going quack, 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 and Duckling is going to be filling the board with just massive units and taking over Sir Turman, who is so hyped up at this point, taking down What Am I, taking down such strong players earlier in the tournament. And Duckling, the people's champion on the most absurd lineup with the champless Cythria, is just going to have the most insane board coming forward for the attack.
Gotta do it, Duckling. You've got to do it. Just do it. Do it for the meme. You've already won. Just drop it. Oh, he's got the Islander.
Okay.
He's going for it. He's going for
first.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just bait out any potential response. It's okay. That's fine. We didn't need that 12-2 anyway.
No, you don't need anything but the 24 attack Spectral Matron that will be able to go home free due to the fact that Challenger will be granted to everything else. You can pull all the blockers to the side, go in for the biggest swing. And
absolutely
our
crazy.
First finalist here in Guardians of the Ancient is going to be the Avian Master himself, Duckling.
That game was absolutely incredible. It's crazy how fast those two matches went. But Casanova, you were exactly right. I don't know if I've ever been happier than to watch my boy Timo do so well. Get in there. A card I want to point out though that seemed to be kind of one of the MVPs of that match was the Aftershock. That did really well. Do you guys think that the Aftershock was just kind of a good meta read? Like, what is he? Is he targeting with the Deus? Do you think he thought there was going to be thralls that he had to deal with? What do you think, Charmer?
I think that when you include it as a one of, it is meant to just kind of be a Swiss Army knife answer. Maybe it's thralls, maybe it's a ravine if you're playing against TLC for some reason, maybe it's the Deus. The fact that it's a one of says, it's 3 damage or it's possible that it's going to bail me out, and it did just that. I absolutely love that Duckling is moving on because I love this lineup. I said before, big fan of Cythrian Matron together. I love it when we just do powerful things. And while most of this top 32 was, in fact, cracked, Duckling is quacked and move into the finals.
Absolutely love to hear it. But you touched on it, Charmer, and I just wanted to hammer the point home that we've been talking about one-ofs a bit in this tournament so far and how much we love when they really shine. And Aftershock is such a great example of a solid one-of to put in because of the versatility. We mentioned on the cast, Wim and I were saying that Timo Ezreal deck is kind of low-key a burn deck. And guess what? Aftershock can go upstairs as well in a pinch if you need that damage. It can destroy things like Deus. It can destroy the Thralls. It can destroy a Blighted Ravine. It can just remove something that has that low HP like kill an Aurelia. It just does so much. It's such a great card to have because you're not generally going to draw an Aftershock and be like, well, I can't play this.
Yeah, I think that the Timo Ez deck is definitely showing itself as just like, I mean, it's been a deck that's been on the rise and definitely been making competitive waves for months now, but it's kind of the standout here, even given that it, like, a lot of people in the tournament scene are regarding it as the single best tournament deck, which is crazy, right? Because you'd expect it to be kind of like, a more of a tier 2 or tier 3 deck. But like Charmer was saying, this is really a format where you're going to see a lot of these tier 2, tier 3 decks shine through.
I'm really excited to see this deck performing well. I was kind of giving it a hard time at the top of the broadcast, but a lot of that had to do with the fact that in a few community events prior to the seasonal, we had seen players use it to get to top cuts, whether that's top 8s, top 4s, and then whenever it was on broadcast, it would get 2-0'd. And I know that is just the way things go sometime, but it was not showing a great track record on the big stage up until now. Today has been the exact opposite end of the spectrum. Completely different story. It's looked really great. It's looked versatile. And I am excited to see if more players are going to be bringing it in the future, because who doesn't love puff caps?
Look, I'm now just becoming Charmer's hype man because I got to back him up once again on the Teemo Ezreal. I cast some tournaments with Charmer recently where it made it to the top cut. And once it got to top cut, it got 2-0'd. It was the weak link of some of these lineups. I've seen this happen time and time again, and that has been my criticism of it as well. Is on paper, people keep telling me it's good. I keep seeing it make top cuts. It has to be good. And then we get it in that top 4 situation or top 8 situation, and it ends up being the weak link of the lineup. We have not seen it do that here today in the seasonal. Duck able to bring home a win with it and take it all the way to the final.
Yep, and it looks like we have another game we're going to jump into for you guys. So we're going to have this Take It Away, Swim, and Casanova.
All right.
Games BR taking on Jacko Wacko. This is going to be Brazil versus Argentina. This is the last 2 representatives of each of their respective countries firing it off here in this Azir Burn versus Azir Aurelia matchup.
Yep. And keep in mind, Jaco is currently up 1-0, but finding a slightly unfavored matchup with aggro down to, beat down Aurelia Azir. Keep in mind, the winner will be moving on to fight Duckling in the grand finals with his Matron and Puffcap decks.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see. I'm looking through these lineups right now, and we got some spicy aggro being played by both of these players. Or at least L Games having the full aggro lineup, and then a little bit of Azir Aurelia action on the other side, but a lot of follower heavy combat between these 2 players.
Yep, and this is one of the lineups that people were kind of like most scared about, the full aggro lineup. Looks like it's made it already into potentially the top 3 here, and it's going to be a scary time for Jacko Wacko. Look at the board right now, and look at Jacko's hand. This is kind of the exact state that L Games BR's deck, that Shrimanox Burn wants to put you in. It's a deck that just wants to barrel you down aggro. It's effectively targeting decks like Aurelia Azir that are going to have a really hard time winning against a deck this fast.
Yeah, and I mean, we see L Games BR off to the races with this very wide board. This is incredibly difficult for Jacko Wacko to deal with. Now, they do have a lot of these, retreat returns, which are a saving grace in this kind of situation where you can actually phantom block a lot of these swings and actually continue to maintain the integrity of your board so that you can counter swing with this Green Glade duo. Because Jacko Wacko, in order to win this, I think it's going to have to be off of the back of a big duo. You're not going to have enough turns to nickel and dime L Games BR down. You're going to have to get a big swing in.
Exactly. And I gotta say, this is looking really bad for Jacko Wacko. He's gonna need to draw something, Azir, ideally, that can really start to turn this game around. He's thinking about returning the duo, trying to go for an elusive game plan. This is very interesting.
I feel like this has to be it because you need this duo to put out enough damage, right? As much as I want the draw, I think this has to be a return onto Aurelia so that you can continue to save up mana. You play the duo, you hope for like a Deus draw or a potentially a Ribbon Dancer draw just to continue to beef up this duo. Something that you can play. Shared Stone really isn't it. It's
There's the Azir.
Lackluster draw, and the Azir for L Games BR is going to keep this wide board of attacks going.
Yeah, and that's really devastating. Jaco just needs to be able to survive probably one more attack plus the option for Decimate. This Azir Aurelia deck can deal a lot of damage with an unblocked duo, but unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this one extra attack. This is a very scary board by L Games BR.
Yeah, it's really terrifying, and I'm kind of with you here, Swim. I think that the fact is Jacko Wacko played to their outs, right? Of trying to keep the duo alive, trying to go for as big of an attack as possible. We're even going to see the Shape Stone just to thin this board as much as possible. And I think that, this is everything that you can do as the Azir Aurelia is just try to stall out and get to the point where you can try and go off, have enough mana to just pop a bunch of Blade Dances, find the win with the Green Glade duo. But we just saw this kind of space demon blow up the planet on the board, and that's kind of what L Games BR is doing to Jacko Wacko in this game with this wide board of attackers.
Yeah, L Games is, I mean, with the triple aggro matchup, he's doing exactly what, Jacko is afraid of queuing into. He's got this vulnerable Azir Aurelia, and this is the targeting that we're talking about. This is the lineup that says, all right, if you're bringing Azir Aurelia or one deck that's just super vulnerable to aggro, I'm just going to beat that deck 2-3 times with my decks, and you're just going to have a really hard time. Jacko still has another chance, even if he loses this game.
Ooh, this is interesting. Going to just try and deal enough damage to then finish with Decimate. I really like this. There's no deny in Jacko Wacko's version of Azir Aurelia, which is rather standard. We don't see a lot of deny. Oh, but I speak too soon. They changed their mind. I like that open attack, personally. I don't know how you felt about it, Swim. I didn't mind it.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. Developing Ruin Runner is basically only a bit vulnerable for something like Dune Keeper, and with the Fearsomes, I think you're safe enough against it. So I think I'm fine either way. You definitely have both options there.
Yeah, I guess this opens up so L Games VR can punish more on the next turn if Jacko Wacko does an open attack. And the open attack is unlikely to be threatening to kill L Games VR. So they should feel relatively safe surviving one action. And if you can survive one action, you can cast the Decimate. So you might as well use the action on this turn to try and get a little bit more damage in if it's possible at all.
That's exactly right. Normally, the reason you wouldn't want to develop into Azir Aurelia is to not let them get like a Dune Keeper double block, and just like the nature of L Games' board with these two Fearsomes and like two pretty small things otherwise, and Ruin Runner developing with Overwhelm, just means you're not too worried about it. So I do like this development. It's going to be up to Jacko to figure out how he exactly wants to block this down for value, and it's not easy. I mean, there's no great options here.
Yeah, it feels like you want to Phantom Block one, use Homecoming to send something else back, but the Ruin Runner, you can't stop because it is Overwhelm and Spell Shield. So you can't even return it with the Homecoming. And I think because of that, this is going to be the deal sealed. L Games VR should be able to grab this on the next turn with the Decimate. It will just depend if we can see enough aggression come back from Jacko Wacko with this Greenglade duo, but I don't think there's going to be enough actions. I'm pretty sure first action from Jacko Wacko is not winning, and then L Games VR gets to finish with that Decimate.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. It's a really terrible position for the Azir Aurelia player to be in for, especially because, I mean, you're going to have to face another aggro deck, presumably Spiders, right after this.
All right, and there we go. Homecoming comes through. That is 1 HP left there for Jacko Wacko. We're just going to see, I imagine,
that's a Decimate, but it won't do enough against Decimate. And yeah, no matter what Jacko does here, the Decimate will secure lethal, and L Games will be able to go to his second and final aggro deck.
Dale L Games BR holding on for his home country of Brazil. Gonna be one more game to go to try and determine who will be our second finalist to face off against Duckling, but L Games BR is going to seal this one with the Decimate. And Swim, we got a Azir Aurelia on the ropes against triple aggro. We'll see if it can hold on. I've seen this happen a lot recently in tournament, Swim. I've seen triple aggro taking it out.
Yeah, triple aggro can't take it out. Azir Aurelia is a really awkward deck to target, but sometimes, even if you try to go in deep for it, Azir Aurelia will still just draw the perfect hand. They can kill you on round 5, so it's pretty risky to do. I mean, Jacko still has a good chance here.
Yeah, I think, there's been a lot of meme about the 52% win rate. and I love this meme particularly because when we just say that there is a 52% win rate, that it will land, you will flip the burger, it will land cheese side up, you'll get every single piece you need, like we saw with Sir Termund earlier, and Jacko Wacko will find the victory. But L Games VR is on discard aggro, and this can run over an Azir Aurelia if it gets going.
Oh, that hand!
That is a Vision's hand.
That hand, he's attacking on odds. The Draven Vision on odds. Oh my god, this is the actual nuts. The discard player, L Games, has he drew Jury Rig too. He's got literally the perfect hand, and that does not spell well for Azir Aurelia.
Okay, it's going to be a droplet to be able to stop a little bit of the early damage, but we still have Draven and House Spider going out. And if he top decks another Visions, that would be absolutely insane. But either way, the Jury Rig is still there that you can use with the Spinning Axe to get more damage down. So no matter what, this turn 3 attack is going to do a good amount of damage for Elgames BR.
Yeah. I'm a little confused. The discard on the Vision on turn 1. Did you see that?
I did.
With the Saboteur. I was wondering like what you thought about that, because I don't actually see why that happened.
I don't think I like it, actually. I think that you could have either, there's options, right? You could either pass and just wait until your turn with the axe to discard on the Visions to get a wider board with more Visions buffs. Or you could have discarded the Rummage because you know your hand was already strong enough, right?
Exactly.
You already had the very strong hand, and you could axe that Visions later with an extremely wide board. And I think I would have liked to see that commit because of the nature of the matchup and how volatile it can be. But end of the day, I think that maybe these Rummages will get value. I mean, looking at this hand, not a ton. But there are some decent blocking answers from Jacko Wacko with the Azir. And maybe Elgames BR isn't too punished off this.
Yeah, I mean, you've got good value from this kind of position if you're Elgames right now. Like, your Rummages will give you consistent value, especially with axes, but you don't want to play the value game against the Zirelli. You just need to rush them down.
No, we got to go fast in this matchup. We're trying to get as much damage to the face as possible. And so I like the line that you were kind of mentioning there, where we actually went for the discard on the Rummage and tried to play for that bigger Visions. But that's not the world we're living in right now, Swim. Instead, it is going to be the world where that Visions was discarded on turn 1, and now we're looking to bank on this Augmented Experimenter to really breathe some life into this discard aggro, and that's going to take time. We're 2 turns out of that, Swim.
When you're against the Zirarelia, time is not your friend, because we're set up here on the side of Jacko. We've got the Blade Dances coming in. We've got Dunekeeper, and we've got Blossoming Blade for either next turn or 2 turns from now. This is where this deck is heating up. It's going to start throwing every single thing in the next couple of turns, and suddenly the discard player is going to be on the defensive. Draven does level here, though.
The discard player is the variant, and the Timekeepers on the other side with Shurima are here to put them out and snuff their candle. You got Jacko Wacko putting forth a lot of aggression already on this attack turn, even though we've got the Draven level up now, which is going to be nice for Elgames for trying to keep that tempo up. We talk about the aggression. A leveled up Draven is one way that you can really put the pedal to the metal, but on the other side, Azir is being leveled. The Dunekeeper is going to set up another attack to continue to push a wide board, and this Aurelia is approaching her own level up with this Blossoming Blade in hand as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just completely disgusting. There's just not really good counterplay. The Azir doesn't get to attack here, which is kind of the one thing that Elgames has going for him. But apart from that, I mean, this basically just like offensive barrage is just going to start happening, and it's never going to stop once they have it set up.
Yeah, you could offer the Azir to trade into Draven, but I don't like that personally. I think, you know, your Azir is the most important thing to you right now, since you have no Deus, no additional Azir, and you have some Blade Dances available. So Jacko Wacko's going to hold on to this Azir for dear life until we see the Aurelia level up to set up for that Shurima shuffle that we saw in the past. We've seen time and time again. And I mean, double Homecoming to try and prevent any big damage is also going to be nice, and to protect this board even, because we might see something like this Augmented Experimenter come down onto the Aurelia, and the Homecoming can be used as an answer. But Jinx is a fantastic draw in the interim while you wait to play this Augmented Experimenter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's only turn 5. Aurelia is putting so much pressure on the board, but Augmented still can't be played. Elgames does have Get Excited here as an option. He could try to kill the Aurelia at least. Homecoming will be a pretty decent counter to that. And of course, Aurelia being played again means, I mean, she's just going to get the other Blade again next turn anyway. Really, really nasty position. But Elgames actually might be able to do something with this if he can remove these power engines from the side of Jacko Wacko.
Yeah, the clock is ticking as the Azir Aurelia timer comes for all. Blossoming Blade available on turn 5, but the decision is on Elgames BR. Do you go for the Jinx straight away? And yes, they do. Homecoming wide open, but Blossoming Blade is available as well to just go as aggressive, put the tempo on, and try and get this Aurelia even closer to the level up.
Yeah, and that should be, oh no, it's not quite her level up here, actually. Yeah, She just needs one more. But this is just absolutely gigantic. I mean, when you're able to take the aggro matchup and turn them into the defensive player, it's really hard for them to win at that point. We can see L Games is down to 5 health now. He's going to need to start blocking, right? It's one of those, sometimes the best defense is a good offense kind of situations. But Jacko might have to take some damage here, and this is a big risk. We see Axe onto Vision in hand from L Games BR. We see Get Excited as an option for follow-up. So Jacko's gonna have to sacrifice something here. You can't let your health get that low. It's really dangerous.
Yeah, this is a very scary attack coming in from L Games BR. As you mentioned, the Axe into the Vision is gonna be fantastic. Would have set up the Arena Battlecaster to kill off the Blade, but now we have this block with the Azir, which is safe around most pumps. It's even safe around Axe Visions onto Arena Battlecaster. Will leave Azir alive with 1 HP, but it's still a lot of damage coming through from the Draven towards the face. However, L Games is down to 5, and we'll see if their own defense with a good offense by clearing away on the offensive turn is enough to do so, because this is a lot of damage coming through.
All right, Draven's going to chip away here. That's 7 to Dome. And this Azir is going down to 2 health, which means it will be threatened by the Augmented, presumably next turn. Jinx will level off of that as well. And this is starting to look really, really scary. L Games' strategy of kind of like taking the long play approach and playing for Jinx and Augmented instead of going for the aggro strategy might actually start to pay off at this point.
It is going to be hard to tell. There is the Augmented available, but there are multiple Blade Dances. So does Jacko take the line of trying to keep their board alive with Homecoming, or do you all in? I imagine you all in the Blade Dances here. You're getting the level up from Aurelia. You get the Blossoming down. There's Aurelia. There's the Blade Surge. And you're going to be able to set up that Shurima Shuffle. However, there is the answer of a Get Excited should L Games decide to not play an Augmented Experiment.
We can Get Excited if we want to potentially kill the Aurelia. So you can block, Aurelia swaps in, Get Excited re-threatens the Aurelia and protects your Jink, but then you don't have the ability to augment her this turn, which is actually really, really awkward. Without the ability to augment her, you can't kill the Azir, and then you're just dying to the Blade Surge that Aurelia already created. It's looking like Jacko has the ability to close this out this turn. L Games needed 1 more point of mana.
Yeah, it's looking like a checkmate here for Jacko. Deterministic win with the Blade Surge and the Blade Dance available. Attack token still around, and it's just going to be a slow roll through, probably deciding if the Blade Surge comes through or not to present the lethal and try and force out whatever answer might exist.
Yeah, he knows whether he swaps for a Blade or the effective 2/1 Sand Soldier. He's going to force out an answer either way, because the Jinx can't be afforded to let die, and of course the Nexus as well. But you're thinking about it here, and you're thinking, okay, the Get Excited comes down. Would I rather threaten a little bit more damage, or would I rather threaten dealing 2 damage to the Jinx? And in this case, damaging the Jinx might actually be a little bit better, because it means the Jinx won't be a blocker for the Blades coming down afterwards.
Yeah, it is actually valuable here when a lot of the time it wouldn't matter whether the Jinx was at 1 or 3, but specifically when you are playing as Aurelia, all that chip damage onto the enemy blockers does mean so much because they can no longer chump the Blades. But it is going to be a swap of Aurelia to threaten to take down the Jinx. And the great part about this one for Jacko Wacko is now, even if Aurelia is removed, you have an additional Sand Soldier for the future attack. So it's just so powerful. L Games BR go down to 1. Augmented is played. You can just let that go and just play your Blade Dance and then your attack. And 1 damage is getting through.
You can get Jury Rigs. There's Chomper. You need a Rummage to be able to do anything. There's no card in hand that he can play, and it looks like he's just going down to this Azir Aurelia attack, which means Jacko Wacko is heading to the finals to battle Duckling.
Jacko Wacko representing Argentina well, the only player to make it to the top 32 out of that country, will be representing them in the final, facing off against Duckling from the US. And wow, I cannot imagine a better matchup to finish things off.
Yeah, it was again, we see the Azir Aurelia deck, the power of it. You can just close out games so fast when you're the aggressor playing those aggro decks, trying to target Azir Aurelia. You just have to burn him down faster than, he was able to do. Here we can see the match score between Jacko Wacko and L Games. Congrats again to Jacko Wacko. Moving on to face Duckling. And Charmer, how do you feel that this series went?
It's really interesting to me because that was certainly a series where you were trying to target Azir Aurelia, and you fell just a little bit short. So I feel rather bad for L Games here because they went with a game plan. And as I've said before in this broadcast, just because you're favored doesn't mean you're always going to win. You do want to exploit those favorable matchups, but every now and then, and especially with decks like Azir and Aurelia, you can still end up losing, and that's exactly what happened here. The other decks, I know we didn't get to see them on the broadcast, but the other decks that Jacko Wacko have are more mid-rangey. We have an Ashe LeBlanc list, and then we have the more traditional Overwhelm list, and I'm excited to see how those are going to fare against Duckling in the finals, because Duckling has obviously a rather unique lineup that I think might be able to exploit those.
Yeah, I completely agree, Charmer. I think Duckling was actually watching this series and just hoping that Jacko Wacko would be the winner, because Duckling would have been a bit vulnerable against aggro, but Duckling's lineup can definitely stand its own into Jacko Wacko's being a little bit more mid-range oriented. So we're in for a pretty close series in the finals.
Yeah, I have to say the worst thing that you can do is give Duckling time with his lineup. His lineup just wants time. If he's got time, he should be able to win most matchups. And with a ban on Azir Aurelia, which I am imagining will be the ban, I think the other two decks will give some amount of time over to Duckling to really get that Cytheria off the ground, get that those big boards coming through, and Duckling might have a good shot at taking this.
You know, the funniest thing of all, actually, is that, I mean, based on these matchups, you could even see the Cytheria deck getting banned out into, Jacko's lineup, because he knows his Azir Aurelia is going to get banned, and Cytheria Matrons looks terrifying into Jacko's remaining decks.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Swim, because that's exactly what I was just getting ready to say. The Sejuani Renekton traditional Overwhelm list is in many ways similar to Turbo Thralls. It's a bit more linear in that it's playing units every round, as opposed to you kind of dawdle and then suddenly you have 8/8s. But for the most part, it has the same problems. If you play units bigger than what you have, then you stall out. And Cytheria with Matron obviously it's capable of just creating massive boards. And that's a wall you cannot overcome if you're playing Overwhelm. And so as you think about bans, it would not surprise me if Cytheria is actually the ban target, or you can just say, okay, I'm confident and I can race it. And maybe you want to take care of something like Twisted Fate Fizz that might be able to go underneath your Overwhelm lists. But this is, I think, a very easy ban choice for Duckling and not an easy choice for Jacko Wacko.
Exactly. And I mean, I just got to reiterate, the tournament environment is so different from ladder, right? Like Cytheria Matron is known as an archetype. It's, kind of like a meme deck on ladder. It's never had a high win rate. It's never been like competitive ranks on ladder. But in this tournament environment where you're able to make a meta read, make a read on what people are bringing, you're able to have a ban to protect against certain things and just like crush very specific matchups, you can make anything work. And honestly, Duckling had a great meta read. Like that deck has been doing very, very well into this top 32.
A couple of months ago, Blevins and I offhandedly made a remark on a community tournament stream about how we would be happy if every finals from now on, we got to see Twisted Fate Fizz go ahead and find a victory. And as you'd have it, the monkey's paw, it came up and brought a finger down. And once again, in the year of our Lord and Savior, Aurelia Azir, we have Fizz TF in the finals once again. The deck that won the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament from Majin Bay is now in the hands of one mighty duck going up against the Azir Aurelia Boogeyman, trying to keep the old guard alive and find the victory. And I posed the question to the panel, anyone who wants to field it, do you think TF Fizz has what it takes to bring this home?
I think so, personally. Yeah. I think this is a close one either way, but TF Fizz definitely is looking well positioned here.
I think so as well. If it's not banned, when you look at what the opposing deck lists do, Ash and LeBlanc, because of the frostbite effects, might be able to stall some of those elusives, but if it gets the combo off, if it plays enough early spells, plays those Burblefish, it will absolutely be able to take a victory here, potentially get Duckling a win. Right now, I think Duckling has been promoted from Duckling to Duckman, but if they can close out the finals, they're going to be full-on Darkwing Duck at this point.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see, in the final game coming up later. But right now, I have something else exciting for you guys. And we have some new cards that we want to talk about, starting with some Pike cards that we have. Let's go ahead and get those on screen so we can chat about them. Once again, Pike. We finally got the support. It looks like Bone Skewer is Pike's spell, which makes a lot of sense because it's Bone Skewer. I don't know. I'm so excited for Pike. I think this is the most excited I've been for a while for a new champion.
I really like that Bone Skewer is the champion spell because it's exactly what you want with Pike. You want to be putting Pike back on top of your deck so that it can turn back into Death from Below and allow you to re-strike things over and over. So this means if you do already have your first Pike on the board, you draw a second one, you're essentially cycling through your Pikes to continue to honestly rain terror on the opposing side.
Yeah, overall, I mean, this is maybe one of the most hype champion reveals for actually a long time, at least for me, right? Like, this just solidifies everything together. Pike is going to have some absolutely crazy moments, and honestly, Charma kind of stole what I was going to say. Bone Skewer is so important that's Pike champ spell. Like, the viability of Pike, when you're double drawing it, Bone Skewer with Pike is just such a reliably potent combo that it's making the Lurker archetype look a lot scarier. Like, this could easily have real competitive potential for sure.
Pike and Lurk are just oozing with flavor. It's so exciting because you think about Lurk and it's like, okay, these scary monsters in the shadows lurking beneath me. This Pike below decks has me on his list. He's going to come kill me. And now you're worried every single turn what is on top of the deck, because if he lurks, you get hit with Death from Below and, well, there goes my board. So this is like, it just hits every note that you want out of the card design, where it's like exciting, it looks competitive, it creates hype moments, and just the flavor of Lurk is just oozing out at every corner.
Well, and also a champion's spell is so important to how good they are. A good champion with a good champion spell is so important, and we've seen Bone Skewer itself just be such good removal for Bilgewater, a region that on its own, we have things like what is the sunk cost as removal options. So Bone Skewer we've seen him do so well in other archetypes such as D and with Twisted Fate. So I'm so excited that Bone Skewer became Pike's champion spell.
I know we're moving on to a new visual here, but there's one last thing that I kind of want to propose to the panel regarding Pike. And that is, do you think that the Lurker archetype is going to be relegated to something similar to Deep, where you kind of play Deep as just Bilgewater Shadow Isles and there's no other crossover? Or do you think that with Pike and now seeing how he interacts, there's going to be the opportunity for maybe Bilgewater still with Lurkers, but paired with something like Demacia to take advantage of the strikes? Because Pike's level up condition specifically wants Pike to hit things, and Bone Skewer helps with that. But there are other regions that have great tools to facilitate that.
I think Pike is probably strong enough that we might see some experimentation. And the way we've been seeing Lurk come out, especially with Bilgewater getting a lot, but also Shurima getting a lot, it feels like they might have enough support that they don't have to pair with each other in order to play Lurk. It feels like they might be able to go around to other regions, and we'll see some Bilgewater Lurk with Pike, we'll see some Rek'Sai Lurk with Shurima paired with different regions, and not necessarily only Pike Rek'Sai with the two together.
Yeah, I will say, I don't know if you can run like Lurk without both colors, but you can definitely run some of the contingent components. Like, for example, people have been tossing around the idea of like a Rek'Sai all-in deck where you're just playing for just the value stats on Rek'Sai and just turbo leveling her with stuff like, Elixir of Wrath and Shapestone and stuff like that, instead of going for the, the Pike angle. But there's definitely ways of playing these champions outside of the full Lurk deck.
Well, and Charmer brought up the potential of maybe something with Pike and Demacia, and I know this is going to be something that people are going to be asking. So, Swim, how well does Pike pair with Fiora?
I don't unfortunately see probably enough potential with Pike Fura. As much as, listen, nobody loves Fura more than I, but I don't think that's gonna be the combo that's made in the stars, unfortunately.
Dang, it's sad because I'm getting my favorite card ever made from Riot Games this set with the field promotion for Teemo. So maybe we need to get something for Fiora Love. These are
He's
some
finally
other
a scout.
ones. Oh,
He's
no, we
finally
went
a
too far.
scout.
I know.
Yeah.
We got those other cards that they showed from previous the seasonals earlier. We got Shin finally got a boat. Anyone excited about Shin's boat?
Honestly, the more I look at it, the more it's not looking that bad. Like, my initial impression of the card wasn't great, but it could actually see like play as a 1 or 2 of, like a Shen Jarvan style deck, or even Shen Fiora if we want to bring it back to that.
Yeah, regarding the Shen boat, I think that it's going to take some testing to know for sure, but I think the gut reaction from most of us was that it's not necessarily well positioned because it requires the unit to still have barriers. So the double attack is nice, but simple pings from things like Vile Feast can actually shut that part down. But as we look at the current graphic, the card that I really want to highlight is Call the Pack. When this was revealed, I said this actually might be the single most important card to the archetype because it does so much for you. It gives you consistent threats. It has Lurk itself. It allows you to consistently trigger Lurk by putting something from your hand back on top of the deck. And that's really important with Rek'Sai, so you can get those double triggers. But now that we've had Pike revealed, I think Call the Pack is also great potentially with somebody like Pike if they didn't trigger Lurk the first time. If for whatever reason, maybe it's like the list that was on the top when your Pike wanted to have the Lurk trigger, then perhaps Call the Pack solves that problem for you.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly, I was going to mention quickly on the Shen boat topic. I've played a lot of Shiraza lists, and I'm sure I'm going to have some memes to mess around with that. It's going to be terrible, but I will mess with it, of course, as I always do. But I am very excited for the Rek'Sai package in general. The call of the Void coming out. I think in general, a bunch of Void creatures being able to just go in and attack seems very exciting to me, and I think that the whole fantasy of that is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of cool new archetypes coming in. I love that there's, the Lurk was something that potentially could have been exciting, but now that we have these two different, like Rek'Sai archetype and the whole Pike way to do lurking, it's very, very exciting. And I just like new ways to play the game, and it seems like this is a way we can do that.
Well, I've got one last point that I want to make before we wrap things up here. And that is that we haven't even seen Echo yet. We've seen a lot of Lurk, and Lurk is rightfully on everybody's mind because there's a lot of support for it. But Echo is still going to close things out. And if the past expansions have taught us anything, usually the champion they end on is kind of the marquee champion and really makes a big explosion with things. We've seen it with Irelia. We've seen it with Misfortune.
Yeah.
And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what Echo brings to the table because Piltover and Zahn has kind of been the either discard aggro or TF and Fizz, but I really want to see Echo brings.
Yeah, and what I really want to see is the final match coming up after this quick break. Make sure you don't go anywhere too far. Go get yourself a drink, get something to eat, because we're going to be back with the final match of the Guardians of the Ancient seasonal tournament. So we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Guardians of the Ancient seasonal finals for the Americas. My name is Saucy Mailman. I am joined here still by my good friends Charmer, Casanova, and Swim. We have a tale as old as time, Shuriman Gods versus the Duck and his Yordles, with an insane final game that we are all very, very, very excited for. Let's get a look at the bracket here real quick. Here's the final standings for the bracket. We're going to shorten this one here a little bit. Huge congrats also to everyone in the top 4, as we mentioned earlier, getting those worlds. There's a word I'm looking for, qualification for worlds. So huge congrats for all of them.
Yeah, Saucy, you said tale as old as time, and we're going to see if this ugly duckling can spread his wings and fly as a swan at the end of this, transforming to a seasonal champion if they can take down Jacko Wacko here. It is going to be an insane battle with the representative from Argentina, the only representative from Argentina to make it into the top 32, and Jacko Wacko is carrying the entire country on their back coming up against Duckling in the final.
Yeah. This finals is 2 players, 6 different decks, but only 1 duck. And with a name like Duckling, let's be honest, it makes it easy for us to be quacking jokes. He's got a name that fits the bill, and he's really got me down like duck feathers. But I honestly think with the lineup that he has a chance to win this, because not only is he favored from a deck standpoint, but also he's shown that he's just got nerves of steel. I swear this is an animal that was born from a hard-boiled egg.
That was 4. That was quite impressive. I actually, that's like fitting 4 different ones in there, man.
I thought Blev was on earlier, actually. But, we still got Charmer around slinging puns, and we're going to have Duckling slinging spells with the TFs, trying to get those burbles online, trying to get the mind meld to be as strong as possible. If we get the TFs through the ban phase, which we actually were talking about, it might make it through, because the Cythria actually looks really dangerous against Jacko's lineup.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one. And we were talking about it all day, is sometimes having these different interesting off-meta decks make it difficult for your opponent to know which deck to ban. And we were talking about it beforehand. I'm curious to think here, Swim, what do you think they're going to end up banning both players?
Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about like the overall lineup strategy, right? And Jacko is a little bit unfavored here, and here's why. Duckling's lineup is all around trying to punish big boys, right? We've got Matron Cythria saying, I'm gonna make even bigger boys. We've got, of course, Teemo, which freezes, and we've got FizzTF, which just goes elusive and goes through them, right? And it's kind of the perfect lineup into stuff like Ashe LeBlanc, pretty much, as well as Overwhelm, but it's very vulnerable into Azir Aurelia, which would kind of be a forced ban. However, and I want to ask the rest of you guys on the panel this, what do you ban here on the side of Duckling if you are Draco? Like, all 3 of these bans don't look great. What do you think, Charmer?
I think in terms of bans, it's either got to be the Cythria list or the Fizz list. And the reality is they both are scary, but for different reasons. I think with TF Fizz, you're afraid that it's going to go underneath your kind of mid-range lineup, assuming that you're going to end up with Ashe LeBlanc, and of course, the traditional Overwhelm list. TF Fizz absolutely can go underneath you or around you with the elusives. So that is something you have to consider. However, the Cythria list can just be bigger than your units. And so that's a problem as well. I think ultimately it's going to come down to comfort. I think that Jacko might end up banning TF Fizz because that's at least a deck that they have a lot of experience playing against, and they might know exactly the pain points there, where the Cythria Matron one is a bit of a wild card. But one thing I do want to highlight here is, we've kind of been giving it grief, but this Hex Core freeze list on the side of Duckling, very well positioned, I think, against these mid-range lists. As you mentioned, with the freezes, I think that's what makes this stand out over something like Ezreal Draven.
Yeah, and I wanted to harken on the fact, you brought up that there is some maybe unfamiliarity with the champless Cythria deck, and that can be a worrisome. But also you have to think about consistency. When you're going up a lineup, going up against a lineup that it seems like you're unfavored against, maybe leaving open the deck that can be more prone to bricking is the one that you want to do. And the champless Cythria deck can end up bricking because it is running all these mobilizes, all these more greedy versions to try and get everything out early. that I think it's a lot more prone to brick than something like TF Fizz, which is one of the most reliable decks in the entire game because it draws its entire deck almost every game. So I think that that's something that also has to be paid attention to for Jacko when going through this is if I don't think I'm going to beat TF Fizz, I'm probably never going to beat TF Fizz because it's always going to do the same thing. If I think I sometimes beat Cythria, I think I can look for that variance and maybe look to punish.
Yep. I completely agree. And I do think, you know, if it was me in this position, TF Fizz would be kind of the first instinctual ban. Although, I mean, a lot of it comes down to Charmer. It's like, Charmer. A lot of it comes down to comfort. It's like Charmer was saying, you know, you could sometimes you just ban a matchup that you're just scared of, right? Something unfamiliar that, like, in theory, looks powerful into you, and you're just not sure how to play that matchup. But we're going to get into it. The grand finals, Duckling versus Jacko Wacko.
Here we go, Swim.
His TF is up, Casanova. Are you hyped?
The table. I am so excited as we're jumping into the finals of the Guardians of the Ancient. It is going to be TF Fizz, piloted by Duckling, going up against Overwhelms on the side of Jacko Wacko, and we're going to see if the dastardly duck, the Mad Mallard, can bring it home for the USA, or if Jacko Wacko will bring home the seasonal for Argentina. But we've got the first game, and TF Fizz is in the finals once again, thanks to that monkey's paw months ago.
And this matchup comes down to effectively what is just a face race. We've got Overwhelm versus Elusives, both trying to just deal damage through the opponent blockers. And I mean, right now, Jacko has a nice draw. He's got an Ancient Yeti and these double Ruin Runners back-to-back that are going to put on a lot of pressure.
It's Ezreal was banned. Teemo the Foundry.
Yeah.
We didn't even talk about that possibility, but I mean, what do you make of that, Swim?
I mean, honestly, I could see an argument for any of the 3 bans. It's a very scary lineup to the lineup. I gotta say, just right off the bat, lineup to lineup, Duckling is favored going into this. He made an insane meta read, and he's favored into a lot of the field right now, including Jacko Wacko's lineup.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got the Fizz, he's got the Ballistic Bot, he's gonna be getting this Burble cranked up, or cranked down, I should say, as far as the mana cost, and there's an Iterative ready in hand. These Mystics aren't terrible either because there's some removal, but also we could see Duck just go on a very aggressive line in the coming turns. But with this vulnerable put onto the Fizz, we might see a little bit of hesitation.
Honestly, this is a pretty great situation for Jacko Wacko, all things considered. I mean, maybe a bit of an unfavored matchup, but the 3 Mystic shots will actually slow down Duckling by just enough. Jacko really wants to have like a troll chant in these kinds of hands, though. You really just want some way of protecting your things for cheap. The Renekton, which gives him Renekton into exhaust this turn. That's a big deal. That's huge.
There's already a Vuln too, so he could hold on to that exhaust for a future turn.
You could consider double Mystic shotting this before the Renekton is able to attack and grow by 1. That's something that Duckling's surely thinking about right now.
It feels not bad because you actually really want to play these Mystic shots. You want to be getting this Burble Fish reduced.
Yeah, because you've got the Iterative too. So you're just in a race to get these Mystic shots for value and get the Burblefish down. You know there's no mana for something like Troll Chant. And even if there's something weird like a Shapestone, you have 3rd Mystic. It wouldn't be the worst thing. And if that forced the commitment, it's still fine. You're not, you know, losing to any sort of re-response. I do like the Mystic line here.
That's an interesting line for sure. I imagine the Mystics are going to get fired off, but it seems like the Renekton is going to be allowed to live for now. And I think that one of the big reasons that this happens from Duckling is he did draw the additional Fizz. I think if his Fizz, you know, was guaranteed to die, maybe he would just be playing this differently.
That's true.
But he has an extra one to play down. Now the Renekton does get the proc, and this is a lot of damage that is staring down onto Duck. He's going to have to expend the Mystics in some capacity to prevent some of it.
He might actually just use the Mystics for raw face. I mean, there's a consideration to just block the Merciless Hunter. If you're saving the Mystics, you definitely do just want the flexibility of racing down. I mean, this matchup is just a pure face race, and there's a lot of decision points for these players here.
Okay, well, let's think about this, Swim. If he sends 2 to the Dome right now, that puts Jacko down to 10.
Yep.
He's got the Burble at 2 mana, and then he's got Fizz available that he can play this turn.
Yeah.
Then he'll have 5 mana on the next turn. He can only play 1 Mystic, which would bring the Burble down to 1.
Wow.
and then he has enough mana to iterative and re-burble. Correct?
Is this it? Does he actually
Is
have
that the
lethal here? He
line?
let it all through. I think he
That's
might
the
have
line,
to.
right?
Yeah, he commit himself to it. He's getting the ignition with this Blight, with blocking none of that and just letting it through. He's saying that he just wants to force a really, really fast lethal. He just wants to try to force a kill next turn.
I think that line has enough damage as well. Wow, that is...
Yeah, you're gonna have to Mystic Face here.
He has to Mystic, yeah.
You've committed at this point. You haven't used your blockers defensively. You've kept the Ballistic Bot for the ignition. He's running the math in his head. He's making sure that this is good enough. He will have to develop into next turn, which means Jacko can do a defensive exhaust, which will save 2 health.
What a line. If this wins,
oh my God.
What a line. What a
crazy.
fantastic line.
Yeah, he knows that the ignition is too important from the Ballistic Bot because that's the last spell that makes the first Purple Fish cost 0 mana. There's the Fizz. And this is terrifying. We've got 12 health. We have a total of, we're 1 damage short, I think, depending on what we're top decking. Get excited!
Oh my God,
is
get
huge!
excited.
And that might be able to, that might clinch it. There's no healing on the side of Jacko Wacko. We're exactly 1 damage short, and Exhaust has the ability to save 2, so Get Excited might be exact lethal.
Okay,
on next
is
turn.
Oh, yes, because the ignition will
The
generate.
ignition does, exactly,
the
ignition does exactly enough.
Oh my God. No, because I was thinking that they would not have enough cards, but also the burbles. The burbles are going to generate. There's going to be plenty to discard.
Oh my God.
Duckling,
This is so
this
crazy.
line is so, I mean, TF Fizz is, what a deck. What an insane deck to have these lines. And Duckling is piloting this beautifully.
Yeah, he knows that Overwhelm just has no defensive potential, and he knows that he's safe. You know, he's playing around stuff like Battle Fury. He's playing around scary Overwhelm attacks. He knows he can just race them down and just have excellent odds of being able to close the game out faster than them. He's pretty safe here. I mean, the Exhaust will stop 2 damage on his part, but he can play both Mystics, both Burble Fishes off the iterative, and he's also getting spells from the Burble Fishes too.
Yeah, Fizz will actually gain an additional attack as well. I think it's 2 spells off the level up. I think our observers just showed us that.
Yep.
So Fizz is about there. The Exhaust going to go into Fizz preemptively.
This is so deadly. There's exactly enough mana for both of these Burble Fishes.
Mystic. Burble, iterative Burble.
Yep. He's deciding to use 1 Mystic at a time. Basically just, you know, good habits. Not commit yourself too early. But he will have to take it here. Mystic down to 7. Both Burbles. This is going to be a total of 5, 6 with the Fizz. And then, I mean, at that point,
excited.
It's just over. To Get Excited secures it. And there's nothing Jayco can do about that. That was such
line.
Such a ballsy play by Duckling, letting all that damage through and just making sure he's giving himself excellent odds, of course. But it's the kind of risky play. It's a very, very good risk. But it's the kind of play most players would be too afraid to make because most players wouldn't be familiar enough with the deck to know that you're very reliably getting the re-up lethal here. There it is. Down to 1 health, Jayco. We know there's no healing, no counter response. Duckling is going to take a game 1 already.
I love TF Fizz. I love this line that
crazy.
Duckling took. What a fantastic victory in the grand finals in game number 1 from Duckling. The Get Excited going to clap, clap, clap its way to getting this first win, and TF Fizz going to be off the table, leaving. And I never thought in a million years I would be saying this, Swim.
Yeah.
But Cytheria, Matron of the
Cytheria
Clouds,
Matrons is up.
as the final bastion of Duckling's hope to win, just having to find one more win out of 2 games with this deck.
Cytheria Matrons back-to-back against Jacko Wacko, who's going to be on still the Overwhelm and Ash Noxus. Jacko is at a disadvantage here. He's got to win both games to be able to make it through.
It's so intense, and we talked about this matchup. This deck just needs time.
Yes,
the later this game goes, it's going to win. And we look at Overwhelm, and we look at Ash Noxus.
Ash Nox, yeah,
and both
they're
of them
slow. They're not that fast.
They can have lines that go fast, and they can win on like 6 or 7. They can, but it is not the most common way that those decks play. And all Duck needs is 1. He just needs 1 game to go a little too long, and the Matron Cytheria will take over because this deck dominates board-centric
Yes,
deck lists, and that is all that is being played by Jacko Wacko.
The one scary thing for Duckling, though, is it is a pretty draw-dependent deck. You do need to hit your combo pieces. You need the Matron and the Cytheria. Mobilize is not necessarily as important. It's just an extension. It makes your combo powerful, but if you can't stall the game out, and this deck mostly relies on stalling with chump blockers, which in these matchups isn't necessarily going to be that effective. If he doesn't draw the Exodia combo at the end, he might not be able to make it.
Yeah, but we do have these Stalking Shadows to help find that combo, and
There's
there's
a Matron.
Matron. That's half of it.
One piece
Now, if
already.
you use the other Stalking and find Cytheria, that's the combo. You're done. You've got it.
Yeah, he's got it on turn 8 as well. Now, Jacko doesn't have an amazing hand. It's a nice hand. It's aggressive. It's everything an early hand needs to be. These two Ancient Yetis are going to be really, really huge this game, though. They're going to come out like turn 6 or 7 right before the going off turn for 0 mana, and that will be kind of the turn where Jacko is going to need to win.
All right, there is the turn 4. Here is the Stalking Shadows. Doesn't hit the Cytheria. Okay, this is a
little
window.
awkward. Yeah.
A window for Jacko to actually find an opportunity when there is the no Cytheria. The two Oblivious Islanders are going to make a 6 mana Ephemeral Spectral Matron, because one of them's already ephemeral, so you might as well just reduce it. At least that is a possibility that Duck can go for, as he is just going to try and widen this board and try and chump out a lot of these overwhelms. But the double Yeti hand is going to get terrifying as we scale into this game, and I think Jacko is setting themselves up the best way they can to try and win this game.
Yep, and I gotta say, right now, I mean, while the big bodies of Cytheria and Matron are a good counter to Overwhelm, the other thing about Duckling's deck is that it relies on small chump blockers to be able to stay alive until then, and Jacko on Overwhelm does not care at all about small chump blockers. He is going to burn right through them, and that's pretty scary. Duckling's best line of defense is this Radiant Guardian in hand. He's going to need to be able to stick the Radiant Guardian for value, and I don't know if he'll be able to do that for enough healing to win the game. There's no big counter to something like a Battle Fury.
Yeah, it's just not there, and it does feel right now with no Cytheria, the big top heavy spells and removal are cut in lieu of Mobilize.
This attack. This attack basically says if he's not developing Ruin Runner, this attack right now
he's got Battle
says that he's Battle Furying. He's just going in for it, right? And if he's leaving the Merciless Hunter back, he has to pre-Battle Fury. He's got to use it now, otherwise Duckling will just submit. He will just lock it in. So we're going to see a commitment on this Battle Fury, which is going to deal a lot of damage, but it will enable Duckling's Radiant Guardian.
Yeah, and I think that's the hope for Duckling, is to get the Radiant Guardian on and get a couple of attacks with it, maybe utilizing the Sharp Sight, gives an opportunity for Duck to stall. But we end up seeing Jacko decide against the Battle Fury line, goes for the Ruin Runner instead. So we do see them pulling it back a little bit. We take it a little bit slower, put the Ruin Runner down. And now what does Duckling want to do in response? Because you still want to play Radiant.
Yeah, you've got to
You
bank
just have
mana
to
for the
pass.
Radiant here. And you're telegraphing Radiant. This play says you've got a Radiant in your hand. Unfortunately, Jacko can't do anything about that. He's still got to take this attack. Ruin Runner will likely get blocked by the Abomination, but the Troll Shan in Jacko's hand is going to do a really, really fine job here of clearing that up. If he Troll Shan to try to save both, then the Sharp Sight from Duckling will re-threaten the Ruin Runner, which is really, really important. And he can still Radiant Guardian, so Duckling has the perfect counter response this turn.
Yeah, this is a way for Duck to really get back into this game. It will still require Cytheria, Matron of Clouds off the top, I believe, for this to really matter. But Duck is at least finding some stabilization tools for now to try and even make that an escape, because as of right now, it's looking dire for Duckling.
Yeah, it's no good. So the Troll Chant from Jacko should just greed out and try to save both units. Although if he really wants to play around something like a Sharp Sight, you could do a weird line where you just keep Ruin Runner's health as high as possible and just completely forego the Merciless Hunter. I think this line's a little bit better because the Fearsome keyword's going to generate good value here. Not a lot of Fearsome blockers in Duckling's deck.
Yeah, Duck, I mean, it devalues a lot of these blockers that already don't want to block the Overwhelm because they're only one toughness, right? A lot of these, we see in hand, right? Oblivious Islander, the Atlas Aristocrat, right? These are not going to be able to block Fearsome. They're very bad at blocking Overwhelm. So yeah, I agree with you. I think keeping it alive is good. We end up seeing Duck hold on to the Sharp Sight. And I actually like this win. The reason I like this is because of the Radiant.
Of course. Oh, the
With
single
the sharp
combat
sight,
draw. Oh
yeah,
my
that's
god.
amazing.
That
That's
is
amazing.
so huge. That is such a powerful draw. He can kill the Renekton. There's no counter response on Jacko's side, and he's gonna be able to just run the board with his Radiant Guardian now. He's back to full health.
Yeah, this is
so
a really big pickup, and I think, you know, being able to sharp sight the Radiant Guardian to increase the healing, keep the Radiant Guardian alive in trades, but now having the single combat to also just guarantee that you can kill off another target is so immensely good. This is the hope for Duckling to just hold on. Just hold while you wait for the Cythria. You gotta hold the door and continue to protect until Cythria and the cavalry arrive. It's like Gandalf. You gotta look east on the third day, and Cythria will arrive with the riders of Rohan to try and save you. But for now, that has not happened for Duck, and they're still waiting.
And we're getting dangerously close to the Battle Fury Ancient Yeti turns. These Yetis are going down to 2 mana 5/5s each. And even though this Radiant Guardian is healing quite a bit, if Duckling doesn't draw the Cythria soon, it might just be over. Duckling still needs to survive against this just like massive overwhelm board. Even with the Radiant, this board can just kill from 20. Look at it, he's got an open attack with Battle Fury as well.
Yeah, I mean, the open attack with Battle Fury is pretty difficult to deal with for Duckling. I don't think just the little single combat is going to do enough. You would need a full-on concerted strike, which is not in this deck, to deal with that. Gonna ping off the spell shield from the Rune Runner, though, to open up the single combat as an option.
Yeah. Thinking about what he wants to do here. I mean, the Rune Runner is one of the scarier things. Could have also gone for the Renekton, but Rune Runner is threatening a little bit more damage, and Vile Feast isn't doing too much else here. Pretty much the maximum value you're gonna get.
I mean, I like the single combat. Yeah, at this point, you're not gonna beat the tricks that beat you here. I mean, you have the sharp sight to back it up, right? But in general, you want to get rid of this. You want to try and thin this board, set yourself up the best you can.
All right,
going into
Duckling is praying to the top deck gods for Cythria. Cythria draw might end the game here.
East. Oh,
gives him
Glimpse
out.
Can get you there.
Can get you there. We see an open attack on the side of Jaco. Now he
That is
does.
if you're not dead.
He's got the Battle Furies, but Radiant is gonna block a lot of damage here with Sharp Sight. The Sharp Sight block is immense.
Yeah, but is it enough? Because this Battle Fury, I mean, the blockers are pretty irrelevant, right? Because it's all overwhelm, and they're all just one damage being blocked. It's entirely up to the Radiant Guardian and healing 6.
Yeah.
Math is for blockers. We'll let Duckling sort this one out, and we'll see if they can survive.
The Radiant will be enough to survive here. It will be close. It'll be a couple of health.
Okay.
With of course the Sharp Sight. Although, I mean, this is a little bit risky because, of course, if you want to block like this, if you're Duckling, a Battle Fury comes down and you will have to Sharp Sight a non-Radiant Guardian, which is a little dicey. You're definitely getting less max health by doing that.
Can you afford to not block like this, though? This is the maximum amount of damage that you can block, and you're still at 8.
Yeah. I think you can block either way, because if Radiant's on the left side, then if a Battle Fury comes down, then if you Sharp Sight the Radiant, then you're healing.
You'll still
for
heal enough.
effective
Okay.
4, yeah.
Yeah.
So he can block either way. But either way, the Sharp Sight will have to get forced out one way or the other.
So now it comes down to if the Cythria can come out and actually clear away the board so that no more Battle Fury plays can be made. And that's really...
Okay. Yeah, he's just going to block it down like this.
I mean, that works. That works.
The Battle Fury comes down and puts Duckling down to 2 health here. Pretty dicey. And this is really, really, really spooky. Duckling still, at this point, with the 3 Battle Furies in hand, I don't know if the Cythria top deck might be too late. I mean, the Radiant Guardian is going down here, just no matter what. Your board is getting cleared, so even if you matron your Cythria, you're still facing these 3 Battle Furies, the full overwhelm board, and you're at 2 health and can't heal. Here's the first Battle Fury, turning down to 2. You can take a glimpse here if you're Duckling. You know that you're not actually very vulnerable into anything except for example, like the one of Shapestone, that would be a 1/1. But if you want to be unit efficient, you can kill a spider here without threatening any sort of lethal.
Yeah, you may need to, but it also feels
risky.
like we might be too little too late at this point. Even if the Cythria does show up, it's really feeling like it's not going to matter for Duck. Even if you can clear out some of the board, Jacko should be able to reestablish something and look for the open attack with the Battle Fury.
Radiant Guardian here would
glimpse.
also be good. Radiant is active if he draws it here. Mobilize
is
not
dead
hitting.
draw.
Not hitting. Cytheria and the
But you
Mobilize.
can't-
He does have the ability. He does have the ability to set it up for next turn, and he can trade down for 2 things. At 2 health. 2 health is so low.
I don't know.
You
The
can
Wild
Islander.
Claw with the Battle Fury
Oh man,
on the crackback.
this is so
I
crazy.
think is still gonna do it, but it's
You can mobilize
It's
to
so
reduce everything by
close.
1. Matrons, he has a Fading Memories, but I don't think this Fading Memories is doing anything here. That's the painful thing about it. I think you're probably just forced to Fading Memories the other Islander, because you just need your Islanders to try to trade into these Yetis. But these 2 Battle Furies in Jaco's hand are so good in this position. Just that 4 health, keeping his units alive. He just needs 1 unit surviving. There's no Vengeance or anything in Duckling's deck. He needs to be top decking a single combat so that his big units can just like absolutely blast these Ancient Yetis. That's what he needs right now.
But
Got
his
1
big
shot.
units are mostly going to be ephemeral, so even a single combat is likely not going to actually save the day.
Yeah.
Can play the non-ephemeral Spectral Matron, so it at least survives to the next turn and gives you the single combat as a potential out. And I think that has to be the play. You go Islander, and then you play the 7 mana Matron.
Yeah, this is pretty big. I mean, Jaco's just going to have to survive this and force an open attack. And honestly, that might be doable. We're going to see 2 challengers, a challenger from both of Duckling's units just trying to deal with both Ancient Yetis, and Jacko will just have to Alpha Wildclaw and just jam an open attack with the Battle Fury on the Wildclaw and just hope that's enough, and it will be.
It absolutely should be enough, and Duck doesn't know yet, so Duck just has to go for the highest percentage play, which I imagine is going to be the Matron onto the Cytheria.
I think he needs to go a little bit
is this gonna
wider.
be-
He's widening up his board a bit.
Yeah, okay. So it's still yeah, Islander, but still we're gonna get Matron. It's just going as wide as possible.
Yeah. And the nice thing is he can actually play the 7 mana Matron if he wants to here and save the 4 for later. Which will give him a really good curve, but Jacko has an open attack set up. Jacko needs to open attack into the next one. And once this attack goes through, I mean, with these challengers, it's going to deal a lot of damage. Jacko's going to have to tank one of these. He's got exactly enough blockers. He needs to not let any units die. If he plays the Wild Claw right now, he's actually kind of messing himself up. He needs to just be all right tanking this. So that his Wild Claw can survive for the open attack. It needs to win the game.
Yeah, it has to be the open as well, right? Because if you don't, then Cytheria comes down, and then the blockers are actually big enough to block the Battle Furied Alpha Wild Claw.
Yep.
So you have to play it post combat.
Yeah, Jacko has to realize that. He has to know that it's a bait to try to play too much here. If he gets his board cleared, that is over. That is it. He has one more attack, one last opportunity.
It could be a $5,000 pass,
And
$10,000
he takes the pass. All right.
And he takes it.
He takes the pass, preserving his Wild Claw after the attack. He's taking 12 damage to Dome here, but he knows that he's safe from that 12 damage. The Wild Claw plus the Battle Fury is going to be a total of 15 attack, and the Matron only has 12 health with 2 health on Duckling.
There it goes. There's the pull. Trying to play around a pump spell, I guess, on this Yeti.
Taking a little bit of extra damage from the Wild Claw. And at this point, Jacko just has to drop the Wild Claw and hope that there's no single combat. Duckling needs to top deck a single combat to be able to survive the open attack next turn.
And already one has been played. There is a single out. And it is
All right.
just the single
This is
combat.
So intense. And Jacko, I think, just has to let it through. You can make a call to try to Battle Fury here. I think it's a little safer to go for the Wild Claw, but they're both losing to the same things.
Yeah. They
The
both
Wild Claw,
lose to the same thing.
You need to be able to punch through at least 14 total attack, because this Matron is going to be a 12 health blocker for next turn on your open attack. So you need at least that much. He lets it through. He does what he needs to.
Okay.
Alpha Wild Claw comes down at 7. Battle Fury will take it to 15, and that's just enough. That's just enough. You can play the Rock Hopper here if you want. It makes no difference. Is this Alpha World Club buffed by Omen Hawk? It's not. So a sharp sight saves Duckling, but he's only running one sharp sight. There's glimpse. It's not enough. This open attack has it. There's no out. Duckling has nothing to do on this. The Battle Fury wins.
Jacko gets there. You can just go for the attack. You can preempt the Battle Fury. You don't have to. You can just swing first.
And that's it.
The attack comes through.
That's it.
It's 1-1. No. It's all coming down to a final game swim. Game 3 of the grand finals. Duckling, Jacko Wacko. It's going to be Cythria versus Ash Noxus.
Yeah, Cass, if I had told you earlier before today, if I had told you that it was coming down to Cythria Matrons in the grand finals, game 3 of the grand finals, all coming down to Cythria Matrons, would you have believed me?
No, absolutely not. No shot. I would not have ever believed that was the statement.
And here we
that
are.
That would be our end game. And that is where we are. Ash Noxus proving its longevity. Yes, it's seen new iterations, right? There's new cards. We got LeBlanc now. It's cool. It's spicy. It's different. But this is an archetype that has been around. It has stood the test of time. And oh my God, Duckling!
Duckling has the combo already in hand. He's got to be a little bit afraid of the aggression, but we don't have a very fast hand on the side of Jacko Wacko. It's looking really good for Duckling.
LeBlanc helps a lot. You need these like big reputation proccers in the early game to just punch through.
Man. Duckling's hand is looking perfect here. He's in position. I mean, he's got the chump blockers. The chump blockers will shut down the Glory Seeker and the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
And once that Matron comes out, I mean, Matron Cythria is coming out this game. Jacko can't end the game fast enough. And at that point,
so good with the
it's
mobilize.
just the freezes.
It's so good with the mobilize to get another free chump, because chumps are the name of the game in this matchup. Just getting to this late game, and you have your 7 and 9 already laid out. You just have to get there.
100%. Jacko has a little bit of damage, but this isn't going to be nearly enough. I mean, Jacko he's just going to need to stall, stabilize, get a value chain off of like Whispered Words, and just keep freezing until a leveled Ash punches through Duckling's big board. That is how Jacko has to win this game. The aggro win condition is no good with Duckling's hand here.
Yeah, having to iron against the hapless aristocrat feels so terrible, but you do need to do it as Jacko is just trying to keep this board up, trying to level up the LeBlanc and just pressure as much as possible early on before we get to this late game. But the 4-mana Radiant Guardian is going to put a massive wrench in the gears of Jacko, even though that Assessor, fantastic draw. You're going to be able to get a lot of value out of that on the next turn. I don't know if you can get enough value or draws. Normally, you can just draw through your whole deck, and that's how you win with these Assessors. But if you're going up against the Matron Cythria and they come online, I don't know if there are enough tools in your toolbox to do it. Freeze culling is maybe one thing that comes to mind, though, Swim. Maybe that's something that comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, this is really nasty. The Radiant Guardian is already coming down. It's turn 4, and we have an active Radiant Guardian on the board through the power of Mobilize and the 0-mana Sacrifice. And Jacko doesn't have enough mana for... You would normally just Flash Freeze Culling Strike that, but you don't have the ability to do that here. This Radiant Guardian is already a threat, and it's already healing Duckling up.
Yeah, I mean, it should punch for +4. There is the opportunity to pass, but it only eats 1 mana. I like punching for 4 here. I really do.
Yeah. I don't think there's almost no punish to it at this point. I mean, you know that if Jacko had anything that he was going to play, he would have played it for the combat.
Okay.
But we're letting it through. There's a
Another
second Radiant drawn.
Wow. On curve.
And these Trifarian Assessors are looking pretty good. I mean, like I said, Jacko, he needs to win just by outgrinding. And with his hand, that's shockingly doable. The thing is, Matron Cythria is kind of like, you make the biggest bodies, and they're unbeatable. But Ash deck might just be able to outgrind anything, right?
Well,
and that is going to be how Jacko has to win this. One
thing we have to look at, Swim. The Ash deck doesn't care how big your board is. If Ash hits the board with freezes available, because you can freeze it and prevent the blocks. And Duckling has no answer to that if it happens. Sharp Sight is it. That is the only thing, and it is a one-of. So in the world that Jacko grinds this out, gets an Ash on board, and sets up a freeze turn, Jacko can beat any size board no matter how tall it gets.
and it's really, really nasty. But he's gonna need to get that Ash soon, because you need those Ash triggers early for them to do anything at all. This attack is already looking kind of awkward. He needs the trigger reputation so he can get the Whispered Words out of his hand, but this attack already into the Radiant Guardian gives a little bit of leeway. We've got an amazing glimpse here. The Radiant Guardian blocking LeBlanc and glimpsing, stopping the LeBlanc from leveling before is so nasty, and there's nothing Jaco can really do about that. If he uses a Flash Freeze on the Radiant, that's not even good.
It's losing. It feels so bad.
Exactly. The culling does nothing here. I mean, you can stop the draw, and you might have to, but your LeBlanc is dying, and Radiant Guardian is winning and living. This is such a nasty glimpse top deck.
It's winning, living, and guess what? Duck's playing another one.
Another
No matter
Radiant,
what,
exactly.
No matter how this is responded to by Jaco, there is another Radiant hitting the board. And this is a seasonal winning hand for Duckling right now. This is what a seasonal champions draw looks like. And I don't want to call it too soon, because Jaco still has the ability to grind out. We talked about how they can win. They still can. Duckling is still running on fumes, but that glimpse helps so much with refilling the hand.
And keeping the Radiant alive, just like stopping the LeBlanc from leveling. That glimpse is gigantic. Gonna elect to mobilize instead of playing another Radiant. And mobilize is a big deal here because Duckling is attacking on evens, which means that the second mobilize gives him an extra accelerated attack cycle for the Matron, which is coming out right now.
It's right now!
It's so early. And this might be it. I mean, Jaco has no freezes. He's got no Ash. He's got no great blockers. He can play an Assessor and take another draw too, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. There's nothing that can really disrupt this. When it gets going this early and this fast, this deck, when it draws well, there's almost nothing that beats it if it doesn't kill you fast.
Now we just wait for Duck to line up the attack, and Jaco has to try and figure out the best possible response, but there are no good answers to this board full of doubled up challengers off of this Matron Cytherea. What do you do in Jaco's shoes here?
You tremble
to try and defend yourself from Duckling.
At this point, I mean, you might have to Assessor and just hope it draws you something. There's just no great options here. It looks like he's pre-committing some spells here. The Culling Strike.
Yeah, we might see a freeze culling.
Not doing a ton here. Jaco looking at his options.
Timer winds down.
That's a double culling, which I don't really understand that. I don't think it's going to be enough to do anything here anyway. I mean, those cullings aren't really getting better in this matchup without freezes, but even without that, I mean, forcing some damage onto the Cytherea and onto the Spectral Matron isn't really even helping very much.
Yeah, and the single combat even responds in tow,
and that's
just
lethal.
to clear
Right now,
away
the game is over.
LeBlanc.
It's literally
And Duckling
it's literally over.
Lines up the strike
games
to become the Guardians of the Ancient seasonal champion, taking another one home for USA. And quack, 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 quack.
That was
quack,
such
quack,
a
quack.
crazy,
Duckling
such a
takes it
ridiculous
down.
finish.
Yeah, those games were insane. They were so close. That last game turned 6 Spectral Matron into Cytherea. Like, it's so hard to deal with that. That's crazy. So I know, Charmer, we were talking in the middle of those games. We had a lot to say. How do you feel about all the Radiant was very clutch and multiple Radiants super early. Do you think that was kind of what brought the win home?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's going to be a lot of emphasis put on the round 6 Matron play.
Yeah.
But that's also kind of what the deck is meant to do. Really being able to have access to a round 4 activated Radiant along with some additional blockers means that you're going to have time to get there comfortably. And, you know, I said it earlier, sometimes you just want to do powerful things, and that looked powerful.
Yeah.
That was a very impressive win, a very scary board. And as somebody who's also covered some Valorant, if there's one thing I know, Radiant is good in Valorant, and it turns out it's good here as well.
I mean, there's just nothing you can do about that.
I never would have expected when we came in to the show today that we would be walking away crowning a champion Cytherea Lady of the Clouds deck. I mean, I am so excited to see how this meta shaped up, how this tournament played out, seeing so many lineups of 3 completely different decks going up against each other. One of the most fantastic seasonal metas we've had.
And Duckling taking it with like not a single quote unquote meta deck, right?
Yeah.
Like some old decks, you know, a lot of people did bring like Teemo Ezreal, but it's still kind of like an off meta, more of like tournament pick than anything else. No Azir, no Thresh Nessus, not even stuff like Overwhelm that a lot of people were talking about.
Well, not even that, just the level of play that Duckling showed that first game with TF Biz, knowing that the best way I'm going to win is if I just bring my opponent down, burn him. We have a lot of burn in the deck, top deck, something like Get Excited, and he was able to take home the game. That was an incredible, incredible series.
That line was phenomenal. That line was so insane from Duck. I know Swim and I were pointing it out at the start, like, okay, he could just go face. And Duck sees it and just flawlessly executes that line. And TF Fizz, I brought up the monkey's paw earlier. It won again. Blev and I have cursed us. It's happening next seasonal too. TF Fizz, it's coming back.
One of the things that I really loved about Duckling's play in that very last game is that it can be very easy to tunnel vision on something. So you had that round 4 Radiant and you had a round 5 Radiant to back it up, ready to go. But the wherewithal to make sure you're playing the Glimpse first, seeing what your options are, drawing into the Mobilize to set up that round 6 play is a pretty big deal. I know that there are a number of players that might have just had tunnel vision. I'm guilty of it, that would have slapped down that Radiant and then missed a huge opportunity.
Yeah, like you said, it's those lines of play, those game-winning lines. I think Duckling, he played expertly. He knew his decks very well. He played them very, very expertly and took the time he needed, didn't rush things, and it brought him home the victory. And speaking of Duckling, we are going to get him on the line here in a moment. We're going to take a short break to get him on a call, and then we'll have a quick little interview with Duckling, your new seasonal champion. Don't go away. Welcome back, everyone. We have Duckling here. First of all, massive congratulations are in order. Taking home the first place victory in the Guardians of the Ancient seasonal. I know that you said you're shaking with excitement, but tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel getting done, making it through, being the first place winner?
Oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. I'm so happy. I'm so glad we got to do it with this list. I wasn't sure, there's always doubts going in, but
You believed in yourself.
it ended up,
Yes.
I did. Yeah, I did.
You're going down into history, man. This was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I wanted to actually touch on the lineup first and foremost because I think anybody looking at this at the start might have called you a quack, but you were the first person to win with a championless deck. And I mean, I just want to go through your thought process, Duckling. I mean, what were you thinking? what were you thinking? What were you thinking when you brought this lineup?
Okay, so the main goal of the lineup was to target Targon decks. All three of the decks do very well into Targon. And then also Deep. So Targon and Deep were two things. If we looked at what the people brought from the like to make it into the top 32, how we saw like the deck list, I believe it was something like 25 players either brought out of the 32, either brought Targon or Deep in their lineup. So that was the first thing that we were trying to counter, assuming that people would bring the same stuff. Of course, they could switch it up, but yeah, so that was the main strategy there, and then always banning a Zero Relia. Of course, all three of those decks just hard lose to Zero Relia.
Well, thank you for the method to the madness.
Duckling, if this was a LAN, I would shake your wing because you navigated this beautifully. But during the interviews that were kind of pre-recorded, you had said that if you had won, you would invest in Duckcoin, and I chuckled along. But now that you are officially the winner of the event, and you have earned a very sizable bag of cash, what are you actually looking forward to spending it on? And please don't say something like student loans.
Luckily, all of my student loans are paid off, so that's good. I won't be giving that answer, but honestly, I'm like very into finance, so a large portion of it will probably get invested. That's
good answer.
Definitely,
It's a great answer.
Definitely, what most of it's going to go towards. But yeah, I honestly haven't thought that far ahead. The bigger thing to me was just winning and taking it down and getting the world seat. That's what I love to see.
Yeah, no, I mean this was amazing. Like obviously, you just won a seasonal, but even outside of that, you won a seasonal in one of the most fashionable ways, winning with style, right? With your lineup in particular. Is there anything like, okay, so you brought a very unique lineup and you managed to do extremely well with it. Do you see this as like proof that people should be trying to think more outside the box? People should not feel like they have to stick to the meta, right? Like what would you say to people that feel like they just have to bring meta every time?
Definitely swim in it. I say this all the time on my stream too. Sorry, 1 second. I say this all the time on my stream too. That I really don't like playing the super tier 1 meta decks, and I really like being able to think outside the box and counter the meta.
Yeah.
And I think in a tournament format where you can ban a deck, it's a really good strategy to try to target a maybe not like necessarily a tier 1 deck, but maybe like a tier 2 or tier 3 deck in the meta that's going to be really popular that people are going to bring. So like in this case, I targeted like dragons or deep, right? Like not notoriously tier 1 decks, but still very popular.
And I absolutely love that we get to see this kind of varied approach compared to so many other players that we've seen so far. You mentioned Worlds, and I'm really excited looking forward. Like you are now qualified for Worlds. And I wanted to ask, is there anyone you're really looking forward to playing against in Worlds? Because now that there are some Worlds qualified players across multiple regions, like, is there anyone you've got your eyes on where you're like, man, I really want to test my mettle against this player?
I mean, there's a lot of really good players in there. That's a difficult one. I mean, Majinbe for sure. I faced him once in a different tournament, and via the format of the tournament, there was no banning in it, and we had a really close set. So I'd like to get another shot at facing him in the tournament. But honestly, there's so many good players. That one's hard to choose.
Anyone like on the kind of innovator side of things that you're looking out for? You know, we see some of the players that do most reliably well in these tournaments are ones like you that bring very unique matchups that are doing very specific things, right? Like who on that side of things are you kind of like, do you have your eye on?
Ooh.
No one compares to you. You're just like, it's not a bad answer.
No,
You
this-
just won, dude. You're number one.
You're allowed to say that.
You can say it, man. It's okay.
I
You're among
appreciate
friends.
that, guys. I mean, there's definitely lots of innovators out there, you know, that I have a lot of respect
Yeah.
for. Like Teal Red, I want to say he was like the original creator of the Matron Cytherea deck. He came
Right.
up with that first, and then like granted, my version's like a little bit different, but that was definitely like his take. So he's someone to look out for. Granted, he's not going to be on the NA server, but Zareth Unleashed, I faced that person and getting into the top 32, and they made this like Zoe Zillion list, and they were 7-0 with it. And I was just completely blown back when I ran into them and saw that they were 7-1 with a Zoe Zillion. So those are two names that really jump out at me.
Well, you mentioned your stream earlier. Is there any last before we get off the call? Is there anything you want to shout out? Anything you want to plug? Where can people find you? Where can they follow your meme deck love? Where can people find you?
So I'm Duckling Lore on Twitter, Twitch, everything, YouTube. I don't have too many videos on YouTube. I have like a pretty consistent streaming schedule, streaming Monday through Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern time. I'm gonna try to get back into streaming more regularly. I've been very busy recently, but yeah, and shout out to Cheeser Dude and Banshee Veil, two people that I scrimmed with a lot coming up to this, so I want to give them a shout out.
Well, huge congrats again. Good job taking it down. Thank you for coming to the interview, and we appreciate you going on.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. It was a blast.
Absolutely. Oh, those games. I think like we've all been chatting about it while we were watching these games, and just the quality and the level of these games today we got, and the decks that we saw were not exactly what we were expecting. A lot of people were asking like, oh, are you going to be board casting these Azir, these TLC, these Nash Threshus decks is I think what Blevins
Thrash
called it.
Nexus.
Yeah,
Thrash Nexus.
Thrash
Yeah.
Nexus,
Yeah.
that's what it is. I can't remember it. But it was insane. We have some highlights that we wanted to show from some of the other games that were played in the other region seasonals, and we're going to get through that and just check out some of the crazy cool winning moments that we got.
Yeah, I mean, in Asia, it was Starro able to take the win in the final. There's someone who is actually qualified for every single seasonal in Asia for the top 32, and they finally were able to take home a victory, which is so exceptional, so exciting to see them finally do it. They actually had to go through JO1 and DK on their path to the finals, which is absolutely insane. Beating JO1, the perennial first place in every region on ladder, and DK, the previous seasonal champion, in order to get there. And that was just phenomenal to see. We had Kinzun take down SEA as well over Daff, who is another player who's made it to all three seasonals. So we saw a lot of people who have been or all four seasonals, sorry, have just been popping off in the seasonals do it once again.
We see some more Sivir love this game. It was awesome seeing that Garen Sivir deck earlier today. Seeing Sivir see some her time to shine. It's really cool seeing these, quote unquote off meta decks doing well in the tournaments.
Yeah, specifically for me, seeing Garen at all is a real treat because I think that oftentimes he's a bit overlooked in Demacia because Demacia traditionally has so many good 5-drops, but Garen as a unit and as a champion is still very strong, and with somebody like Sivir combining it so that you can take advantage of her quick attack and get multiple attacks because of the rally, I just really liked that deck overall.
Yeah. We saw a huge spread of different decks, incredible gameplay, high level play. This was, I mean, it's everything that I could ever want in a seasonal tournament. But we also have some things coming up with the next set, which is everything I can ever want, and that's Scout Teemo. It's basically all I care about. Not that I'm, a Teemo lover at all or anything like that, but Scout Teemo is the thing I'm looking forward to in the next set. Charmer, what are you looking forward to the most so far from the cards that have been revealed?
Also Scout Teemo, because let's be honest, it's kind of a shame that he's not a scout already. He follows the scout's code, right?
Mhm,
So finally he gets to hut 2, 3, 4 the way that he was intended. But outside of that, I think that the lurk archetype is just looking better and better with every reveal. I want to experiment with it quite a bit. Very curious to see whether it's going to be you just play all the lurk cards, or how much deck building you can do where you're saying, okay, I'm going to run some cards that don't have lurk. It's kind of, to me, reminiscent of Mist Wraiths, right? Where you run heavy Shadow Isles for the Allegiance, but you also need that spice. And so figuring out exactly which spice cards to run in lurk, I'm really looking forward to.
How about you, Casanova?
Well, I mean, it's just got to be Scout Teemo, honestly. At this point, it really just has to be Scout Teemo. But actually, there's another card that I'm looking forward to scouting. That's going to be Battering Ram.
Oh, yeah.
Scout Battering Ram.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm looking at. That's the spice I want to play.
You
Oh,
do
man.
Scout Katarina and give her a lot of striking back to your head. Swim, you got any crazy brews coming up?
I mean, I'm going to jump on, the field promotion train. We're all kind of answering the same thing. I love field promotion. I plan on jamming nothing but just like field promotion Zed, field promotion Draven, Riven for the first several days of the expansion at least.
I unironically
Promotion Zed double strike.
Like if you guys thought standalone Zed was bad, you haven't seen field promotion Zed.
I unironically said that I really adore the idea of field promotion Shyvana, because with a Chow and then saving some mana into that, you can level her up the turn you play her. And the only thing better than getting a free strafing strike is getting 2 around. So that's another one that I'm legitimately non-meme excited about.
Well, we have Rise of the Underworlds coming out on Wednesday, I believe, June 30th. So get excited for that. I know I am. It's the most exciting time for card games when new stuff is coming out. Gentlemen, do you have anything else you want to shout out? Anything I missed before we wrap out here and get out of here?
I am just so thankful to have been on the cast once again. This was so much fun. Finally, Swim, after all this time.
Yeah.
We were able to cast a couple of games together. It's been a blast.
It's been a long time coming, my man.
Oh my, absolutely. And Charmer, I think it's illegal for us to be on broadcast this many times in a year. So we'll have to see if we could keep this up, keep breaking the law, and keep doing it.
I think
for myself,
puns got a lot.
I was going to say for myself, I'm just happy that you guys put up with my puns, and it was great being on a broadcast with Swim again. Would have loved to have been in person because I miss you, Swim. But overall, I just had a blast, and I really appreciate the opportunity.
Man, I missed casting with you too, Charmer. It's been too long, dude. We should do this
been
again
a long
sometime. I think personally, I'm just gonna give my last thought, my shout out to our champion Duckling. I mean, I know he said it already, but seriously, guys, go to his stream, twitch.tv Duckling LOR. Give him a follow. He's really entertaining, and he's always playing like interesting new stuff and giving it competitive twists. Like he's climbing at high masters with these kinds of decks.
Well, with that, we are going to wrap things up. Thank you all so much for watching, tuning in, supporting the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonals. For myself, for Charmer, Casanova, Swim, Blevins, Amazonian, and the amazing production crew that helped keep things flowing, we thank you, and you guys, we'll see you next time.